that game to be able to play for it. When we run PUBG mobile servers, the number one question asked is, when are we getting African servers? And if you don't have the server, it's like you can't plant cucumbers. If you plant lettuce and expect cucumbers to grow, it's not going to happen. So you need those servers in order to grow those communities, to grow the League of Legends communities, to grow the Apex communities, because we sit here at the bottom end of the world, literally no servers, no support, nothing. And it's because, and again, it was mentioned, we don't spend money on games. Why must we spend money on games and hardware and equipment when we don't have the servers to play on?
Sure, it's a chicken versus egg thing.
I think that Barry said a good argument. But for example, for us, from our perspective, we elevate the debate since 2 years to the government. Last year, Desiree was there in Senegal. We did a workshop about esports and government. 2 months ago, we was in the Middle East from a strategy also with government. And Kevin, you were part of this delegation. We understand that, for example, in Senegal, we are building a data center in our smart cities. But educate a government to understand which is the gaming business model of a data centers. Tell the question to Desiree Kusao, he will answer about that. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. That's why at certain level, the discussion is not anymore to the community. You talk because you talk to governments. You need to change your manner to discuss. You need to be on their shoes. And sometimes the negotiation can be so long. But if we don't do that, we will have nothing. So right now, at this moment, we need to have a leadership around the government. We need to begin to talk to the public sector, that we understand that gaming is really a creative economy, a creative industries that can be sustainable for the economy. If we don't do that, we will repeat the same dance every year.
Okay, yeah, I agree. So those are some of the challenges. We wanted to talk around the positives and the opportunities. And I think Desiree, what would be fascinating for people across the continent to hear about is ESL, your organization. What does it look like? I mean, how many people work for the organization? How many countries you're on? Let's think forward that we get through our challenges. What does a major esports organization look like, and how many jobs have been created in your company?
Yeah. Today at ESL, we are a global company. We have something like 500 people in the company with offices all around the world. We are present in Europe, of course, because the HQ is in Germany at Cologne. And then we are in France, we are in UK, we are in Spain, we are in Poland, we are in Benelux. I think in Europe we are pretty well. And then we are present in USA and New York and Los Angeles. We are present in Brazil. We are present in Singapore, in Australia. So I think for now we are pretty present everywhere except
not in Africa.
I was going to say except Africa. Basically, here's the world. Yes, everywhere except down here.
There is a small country there in the south. Yeah, we are not there.
Well, I mean, Africa, we are a small continent. I mean, only the second largest, right?
Desiree, we know you plan on coming. You've always said that to us, and we've always been saying to you, you need to come and you need to support what we're doing. But in one of the previous panels, we spoke about having to do things ourselves first and not rely on other people to come and save us from other countries. You know, Africans have an ability to self-create and self-actualize and realize what we need to do, and we're trying to do that ourselves. But we would appreciate any international help always. So you guys are welcome.
I will come. No, don't worry. I will come. I will come soon. But I saw an initiative, a really interesting initiative. It's a African Esports Championship, something like that.
Right.
Yeah. I think there is something like 20 countries involved in that, and there is really something to build around that. I think perhaps I was talking about that with my colleagues at ESL last week, and it is pretty interesting to see that without any international or support or any global brand sponsors, something like that could be a really great success. So I really think that this kind of initiative could really work and push us at ESL, but also other publishers on big brands who could really perhaps realize that there is something to do in Africa with or without us. So we have to be with, because
Right.
if we are without, then someone else could be in.
Of course, and don't worry, no one's sitting here waiting and not doing anything. To your point, there's amazing stuff happening. That's a great competition. They do FIFA, they do fighting games as well, and they've been very successful in bringing together all these different nations competing, and they actually look very professional. So from the outsiders, I've seen what they've been doing, the content they're creating. It looks very professional. And Barry, I want to come to you with that, because professionalization in the industry is something that you've been, it's a mantra for you. You keep going on about it, how everyone needs to take this seriously, treat it as a career, not just as a job. It's your future. Get professional about it, and do what is required in any other professional career. Is that landing? Are you seeing us upping our game and people becoming more professionalized?
It's always going to be a difficult one, right? Everybody has a different perception of professionalism, but like I said the last time we chatted about this specific thing, is it starts right at the bottom with the player. As a player, and then it goes up into an organization, and it goes up into a team, and then an organization. The TOs, firstly, that's super important. One of the things that I wanted to change with when doing Metal State was having casters sitting. I mean, this is a different time we live in with the pandemic, but having guys sit in their bedrooms and trying to cast professional productions for brands that are wanting to get involved. I mean, even if you look at Riot's Worlds that just happened last week, they still managed to bring talent from around the world to that event, and guys were waking up at 2-3 o'clock in the morning to be able to have their 5 minutes on this broadcast and give their analytics and their professional opinion about the games and what had happened. And they were doing whatever it took. And that's why having proper logos and having proper, identities, so that when you are, putting yourself on, when you go to a tournament organizer, and you don't actually realize how many times I've actually had to redesign logos for teams so that they had proper PNGs for a production, or I've had to go and speak to organization owners and ask them to speak to their players about the tweets that they've made. Brands are wanting to associate with gaming and esports, but it doesn't help if you're going to go onto Twitter and start to flame the TO and start to swear at people and start to lose your mind on social media, because that seems to be the culture nowadays. Is nobody wants to phone up someone and say, hey dude, or message someone, or go through the correct process channels. It's like, I mean, Desiree will understand this. You are a managing partner of ESL France. How many players in your ESL leagues phone you up and tell you they're unhappy with the format that you've put forward for a specific competition?
Oh,
I mean,
how many players here?
players?
We have plenty of players. We have hundreds of players.
Do they phone you personally? Do they
Sorry?
phone you Do they phone you personally?
No, of course not.
Well, we have that. That's a culture in South Africa for players to phone TOs and tell them, this time doesn't suit me, this game style doesn't suit me, these rules aren't right. And I'm just thinking to myself, how many times does this happen internationally? I get and I understand it. It's because we're a small community, right? I was a gamer. I was in that scene. I was in that industry. So they have access to be able to do that. But the simple truth is that if we want to professionalize, we need to accept what it is. I've been overseas and I've been told by an ESL admin, this is where you sit, this is your PC, see you later. Have you read the rules? Do you understand everything? Cool. Right. Let's move.
Yes, is a very interesting point that you mentioned, Barry. I want to share something regarding that because I think that I will share my screen. Do you see my screen?
We'll bring it up now. One second. Yeah, it should be coming up now. Yes, Kofi, we see that.
Okay, so this is in fact the ecosystem of all position in the esports and the games. And the problem that we have, in fact, that our players know nothing about that. For example, us, we are an agency, tell to a gamers to know how you can design this logo, how you can manage this contract. There are a lot of education to do, and sometimes it's not easy. But when you want to go professional, you need to manage all those aspects, and it's not easy at all. Look at the numbers of positions that you have from strategist, organizer, entrepreneur, content creator, everything you need to masterize it. So your esports team need to understand each level of this different position for be comfortable and also for deliver the right experience regarding his esports. We are working on the esports team since exactly just 2 years, and we decided
I think we're losing.
to don't go public without that we understand that our. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
Hello?
hear you now,
You're
Kofi.
back.
And we saw that and agree
You
with
hear
that.
me?
At the
Okay.
risk of being rude, we are almost out of time. We're
Okay.
running a little bit late, and I just really want to wrap up now. And thank you for all the comments, and maybe just as a final word,
Okay.
each of you, starting with Desiree, just some practical advice from people out there. If someone wants to make it into esports, make it over to ESL, compete at the top leagues, what's your basic advice to them?
Wow, it's pretty difficult because I don't really know, esport grassroots population here in Africa. But yeah, at ESL to host teams and players, they need to be let's say it has to be something like semi-professional or professional activities. You cannot just be Sunday player and come to be part of ESL competitions. There is two parts at ESL. There is the player parts. If you want to be part of our competition, you need to start at the grassroots level. At ESL, we have a platform. It's ESL Play. It's a basic platform so everybody can be part of ESL Play. If even you in South Africa, in Senegal, you can connect to ESL Play platform, and with your teammates, you can participate to any of our ESL gaming competition on CS:GO, on League of Legends, on All-Star, on Clash of Clans. We have plenty of games on our ESL Play platform. This is the first step to come in our competition, and then you can be perhaps you can be repaired by some biggest team. You can be C, you can be localized perhaps because you have some skills, and then you will go up in our pyramid.
Right.
You have semi-professional competitions, then professional competition, and then be part of the best games. That's the player path. And then if you want to work in esports ecosystem at ESL, you want to work, you want to make it your job, not as a player, just to be part of the adventure. We have many positions. You can be a league operator if you want, a league ops. We just to manage the tournaments. You can be in social media because we work on Twitter, Facebook, on every platform. So it's our main communication platform. So we need some community managers to manage it. You can be on the creative side to create our assets, graphic assets. So there is also some artist skills we need in our company. We have business developer, we have sales guys, we have only in France we have 15 people working in the company, and we haven't any players in it. So there is really a business ecosystem around esports. Not only I want to be in esports, I want to play
Exactly.
CS:GO and Street Fighter. We really can bring something huge in terms of business and economy in our countries with that. It's not only a game, it's really an economy we can build around esports.
That's very important. Kofi, do you want to add to that?
We lost him again.
We might lose him again. Barry, final thoughts or final words or any advice, lessons learned, scars on back you want to share? Your chance.
I think it's just about everybody in the industry needing to be responsible. You know, it's almost as saying, it's almost as easy as saying I could, you know, if I could see out of glass, but you're in this house of glass and people are just throwing rocks out at whatever they can, trying to see what they can hit. I mean, it's like you're an esports or a gamer, you can be involved. As Desiree said, every opportunity is available to you. You need to be responsible for ensuring the growth of gaming and esports. And whether that's your career as a player, as a photographer, as a designer, as a social media content creator, whatever it is, the world is your oyster, right? Even finance, right? Big companies like ESL, smaller companies, one day bigger companies like Metal State have guys that need to make sure people are paid, that their books are done, that they pay their taxes, because that's how real it is. It's almost as real as, like, you know, anything out there that you can touch.
Thank you, Barry. Kofi, give us one final great inspirational message for the youth of Africa that are watching today. If you're still with us, I hope. You're not. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. I'm sorry, Kofi had some difficulties coming in from Senegal there. Desiree, I want to thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Always inspirational spending time with you. Barry, thanks. Words of wisdom. Pleasure. Always. And appreciate your views. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Cheers.
Right. We're going to move on to the next panel. So we're just going to bring up into the studio my co-host, Glenn Casella. So Glenn, let's get you back up here joining with us. There he comes.
What's up,
Glenn? How are you doing? Great.
Good.
Nice.
It's been a day. It's been quite a cool day, actually.
You're changing outfits every session. Do a different outfit. I think I've heard you say that before. I'm going to hand over to you.
That's usually my goal, actually, is to do a different outfit for every session that I'm in.
Cool. This is a very important session that I think it's journalism and gaming, esports, covering the industry. And I'm going to hand over to you as we bring in Iffy and Sam Cook to come in and join you. So Iffy with the Afro Gamer, and Sam Cook from Esports Insider. And we'll bring them up now with you, Glenn. Thank you.
There's everyone. Cool. Thanks, Kev. How's it, guys? How's everyone doing?
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. It's been a while, actually. I mean, we've been meaning to talk for quite a while, so I'm really glad that you're actually on the stream now to chat.
Yeah.
Guys, today we're talking about journalism within gaming and esports. I've got two people that are very, very experienced and talented in the space. I think just to give our audience a bit of context, Sam, if you want to start, just introduce yourself and what you do.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thanks for having me, mate. So I'm one of the co-founders of Esports Insider. So we're a B2B focused news site, media company, agency and events company as well. But what we started off being was simply esportsinsider.com. So essentially covering all business aspects and all industry aspects of esports as it develops as an industry. So case in point, if say Fnatic or Vitality sign a new roster, that's not really what we cover. It's when they sign a brand partnership with OnePlus for Fnatic or with Adidas for Vitality. That's kind of our bread and butter. And that's how I got started in the esports space, was working as a journalist through to becoming, editor of ESI in essence. And I've since moved on more to like the MD duties and kind of like building the business side, much more of it. And we've since developed an editorial team. But yeah, that was my background, at least, and my introduction to it.
Yeah, sure. Definitely done a lot there. I mean, if you want to go with you and explain who you are and sort of, your background as well.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Ife, and I am the founder of the Afro Gamer. The Afro Gamer is an online media and entertainment company that focuses on esports in Africa. Basically, we tell stories of anything gaming and esports in Africa. So be it a game developer that's, developing a game, be it, esports teams, esports tournaments. Basically, we put out everything that's happening. As we all know, Africa is a new market in esports, and we do have a lot of talents, a lot of stories to be told. So we do that via our website. We also have our YouTube channel, and we have our podcast where we interview, fantastic personalities who have been able to put Africa on the map.
No, great. And I think we'll start with you then, following that, I mean, journalism and writing, right? It's such an integral part of the scene, but I think people's perspectives on it are quite different, and sometimes it's quite a controversial sort of role to be in. What's your view of journalism within gaming and esports? Like, what's its role for you? Because obviously, again, people have very differing opinions around it, right? Some people feel that journalists that break rules, roster changes, for example, it's always a big issue. Or there's different sort of people's opinions on what the job is. So to you, what's the role of journalism within the gaming esports space?
Okay, so journalism in esports space is you being able to write stories, cover what has happened. It could be an event, it could be about a personality in esports. For Africa, when you narrow it down to Africa as a whole now, many people don't look at journalism in esports, just a few. I know you are also a writer. And I think that is one of the areas in terms of esports in Africa that many people are not looking at. And they need to understand that the reason why we know the likes of, if you bring it back to traditional sports, the Cristiano Ronaldos, the Messis, the Michael Jordans, the LeBron James, is because of journalism. People write on them. There's SoccerNet, there's ESPN, there are articles like that. And same is applicable in esports. And that's why you have, from the international scene, you have Sam Cooke with Esports Insider, you do have Esports Observer. So for Africa to tell the story or to bring attention, to be able to allow people know that esports does exist, journalism is a very vital part of esports in Africa.
No, absolutely. I mean, and Sam, I think with your international experience as well, how would you sort of approach the role of journalism? Obviously, there it's a lot more established. I think people are a lot more used to it and give it, not necessarily more respect, but I think, just everyone knows a role, a lot more than sort of in Africa. So, what would be your perspective on that?
From the importance of journalism to the industry, sorry.
Yeah, the importance of its role.
Yeah, of course. I mean, esports has been quite difficult in Western Europe and North America as well. Still is to some degree. Like, they're only fairly recently have more and more teams and more stakeholders utilized PR and comms firms, right? Before that, a lot, and some still do, like a lot of teams would break their news and big announcements themselves on their own social media channels and such, right? And like it was difficult, still is difficult for journalists in the esports space globally to find news. Like, they don't all use like the PR newswire, right? They don't all, obviously the problem ultimately remains the same in esports, that a lot of the money is at the top and not quite so widely shared throughout the ecosystem. And so a lot of teams just can't afford comms and PR firms. And so actual distribution of information is difficult. Like, that's why we're currently looking to hire a journalist in Latin America, for example. Like, we've got some based out in Asia, and we've got decent connections there. North America, of course, obviously we're based in London, so we've got a good team here. But for other markets, it's very difficult to find that information. Even China, right, the biggest market in the world, is some of the more like localized team partnerships in China, which we would cover if we knew about them, that gets lost, and it's difficult. I think I suppose that's a problem with any emerging industry, right? But I think journalism is vital in that regard, but it still is very early days in esports journalism generally, I would say.
And I think, the point you make around the information not being readily available is such a big issue, right? And I think, when you look at the power of Reddit, for example, in terms of, you know, how people get access to stories and to articles and even information. It very much lives there. And it's quite a unique thing in the, you know, the gaming and esports space, because if you're not, you know, following Reddit, if you don't have an account there or following there, it's very difficult to get, you know, the information out there. And I think that sort of unique sort of perspective of trying to get information and sharing it with people gives journalists in gaming quite an interesting perspective. And if I want to take it to you there, I think, how do you look at gaming and esports? Like, how does that differ? Because you're constantly writing and creating content in the space and looking for the stories and, you know, trying to fulfill the role that journalism plays within gaming. How do you think that shapes your view of the industry?
Like Sam Cook said, it's a difficult one because most people don't have funding for PRs. So me personally, in terms of Africa, I do more of building relationships so that I let them know that, hey, once you're doing something, the story has to be told. As opposed to other sectors where it's easily available, you can get access to it, you can write your articles. But in Africa, sadly, you actually have to go digging very, very deep to be able to get that. And like Sam Cook said, and you agreed with him, you know, it's like going down a rabbit hole, basically. So it's you know, hopefully we as esports develops in Africa, people will get it right. And I think another challenge is many people live in their bubble and they do not believe in putting out that publicity. We've signed a player, or we're having a tournament, or we're having, you know, an esports event. You know, just like any other industry, when an artist is dropping his single, his video, there's a publicist that pushes it out. So I think we need to cultivate that habit also, to be able to say, hey, Glenn, I know you write. I'm having this event. I'm having this. Is there any way you can push it? There's even also a platform that allows you to write your articles and actually post it without having to go through any PR or publicity. So I think it's also a habit we need to cultivate in terms of, you know, the esports industry in Africa.
And I think the point you make there around, you know, relationships and how important that is to actually get information and, you know, the sources of you know, the news and the roster movement and whatever it is, that sort of brings me then to the question around how does someone actually get involved, you know, within writing and gaming and esports? Because obviously it's very tricky. I mean, even if being around, it's still a difficult thing to do. I mean, I think, Sam, you know, you may also make that point that even though in the West, like, you know, in the Western world, it's absolutely gone a long way, it's still very, very new in a lot of ways. So, you know, Sam, how would someone who wants to get into writing and, you know, become a gaming journalist or an esports journalist, how would you sort of advise them to approach it?
Start writing. Sounds simple, right? But genuinely, start writing. Genuinely, like we get so many applications still, because we hire a lot of our editorial is freelance, right? Because we want it to be as global as possible, and we're not in a position where we can hire full-time members of staff here, there, everywhere. So we hire a lot of freelance, and we have a lot of turnover. Like our current team is very good, but we're still looking for more. But a lot of the applications that we get is just like an email telling me how like they love League of Legends, or they're a big CSGO fan. And like, that's great. But honestly, I don't care. Like, it's a nice add-on, right? But ultimately, I want to know that you're a journalist. That's what you want to do, and show me some of your writing. And then it's the argument, of course, on their side that no one will give me a chance. It's like, that is not, I'm not going to swear, but that is not an excuse anymore, because like the internet exists, Medium exists. It's so easy to set up your own blog. If you haven't put the time in and the graft in to have somewhere to put your content out, then that shows me that you don't care enough and you don't want it enough to try. And so like literally stage one is start writing. Stage two, I would say, follow Hitmarker and go on Hitmarker as much as possible. And reach out to people, right? Be active on social media. Like, as I think if it was saying, both you guys were saying, it's a lot of the news is broken or discovered at least via relationships. And the way I've hired a lot of people still in esports, and not just for journalistic roles, is word of mouth and recommendations from people that I trust. So it's just building your own Twitter profile. Like, I guess esports wise, it's at least in the Western world, it's Twitter, Reddit, as you say. And then it's difficult as well, right? Because like Southeast Asia, which is a huge and fast growing region, they're not so big on Twitter. And there it's Facebook and others. But ultimately, like, focus on a particular niche and like build your profile and just get writing. And like the only way to improve at writing, yeah, mentorship is useful, of course it is, but ultimately, like, you can be your own critic, right? You can put out and try things, just write as much as possible. That's what we did.
And I think that point you make is also really good, because I think when people look at sort of say photography, it's so easy to do it nowadays, right? Cameras on the phone are incredible. You have the filters on VSCO and on Instagram and everything. All you have to do is just go out and take photos, and you learn sort of on the job. And I think, you know, as much obviously we laughed when we said it, but it's very true. I think there's so many avenues for people to actually get their work out there and start building a sort of portfolio of some kind that they can then approach people and go, hey, here's some of the stuff I've written here on Medium, for example, as you said. And I think that's the beauty of journalism, is that it's so easy to actually get into it. But I think people always have those, you know, those misconceptions of, oh, I've got to, you know, be writing for a massive website at the beginning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, really, really great point. If I don't know if you want to add on to that question or to that answer in terms of getting started.
Yeah, like Sam said, just keep writing. I think if I'm to bring it back home in Nigeria, in Africa as a whole, what I tell people is, for example, one, you need to be passionate about writing. You can even start as little as, you know, having a post on Twitter, on Facebook about something in esports, something you've noticed, something you have done. And you can, once you start, maybe, you know, you start with 100 words, you move it up, depending on, you know, what social media platform you're using, and you start to increase it from there, and then you start putting together your pieces, your articles, and then you can put it out, because that's how I think it's more relatable to people, especially when you know, this the Gen is X, Y, and Z. They may not like writing, but a lot of people can post. And I've seen very insightful and educative posts, and they'll be like, okay, so how did you get started writing, going into journalism and esports? And I use that as a similarity. So if you're worried about not being able to write, then I think you should start from your Facebook post about, you know, League of Legends, about a team, you know, Sinister 5. If something happened, this is what your thoughts. Then, you know, I think you can build from there.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely true. And I think, you know, as much as it's easy to sort of get into, I think that also then leaves sort of the risk of the quality of work. You know, and I think, Sam, you're talking about how you're constantly looking for people and looking to hire. So in terms of the state of journalism within gaming, and I mean, I think it's obviously quite a big, not a big issue, but it's quite a controversial one, because I think people struggle to sort of respect gaming media in a lot of ways because it's still so new. But I think, you know, that openness means that the level of the quality of work sometimes is a little lower. I mean, you know, Sam, how do you find the quality of journalism overall? And without trying to open you up to being controversial, but, you know, what do you think about the state of it? Do you think it's a good one? Do you think there's a lot of things that people need to improve on overall?
I'm happy to be controversial. Yeah, the state of it in general is very low, to be honest with you. And that's just the state of the industry, right? Like the esports industry relative to others, like relative to sports, for example, is very young. And that means they have like only now really are academic institutions, at least in Europe, like universities, colleges. There's now, and literally as of September this year, so a couple of months ago, is there a beta? It's called a BTEC in the UK. So it's just a school program and course for kids from the ages of, I think it's 12 to 17, so pre-university. Oh, wow. That's just started though. That's just started. It's great, but that's just started. And now universities are adding modules and so on and so forth. Now there's a lot of universities that have got in touch with us, right? And all of that helps, because it's not the kids applying, it's not like young people and young grads applying. It's not their fault that in general the level of quality and ability in esports, esports specifically, gaming I can't speak to so much, but esports specifically, the level of journalism generally is quite low, right? But that also means that the barriers to entry are lowered, as you said, which also means opportunity. And like there's plenty of people like Adam Fitch, who was with us until recently and now at Dexerto, is a great case in point. Like when he first joined us a couple of years, like 2.5 years ago, he first joined us as a freelance writer, having only previously written about, I think, like comic books or something, and maybe like a bit of Call of Duty stuff. He progressed very quickly, and then became our then he became full-time at ESI, then he became our editor, then he won like UK esports journalist of the year, and he's a fantastic example of like putting in the graft and getting somewhere. But it's the level generally in esports, I would say, is lower than in other industries, but that's just because the general industry is not as professional as other industries. Yeah, because it's still early days, right? And there's not as much opportunity for people to learn these specific skill sets, but we're getting there piece by piece.
And it's so funny the way you answered that as well, because it was going to lead me sort of to the next conversations around opportunity, right? Because again, it's very easy for people to get involved and the quality of work maybe isn't where it should be. That gives a lot of room for people to do really great content and really own the space and the scene. So if I'll speak to you around that, and around, the context around where you're working at and what you're doing. How do you, what are the opportunities that are out there? What would you recommend people to look at? Because again, you don't want people to sort of come into an industry and just repeat and copy what everybody else is doing, right? Because then nothing changes, things don't grow. People want new content, new ways of writing, new styles. So if what would be your sort of recommendation on the opportunities in sort of journalism?
Like I said previously, I would still ask anyone to start with their social media posts. Now, don't just post about anything, post about esports, be it the gameplay, a game developer, team player movement from teams to teams. I would advise you to start from there first, rather than just jumping into just writing. So with that, people tend to see when you using the right hashtags, hashtag esports, hashtag esports in Africa, hashtag gaming in Africa, and you would get the attention of people, and people tend to interact with that. With that, then you can now start to expand into writing as a whole, because you've been able to catch the attention of people. You've been able to interact with different stakeholders who are on social media, searching the hashtags and being able to being able to see what your work, your posts. And another thing I also tell people is, you don't have to be a gamer, you don't have to be a team player. In terms of journalism, you can be the social media handler for a team, for a player, and you take it up from there.
Yeah. Look, and I think, just also to add to those points, I think, finding your style is a huge part of it as well. I mean, that's sort of what I was alluding to before. I think there's so much opportunity for people to really write in a very specific way, in a way that's relevant to them and speak to a market that gets them. I think, when people know your identity as a writer, that's a massive plus. I mean, when you look at, the big guys like, sort of Richard Lewis and the likes, everybody knows when that article comes out, even by the headline, they can tell who that person, who wrote the article, because they have an identity and they have sort of, a reputation that helps them, pave a way for a lot of people to come behind them. And I think that's, that's quite an exciting thing. So I think, there's a lot of ways to approach journalism, I think. But again, the trick is just get started. And I was speaking to Sam, Sam Wright, so not the Sam before, around sort of content creation. She was saying, just write it. Like, don't write, just create content. Even if it's bad at the beginning, get started, because otherwise you never will. And you'll sort of wait and try to make it perfect beforehand. Exactly. And I think that sort of gets me to the next point as well, which is around sort of your creative process. Sam, maybe you're not writing as much as before, but I think, how do you approach writing an article? What's your creative process?
I mean, it differs. It depends on the type of content, right? So I think another thing would be to like focus on like people that want to enter the esports industry as like journalists often want to be like, I just want to cover like esports. And it's like, that's great, but that's like biting off probably a lot more than most people can chew, right? Like, get to know, if you love Call of Duty, like become an expert in that, which means getting to know everyone in that space, which means developing those relationships with the team owners, the players, the tournament operators, and blah, blah, blah. That's how you're going to get access to stories before they break. That's how you're going to find out what's going on. That's how you're going to get a sense of what the community thinks, both like the professional side of things and whatever, and as well, importantly, the reasons maybe why they think that, or, oh, that team's doing that, because they've got this partnership with this brand or whatever. Like, get to know and become an expert in one scene rather than just going at it very broadly. That as well will help in terms of like influencing the type of content and your processes. That will help do that, right? Because like, if you get a sense of what the community is thinking, what it wants, and where it's going, that will help influence the type of content you write, your style, and everything. And in turn, as well, I would say it's like you can use what I have done really, and what many do. Like, if maybe you don't like, just because you become a journalist or that's your entry point to the space, by all means, there's like huge opportunities to do that and excel at that and make that your career. But it doesn't have to be that. Like being a journalist, in my opinion, there's no better way to start in a new industry, because everyone wants to talk to you after a while anyway, because everyone wants to be talked about. And it's true. And then you develop those relationships, and also you know what's going on. Like, there are a few, I mean, there are a few better connected people than the top journalists in any trade journalists, I mean, in any industry. And generally there are often few better, well-informed on a broad scale people as well. And those types of people and those types of relationships are incredibly valuable to a lot of different types of companies, of course.
Yeah. And I think that's like, you make a great point about the fact that sort of journalism and the way you approach it with having to do your research, having to learn, having to speak to people really opens up, the industry to you to go into different avenues and do different things. I mean, it's something I'm very grateful for, is because, I've always had to do my research and learn and talk and contact and all of those things. It's really given me a very broader perspective on the industry. And that's quite that's a huge benefit and a huge advantage, going forward with everything. If for you, what's your creative process as you approach content creation?
I think I speak to a few potential readers to feel their pulse in terms of what they actually will be interested in reading, and that kind of directs me onto how articles should be written, how long it should be, and what they are really interested in, like Sam said. And that's what I gain from building relationships. When I build relationships, I know, okay, fine, for example, generation X, Y, and Z, they don't like to read, that's in Africa now, they don't like to read lengthy articles. So I put it at the back of my mind that if I'm putting out an article or I'm breaking the news, they want it as short as possible, go straight to the point. They don't need a history lesson, basically. So that is the kind of process I have when I'm doing my articles, straight to the point, as short as possible, and we keep it moving. Not all articles are definitely short, but that's what I put at the back of my mind. My thought process when going into my articles.
It's funny you say that, because for me, I'm all about very long articles. That's very much sort of what I do and how I write. I mean, I think, looking at written form, for example, I mean, and not just within, gaming and esports, I think just across the board, people are starting to wonder how relevant it's become. I mean, there's that conversation I started within gaming around game reviews. People prefer to watch someone play it on stream, versus reading, the experience of someone. So that space that written form has, do we feel like it's become irrelevant? Do we feel like it's sort of fading away and people need to learn to adapt more? Sam, what's your take on that?
Okay, that's for Sam.
No, go. Go.
It's by both of you.
Yeah, so I don't think it's getting fizzled out. There are still some articles whereby you don't have control over it. They are going to be lengthy and you have to read. You don't have a control over that. There's some. Yeah. So I just think there should be a little bit of, like you said, I guess we as journalists need to evolve a little bit. Because most of my articles, when I put out articles, I tend to mix it up with video. So if I'm writing an article and there's a video attached to it, or there's a video from YouTube from the source, I try as much as possible to embed it. So once you read the major part, it still attracts you to stay on that page, and you can watch it, because the new generation is more visual. So I think we need to find a balance between writing and kind of mixing it up with a little bit of visuals for them to either be able to watch or pictures. So that's my own take.
Yeah, Yeah, I completely agree. It's like, I think it's been debated, right? It's been argued that there aren't many, like, there's very few like proper journalists in the esports space, and there's very few investigative journalists, and that again is like generally just like the money isn't there, right? A lot of media companies struggle to make money in the space, and there aren't enough of them. And the industry isn't as established as it needs to be, but there's so many stories to be told, and I think there are some great long form pieces that I've like Richard Lewis is obviously a case in point of that. We had a really long piece, and I read another similar piece from VentureBeat, I think it was, with Mike Sepso, and like telling Mike Sepso's story, which is fascinating. He was like there in the early days with MLG through to Acti Blizzard, and like basically writing the blueprint for the Overwatch League, and now he's doing what he's doing with Vindex and their plans for like the long arenas in the US and globally is like hometown esports, he calls it, is fascinating. Like there's definitely a space for those longer form pieces, but of course, you need journalists now more than ever need to, unfortunately, in some ways, I guess, need to be much more than like just writers. Like they need to, like when we get applications and that application says they can also, like they're also savvy on Photoshop, they can also edit video, that application to me is immediately like more attractive, because we know that that person will be able to do multimedia content, and journalists generally have to be somewhat multimedia content people as opposed to just writers, and like that's good and bad. I think it's good and bad, but it's tricky.
No, absolutely. I think, that's the state of the industry. Whether it's good or bad, it's just that's the way things are going, and you sort of have to follow or get left behind. So I think that's a great sort of ending or way to end the session. Sam, thank you so much for taking time to chat to everybody. Guys, I think we're almost through to the end of the day. I think there's one more session happening after this. So I'll hand over to Kev to take that away.
All right. Thank you, Glenn.
Thanks, guys.
You, Glenn, and thanks to Sam and Iffy for that. That was great. Still, recurring theme coming out from everyone that I love. Just get it out there. Just start producing content, or go start playing games, or film something. Just start making it for yourself, and there's great opportunities coming out of that. Glenn, it's been an amazing day. Our last session, can you believe it? We're coming up to our final session.
I know. It's flown by, I won't lie.
It has, and we've had amazing viewership and great comments, and it's been really, really fantastic. Our final session now is, to me, one of the most important. It's games and education, how to access and grow gaming at schools and universities. This is a pre-recorded session we did. We had Bukola from Nigeria, Dr. Mark Williams joining us from Miami, and Nolene Dutoy from here in Johannesburg with me. And we'll press play on this one, and then Glenn, you and I'll come back and do some Q&A and wrap up.
Perfect.
Thank you for joining us at Africa Games and Esports Careers Day. And this is taking place with rAge Expo, of course. And with rAge Expo, there's a great audience of old and young who participate. And this is one of our panels that I'm particularly excited about, as we can talk to both parents and students about gaming and education, and how to access and grow gaming at schools and universities. A very important topic for us, and something that we at Big Five Games and myself, Kevin Meltzer, am very excited about, and have huge expectation of the growth that we'll see within games and esports as we move to getting more and more schools and universities participating with us. Today, we have joining with us a number of participants, panelists that are from all across both the continent and the United States of America joining us today. And so what I'll do is a brief introduction and just ask each of the participants, from Nolene and Bukola and Dr. Mark Williams, just to join us, give a bit of an introduction into who they are, what their role within the education space and games and esports space is, and a little bit about how they found themselves in there. And let me start with Nolene. So Nolene, if you could please start.
Okay, my name is Nolene Dutoy. I'm a high school computer science teacher, also better known as the IT or the CAT teacher. I started the gaming club at Northcliffe High School about a decade ago. The initiative came from our grade 10 IT learners at the time who wanted to start a club at the school. And with the support of school management, we have now been an official extramural activity at school. And yeah, it's a great place for kids to belong and to get involved.
Great. Thank you, Nalin. If we could just ask Bukola to also do something similar for us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bukola Akingbade, and I'm the founder and CEO of Kucheza Gaming. So we are a esports and games company focused on 6 to 18-year-olds. So that's K-12. And for us, in education, we have a partnership with UK, the UK trade and creative creative body for games and the creative industry, and that allows us, amongst many things, to be able to educate parents and kids in school about the value of coming together like any team sports with esports, learning the other roles, getting the kids to get more involved in not just playing, but also in being shoutcasters or team managers or producers and stuff like that. So which is really, really a lot of fun. And the other side outside of esports that we do focus on is game development. So, trying to get that pipeline of by running a game jam in schools is one of the things that is coming up for us before the end of the year as well. And we have a playful computing curriculum that we have in partnership with Digital Schoolhouse, which is built around fun elements of ways that you can teach computing. So that we're piloting that with 3 schools in Nigeria now. And so we hope to roll that out on a much larger scale. Thank you.
Great, Bukola, thank you. And now, last but not least, Dr. Mark Williams joining us from Miami in Florida. Mark, I think you're on mute there. Let's just check. You're back.
People were thinking I couldn't talk. I can talk.
Good luck.
So greetings from Miami, Florida. First, before I get started, I wanted to just give a brief shout out to Kofi, who connected us from Games Camp Cities, the 360 agency leading Africa and Senegal. That's not like I'm doing a commercial for him, but I wanted to make sure I shouted him out and give him the proper credit, because I would not be here if it was not for him. Well, I would be here. My parents brought me here, obviously, but I would not be here with you fine people if I did not have the opportunity to meet him on Twitter. Well, my name is Dr. Mark Williams. I am the global scholar practitioner here at Florida Memorial University. We're the only HBCU in South Florida. We were founded in 1879, and we're one of 102 HBCUs in America. And we're probably one of maybe 5 now that are really looking at creating a curriculum for esports. A lot of schools are now looking into creating esports in the States in terms of bringing the gaming to the schools. There's over 1,900 schools that actually have it at their universities. However, in terms of curriculum and majors, there might be about 75 that have it. And in HBCUs, there's about 3 or 4 that are currently moving forward trying to create that. And at Florida Memorial, they charged me with creating a technology-based STEM program and adding the A in STEAM to add the arts to it. So we're going to add a music component to it as well. So the main focus is going to be, AR, VR, digital animation, as well as, exploring the games as communications, marketing, entrepreneurship, and really creating a holistic way of really looking at the gaming industry. I think the biggest part of it is, the biggest opportunity is really to get the Black community to really think more critically about the word STEM. A lot of times we're focusing on science, engineering, and math, but people forget about the word technology. And so the word technology, we obviously are exploring that. And so everyone, uses technology, the telephone, they're being on a computer, playing video games. So we're trying to get people to see the connection between technology and STEM. And so that's the approach we're going to use. And very few schools in the country are actually using that approach. In addition to that, I'm also the commissioner of the newly found the YARD HBCU Esports Alliance, and we partner with the Collegiate Star League, which is the largest and oldest collegiate esports college esports competition program in the world. They have over 1,800 schools they're associated with, and we have a division of our HBCUs, and we currently have 22 of the 102 HBCUs signed to our league, which is really exciting. And we're focusing mostly all on sports games. We're not going to be focused on any shooter games or any fighter games. But we're focused on sports games, and we're looking forward to rolling everything out on November 21st with Twitch at 4 p.m. And we're looking to, in the future, we'll have a future conversation with you about how we partner and marry the partnership, a potential partnership with the continent of Africa. So I'm excited to be here.
Great, Mark. Thank you for that. And you know, I think right away we can dive into the STEM and the STEAM side, because STEAM was something that Bukola had introduced to me quite recently, and around how important the arts side. So what you just said was music to her ears, if you speak of arts and music. And maybe, Bukola, we could just go to you to try and understand for each of you is why is that element of, you know, whether it's, you know, the STEM or the STEAM side so important and related to what happens within gaming and esports. A lot of people might not see it as obviously as we see it, but what have you seen in your experience that it does create these education opportunities and help children develop incredible talents and skills by doing gaming and esports?
Okay. So for us, so the first thing I love the fact, Dr. Williams, that you kind of mentioned STEAM, not STEM. I was giggling when that happened. Because something happened recently with Kevin. So the art is when you look at the really young demographic, even to 14, 15 even, creativity, curiosity is critical to how they see the world, you know, this whole exploration. And so for us, it's, and even if like the phone, if you're talking about the mobile phones or anything around us, it's difficult to talk about technology without talking about the design and the creativity that allows that to happen. So it's like, design and art and creativity just makes it more user-friendly, you know, more user-focused. And so the A is completely, like, extremely important. It's one of those things that, you know, when I see a kid that loves art, I'm always like, yay! You know, it's especially here, sometimes it's not always, parents don't think it's necessarily a valuable skill just because the ecosystem doesn't exist as much here. But it's just, there are things happening around here to change that. But for us, the main thing about esports and games and why, you know, STEAM is quite important to kind of make that connection is because when kids interact with games, kids love to interact with games, right? And every element of that experience is important. So that is from the design of what they're playing to the platforms that they're using, to the graphics they see, to the sound. The full immersive experience is important. And for them to understand that that process isn't just one thing, and that because they enjoy it as players, getting behind the curtain, some of them might not want to do that, but some of them actually do, and they can't see how interesting it is. So for kids, we find it's important to use what they love as that anchor to show them new career pathways. And I think that's one of the amazing things why gaming and esports is completely important in the to this point. More importantly, actually, also why we got into this. So for Africa, because for a while, of course, esports across the world is growing, and that is mostly PC-based gaming, you know. And as you know, Kevin, here, mobile is what we have, and so competitively, we cannot compete across the world. You know, so many game studios don't have their servers here. There's so many infrastructural challenges, but mobile tries to help us do that. And then you look at the growth potential population growth rates they estimate for the continent. So Nigeria, for instance, we're on 203 million, going to hit 400 million 2050. That should be scary for anybody that hears that figure. Africa is going to be getting closer to 2 billion by 2050. It's and the rate of population growth, we're not growing at the same rate for you know, infrastructural development. We're not growing at the same rate in terms of even educational curriculum changes or even adaptiveness. And so for us, we feel that, and of course, data does prove this actually, that by introducing kids to esports, you increase their interest in computing, which is why there needs to be, and I'm quite glad, you know, we've got Nolene on the call, because you've got that relationship between computing and esports, and that becomes quite important because that means that more kids can hang on to computing when they get to GCSE levels, which means that more Africans, so to speak, can get a foot into getting into STEAM as a core course. Because if we lose them before they get, if they drop it before they get a chance to know what it's about, then, you know, we can't really win the fourth revolution or be involved in that at all. So that for us is quite important. So I'll stop there.
That's great, Bukola, and I think perfect segue to Nalin. So Nalin, what have you seen over your last decade of growing esports at a high school, and having a number of several hundred kids, I guess, would have been through your club over the course of the last 10 years or so. What have you seen? What kind of changes in them? What kind of development? How's it been embraced by the school when you started something so early that probably not many schools were even thinking or talking about at the time?
Yes, definitely. For me, I was very lucky to be at a school, or I am very lucky to be at a school where management supports us. Without the support of management, it's very difficult. So from the beginning, management supported us starting the club and running the club. And the club has grown so much. And for me, first of all, it gives a place for the kids to belong. So as an extramural, somewhere they come after school and they make friends and they belong. So often people see gaming as you're sitting in front of a screen. But my experience has been kids that are quiet in class, they come to Mind Sports, and all of a sudden, well, we call esports Mind Sports. They come to class, and these kids that are quiet come to extramural, and they talking and they're making friends and they're getting involved. And it's like the screen is breaking this barrier that they had to connecting to other people, So I've found that, yes, gaming has definitely helped them make friends and find a place to belong, and also getting more girls interested. I mean, we have so few girls that are taking computer science, and it's just been great to get more girls involved and making a girls team. So we belong to something that's called Mind Sports South Africa, and they do all the official competitions, provincial colors and national colors, and they really go out of their way to have a specific section for girls and to have prizes for girls and to grow girls in STEAM. So yeah, so that's so great to get more girls involved. And yeah, like you said about shooting games and things like that, having age restrictions in place is so great. So you don't have kids being exposed to games that are not age appropriate, and cross platform is so great. So like you said, in Africa we mainly have mobile gaming, so we don't have as many people that have access to PC gaming. So it's so great to have cross platform and mobile games, and you can get so many more kids involved when you have those opportunities. As when we started, it was just PC games, and now it has grown where we have the cross platform. You can play, there's so many titles that you can play on more than one platform. One kid can be on mobile, another could be on a PC, and also just having mobile titles, which has been really great in getting more kids involved.
So that's very exciting to hear that mobile's taking off more in your school. We've spoken before that it was predominantly from a PC background. But I do think that the mobile side, for all of us, we all agree it's the number one way that, we can get kids to access esports, and it needs to be taken a lot more seriously as an esport, and it needs to be supported a lot more. But the thing that I say about the industry is it's mobile and it's global from day one. And you can participate in global communities and global audience. And that just brings us to you, Mark, just talking around what you're doing there in the States, and how professionalized esports is becoming, so that, parents, students that are watching this can understand that there's a real opportunity, there's a real profession that's been developed around that. Some major leagues in the United States, the NBA with the NBA 2K League, of course, Overwatch League that's running. These are professionalized leagues that replicate traditional sports leagues as we know them. And I would also imagine that there's a lot more happening there that you're seeing now, of schools, universities wanting to embrace esports and gaming and get behind it, because they've understood that those are professional opportunities. And for parents, would it be the teamwork, the strategy? What is it about, the gaming esports side that replicates what sport is doing, and why there's such a huge focus on it at the moment?
Oh, just to piggyback, Nalin said about the women and girls. The girls, the women that play video games, they're three times more likely to go into STEM. The research says so. There's more and more schools and more organizations looking to incorporate women into the space, because a lot of girls and women play the games. The problem is, as you know, a lot of times the misogyny that goes on and the some of the racist discrimination on so many levels that exist, but a lot of organizations are now trying to find ways to remedy that and to promote and get more women involved. And the reason why it's so popular here now Now the academic side, a lot of parents will come to me and say, you know, my son or my daughter plays video games too much, and they're worried about them playing too much, and what kind of career could they have in it? And then when I mentioned to them, I said, well, what does your son or daughter want to do when they grow up? And they say that they want to be, one parent said they wanted to be a communications person. They want to be on TV. I said, well, that person could easily be a commentator or a caster. And I explained to them the way that you see sports, it's the same thing that you see in the video game in terms of how they produce a game and how they have behind the scenes and how they have the production, how they have the marketing, everything, every major that you can think of at a university, you can take that major and you can incorporate it into esports. Because right now, esports represents only 7% of the $160 billion industry, and by 2022, it'll be $200 billion with a B. Okay, so if this was baseball, this will be inning number one. This is just the beginning. And so what's really exciting about the Black community, for example, and historically Black colleges, is that this is one of the first times that we're going to be in a situation where there's a potential major or there's potential industry to get into, and we're not lagging behind. And so it's exciting to see several HBCUs that have embraced it. Even though we have a pandemic right now, there are a number of schools now that are trying to recreate that. Almost every HBCU is going to be involved in some capacity of competing. Now, in terms of the academics, there's not a lot of people that is exploring that. And the ones that are trying to explore it, like many schools in the States, a lot of people will come to you and say, hey, we can create a curriculum for you. Everybody knows if you're an educator, you can't create curriculum overnight. It's got to go through several steps in order to create a curriculum. And I also caution universities, the provosts and their presidents and their chancellors to not go and embrace someone that says that they can bring you something in these sports. You need to do your research. A lot of people are going to try to do that because it's a wild, wild west right now. So everyone's going to try to make a quick buck. And I caution them because a lot of people in the States, and probably outside of the United States as well, when it comes to looking at identifying people that can be, teach your courses, you really need to get a practitioner. You can't just say, okay, this person has a PhD in sport management, for example, or as that they can teach it, because it's still evolving. But you need to find people that are practitioners that are in the industry. And so what I found is, as I'm looking at creating curriculum and courses, I've already created several curriculum and courses at the various universities from around the country. And I can talk a little bit about my background in a minute. But the bottom line is that when you do that, you want to get people that have a background in it, that have entree into the space, and that I can also help your students create pathways to get them jobs. And if you don't have those ingredients, you shouldn't bring it to your campus in terms of the academic side of it. And it's going to create a situation where you bring your kid to a school, and if you're paying for the university for 3 or 4 years, and the child they graduate and they don't have an opportunity to work in the industry or do an internship or some kind of integrated kind of a program for them, then you just wasted your money. And so what we're doing at Florida Memorial, I'm making sure that I took this whole semester and I didn't do anything in terms of teaching any courses. What I wanted to do was understand the nuances of the campus, the city of Miami, and then take that information and galvanize everyone, and then bring 1 or 2 courses in the spring and then build it that way. And even though I'm considered an expert, that's the way to do it. Now, if I'm doing it that way and I know a lot about it, how is someone who's just brand new at it just going to go and create a curriculum? It's irresponsible. So anybody that's trying to do it, whether they're in the continent of Africa, they're in China, or if they're in America, make sure that you have someone that understands the industry, that knows the ecosystem. And if they aren't, if they're not a PhD or a master's, or even if they don't even have the undergraduate degree, it doesn't matter. What matters is getting a practitioner in that space so that they can educate you. And once that happens, the sky's the limit in terms of what the opportunities that can exist in esports in terms of career opportunities.
Great. So probably a little harder for us to access those type of individuals across the continent easily, which is why, I'm very excited around taking some of the best material things that you're doing, and how do we mobilize that? How do we Africanize that to make it accessible to our youth across the continent and make it absolutely relevant to them? But I think, if we talk about practical things, Mark, and I appreciate what you're saying there around the steps you need to be taking and to do things properly. From your side, Bukola, what are you advising schools schools there in Nigeria that are potentially interested or have been part of your outreach to get them involved within games and esports space. How are you advising them to go about setting this up and create these esports leagues or contestants or competitors for the leagues?
So it's been tough, but I think COVID, if any good thing can come out of COVID, this is one of those things. I think because, especially in schools for co-curricular as an example, because of COVID, then some of the more active elements that the school would normally have, they've cut back on those. So it's now, even whilst before when we approached them, they were quite interested in understanding what it was about. But now it's almost like they don't have any other option. So we've started rolling out school clubs, which is interesting because it wasn't one of the things we wanted to do previously, like have actual school clubs in schools. So so in talking to the schools, one of the things that for us anyway, in talking to both schools and parents, is the education side is important, because most, like as been said here, a lot of parents, even myself, even though I'm in this business, we don't as parents fully understand or appreciate, that we could actually channel this. So just for some context, I've got 3 boys, 14, 11, and 8, and I've seen how the older one, how when it was younger, his patterns weren't the same with the youngest. So the whole esports and games, the consumer behavior is fast and it's evolving. So, and the beautiful thing also is that a lot of these parents see it in their kids. The issue they're having is that my child is spending so much time playing, it's a waste of time. So that is what we're trying to deal with. That is the same for parents and mostly for schools. And so one of the things that we've anchored our communications on first was that we launched at an education fair. So we talk to schools, we talk to parents, we talk to kids, we get everybody within talking distance, and we speak to different audiences. The other thing is that we anchor our communication on 2 things. One is the educational value of gaming, and that is, from everything that's been said here, career pathways, going around the schools for assembly and having sessions with them about esports and games to kind of get them to start recruiting and talking to each other. And the other side is the economic empowerment that exists within the games and esports space, which for a lot of African parents, the reason why, the more orthodox career paths are selected is because, as a parent, you want to make the right decision for your child for the future. And so esports or the games industry doesn't just seem like the viable one, because obviously the understanding of the education element isn't there. So we found that educating both kids and both parents and schools is the way to go. So that's one. And the second thing is, because of our partnership with Digital Schoolhouse, so the whole concept of digital schoolhouses is that they have the playful computing curriculum that is taught in schools. And so they did that for about 3 years, then introduced esports into it, which between when they did it without esports and now when they're doing it with esports, it's a world of difference. The interest the children have, of course, in esports, but more importantly, in computing, as has been said here, the data is so clear. And I think that is the real point. And for us, that is what we talk to the schools about, is that, look, from your school, we need more students kind of sign up for computing at GCSEs, at WAEC, at those kind of levels. And if we don't get them interested through this funnel, we're gonna lose them. And I'll give an example. So by SS1, which is what we call it here, which is year 10, it's year 10, I think, you would have kind of dropped some courses, right? And you would have done that either, I didn't like it, or my friends are not in that class, or things like that. I know that when I dropped courses in secondary school, it wasn't because I knew exactly what I wanted to become in future. And I think that side is also the side we're starting to educate schools about, that, look, for the interest of this child's future and for the future of jobs, right? With the top 3 jobs being related to computational thinking, creativity, problem solving, right? These kids need to be better equipped for that future. And for that, we need them being interested in computing, as an example, being interested in working together and in getting social skills, which is what they need in the workplace. So those are the arguments and things that we take to school, along with the research, which is very important for both parents and schools to say, having in other places where esports has been introduced or this computing curriculum has been introduced, these are the effects that we're starting to see. To the point that was made earlier, a sense of belonging is by far is number one, a major issue, a major point that children feel a sense of belonging. It's very inclusive versus the notion that most of us had of esports and games, kind of growing up with the one person by themselves in a room, and so that is how we present it to the schools. And I must tell you that it's weird that initially we thought the high-end schools will be the ones that will be most likely to sign up, but we're getting requests even from schools that literally look like it's like public level schools, right? And that is because they're seeing their students playing mobile games. And so for them, it's that they are doing this thing, they're already in this space. How can we help them channel it? And I think that that's where we come in.
Great. And Naleen, from your side, I mean, obviously the sense of belonging and community that you've seen, but what did you do to start the club? How did you go about that? And I take it you were, already had IT computing there, and it was just focused more around the competitive side and esports, or was it more about casual gaming, trying to do that when you first started?
Yeah, obviously our school has computer science, what do we call it, information technology or computer applications technology. We teach coding and how to use a computer at school. So I was already teaching the learners, and they were saying to me, we would like a gaming club at school, because we have a lot of extramurals, like all schools have sports and chess and everything, but we didn't have an e-sport as a extramural. And the learners came to me and said, we would like to do this. And I put a proposal towards school management, and they said, that's fine, you can go ahead and do that. And we started small, just doing PC gaming, playing in very few events. And as we just learned more about other events that are available and got involved, it grew and more kids joined. And we just played more titles and everything. And I think the main thing is also that we do have Mind Sports South Africa, which is an organization that governs gaming in our country, esports in our country. And they have a schools league that we play in, and they have provincial tournaments that we play in. So I think that was very important for us to, from the beginning, to affiliate with them, and for my learners to then go and participate, because once they go and participate at that level, they're playing against other schools, they're playing against people from other clubs, and they get the opportunity. It's not just about gaming. When they get there, they have to set up their PC, they have to get the network up and running. So there's so many skills that they learn. So now, like when we went into COVID, where everybody else was, oh, how do I use this headset? How do I use my camera? The kids that have been doing gaming, they've done all of that. They could actually help their parents who all of a sudden had to work from home. They could get them up and running. So you learn so much networking skills and software skills as well. Yeah, so we play in the MSSA events. And like I said, we have an official school league that we play in. And the number of schools that are involved has grown so much. And the nice thing about being over the internet is that we actually play against schools that are in a different province. So we play over the internet. At our school, in our classroom, playing with the teacher there with the learners, and the other kids are in Cape Town in their classroom with their teacher, and we're playing over the internet. So it's just so amazing where the kids get this opportunity and the skills that they learn with it.
And how did you decide on which games to play? Because we had a little bit of conversation earlier around the shooter games, and obviously there might be an aversion from parents towards that. Some games are trying to change. Fortnite, as an example, stopped using the word kills and cause elimination, and has been thinking about that. But how do you decide? Because I think one thing that hopefully everyone, and parents particularly, get out of this today is that esports is not one type of game. It's made up of a number of different games, a number of different skill sets, a number of different players, singles up to 5, 6, etc., competing. But how did you go about picking your games, and what advice would you give to others out there on what games people should be thinking about gravitating towards?
Yes, so the way we picked it is we went to what is available, what tournaments are available to us. So soccer being big in Africa, FIFA is very big. So that was obviously the individual games that was the easiest to get on board with. So yeah, we picked according to what tournaments are available for us to compete in. And then yeah, with the individual titles, sports games like soccer, obviously, and then the team games are great because they learn to work in a team. And cross-platform like Paladins, that is great because you don't have to have a PC. So one of the learners can be on mobile, one could be on an Xbox, one could be on a PlayStation, and they're all playing together in a team. So that has really helped us grow the sport, where we weren't limited to the original shooter games where you have to have a PC and you have that problem with age restrictions. So what's nice with the way it's governed by MSSA is that there's age restrictions. So learners may not play games that are age restricted. So that immediately puts aside the problem with shooter games because you have to be in your age group. So yeah, there's so many fantasy and sport games and things like that are available. And then the older kids that are obviously older than 16, they do play shooter games. But then there's a lot of like fantasy, like League of Legends. So it's not as in your face as an actual person shooting a gun. Yeah, but I think it's important to respect parents' rights to choose and also to have age restrictions in place because a school is supposed to be a safe environment. So I think it is important for us to ensure that the games that the kids are playing are safe. And yeah, there's so many games available that you don't have to go with games that would have a negative effect.
Sure. And Mark, what do you see from the sort of games that you are now trying to move with and see as part of the leagues that you're competing in and get these esports teams up and running in the universities you're working with?
Sure, and it's funny because we don't have an age restriction because the young men and women are of age. However, we do have a gun issue here in America, as you've probably seen with Black Lives Matter and Breonna Taylor death and George Floyd death recently, and then also just the history of police and Black men and women and guns. So we just didn't see any self-respecting HBCU president that would endorse shooter games. So we even though there's 102 HBCUs, there are students around the country at HBCUs that do play shooter games. But in terms of making sure that they're representing the university, the 20 plus universities that we're working with, we told them that we are not doing shooter games, and they all were ready, willing, and able to sign on because they were happy that we weren't. Now there are other leagues out there that HBCUs participate in that do the shooter games, and that's fine, but we're not one of them. And so we wanted to focus on the sports games, and that makes me happy because I played college basketball and ran track in college. So for me, it was good to focus on that. So we have NBA 2K, Madden, FIFA. We're exploring Rocket League, and then very soon we're going to be getting into NASCAR, the Heat 5 game, which we're very excited about because again, non-traditional, sport. The Black community really is not really connected to NASCAR. So I think that we're going to be the first ones at Florida Memorial to do it, and we're going to incorporate it in our league. We're also talking to the PGA as well. Again, another non-traditional sport that you don't see a lot of people of color participating in, but they're excited about golf because of Tiger Woods, obviously. But at the same time, no one's focused on that. Everyone's focused on Call of Duty or Fortnite and those kind of games, but they're not thinking about the games that they can probably have fun playing. But I think the biggest opportunity, in my opinion, will be the NASCAR game because everybody drives. You may not be a great race car driver, but they have a game that everyone can relate to. And even though if they're underage, they're young people, probably even on the continent of Africa, they probably can't drive at a certain age, but people can relate to it. And it's not something that's causing any kind of damage to them. I think the other big thing is for us to kind of pivot back to the pathways piece. I know that was mentioned earlier, and we feel the same way. A lot of times in the States, and probably everywhere when we talk about how do we increase the number of women or ethnic minorities or Black men, how do we get them engaged into getting a career or have a career path that they can enjoy and be proud of. And so what I started looking at, I was listening to corporate CEOs to say, hey, we can't find qualified people of color. And I'm thinking, well, go to an HBCU and you'll find them. And then somebody will make an excuse about why they can't find them. So I created an opportunity for them to no longer make excuses. So what I did was 3 years ago, I created a thing called an esports masterclass. And the esports masterclass is a 6-hour class. And the first 4 hours, students will get a chance to learn about the ecosystem of that particular brand. So for example, if I bring in all the executives from the NBA 2K to come and sit down and talk to a group of 20 to 30 students, a small group of students that the university has chosen, and they talk about the ecosystem, talk about their brand, talk about every division, about who they are for 4 hours, and then we put the students into groups of 4 or 5, and then we give them an assignment. So if it's NBA 2K, we might say, okay, how do you increase a revenue stream? How do you create an event? Or whatever we say to them based on the knowledge that they gain. They go into their separate groups, and then they create a plan that they have to look at a couple skill sets. They look at their writing skills, their presentation skills, and also group dynamics. They're learning all of that. They're taking their skill sets that they currently have, and they're learning new skill sets by doing that. And then they put it together. They present it to us in 10 minutes, just like the famous TV show Shark Tank. And the winning team gets a 3-month paid internship. So I've been able to award over 91 internships in the last 3 years. No one in the United States, I don't even think in the world, has done that in terms of that respect. So I created that masterclass. And so for the spring of 2021 at Ford Memorial, instead of introducing courses, I'm going to introduce the master classes, but I'm going to do them on a monthly basis. I'm going to do them on Saturdays, and I'm going to do it every month. It's going to be based on a theme. It could be AR, VR, it could be animation, it could be the 2K League. And what's going to happen is the students are going to get internship credits for participating. They're going to get credits for the class, but it's going to be a 6-hour class, and anyone can register for it. And then they're also going to get an internship. So at least 4 or 5 lucky people will have an opportunity to get an internship. And that's the good way to create a pathway. The second way to create the pathway is that when I do have the course, and if it's NBA 2K, for example, and I would have all the executives work with our students on a weekly basis, so that by the end of the semester, my students know about every division that's associated with the 2K League. And then when it's time for them to look at selecting people to get higher, they're going to look at my students first, because my students, they know everything about them. They know about their writing skills, they know about their presentation skills, and they've been connected to them from the beginning of the semester, and they will get an internship. So that creates a pathway there. So that's the way I'm going to be teaching our courses. Every company or brand we talk about, I'm going to incorporate them in the classroom so that our students get exposure to their executives. And that is one of the most unique ways and innovative ways to create pathways for students in terms of getting them opportunities and getting jobs. And those are some of the things we could talk about, coming to the continent, because again, you want to create a pathway from K through 12 through to college. And what does that look like for them? So they don't have a mechanism for academics. They're just going to just play the game and that's it. So we're able to help create curriculum on the continent and then provide the same structure that we're doing here in the States. Just imagine the opportunities that young brothers and sisters from Africa getting an opportunity to get exposed to that while they're in grade school and high school. That's pretty phenomenal. So those are the things that we like to do when we do talk.
That's very exciting, and I think you've raised a very important point when we talk about career development. Is internships are a key step in that career development path, so that people get access and some visibility into areas of the industry before they dive in the whole way, and to give them some exposure towards that. I'm sure we could spend much longer talking, but I would really just like to ask for some final thoughts as we come to the end of the time that we have. And maybe just start with you, Bukola. I'm hoping that we've got a lot of youth and parents across the continent watching and experiencing all the great content we've had running today at our Careers Day. But just from each of you to start, Bukola, a message out there to those parents or to this youth that are watching this, and what it means to really try and be involved in the games and esports space.
So for the youth and the parents watching, the first thing I would say is, consider the games and esports industry as a fun way to learn, but for parents also a fun way to bond with your children, and I think that's critically important. So there's normally three kind of levels. So there's regulation, there's restriction, and there's enrichment. And this, as a parent, I've moved through all the three stages. But the point is that, don't be too scared to try to understand the world of esports. I know some of the things that have been said here might be terms you are just hearing, or you might have known them, but please get familiar with it. Ask your kids. They would love to tell you even more. As a matter of fact, once you ask, you will be able to get a word in. And I think that would give you kind of like that element of to know, the kids are really, really passionate about this. But I think most of all, as a continent, I think we must understand that the traditional ways we've thought about solving problems cannot be what will prepare us for the future. And whilst we're not sitting here saying the only answer is esports and games, most definitely not. It's not the only answer, but most definitely there's an aspect of esports and games that allows us to be able to prepare using this desire that kids have to channel them into career pathways that they would enjoy and earn from in the future and be amazing members of society. So thank you for joining today.
Thank you, Bukola. And Naleen, just from your side, some final thoughts, perhaps?
Yes, I would like to encourage all the learners and the parents out there, approach your teacher, approach your school. You would be surprised your school might not have heard about esports. So go to your teacher and say, can we start a club? Go to your school management and tell them about esports. And you might be surprised. They've never heard about it. And if you tell them about it, you can start a club and you can just grow and just go stronger. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Naleen. And I think you hit the nail on the head. We're trying to expose more and more around the esports and gaming industry so that visibility gets more and more people excited about it, and they realize just what a huge thing is, the entire industry. And I'll go to Mark now just for a closing thought. But, 160 billion you mentioned, this industry is growing. Esports is coming off a very small base. What would your advice be to, parents and students out there across the continent when it comes to this amazing industry that we're also excited about?
I think, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I think the most important thing is that parents, just education. And, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to collaborate and maybe share ideas, best practices, so that parents understand better. We've created a mechanism to communicate to parents. And also, if they don't have that mechanism, you can go online and Google and learn more about the education aspects of what this represents. I'll give you a quick example. I have Miss Florida Memorial sitting right next to me, and she's going to be working very closely with me. Here she is, Miss Florida Memorial, and Miori Pickett, and she's going to be our general manager for our master classes. So even though her background is in medicine, and pursuing a career in that, I wanted to give her skill sets that's going to educate her on managing a business and entrepreneurship, as well as managing this whole process. And even though she's going into that field, you don't know what these opportunities are going to exist for her moving forward. So I wanted to make sure that the more that they're exposed, the more young people are exposed to this, as well as the administrators and your parents, the better prepared they are, the better they understand this. I just know that she's been sitting here for the last hour, and I know she just by listening to you and all of us, even me, because she probably never heard me talk about it as much. But I think the most important thing is definitely having parents to become more engaged, encouraging parents to listen more, and to not assume that these are negative things, and that we need to look at the career path and the opportunity and the wonderful things that they can do together. But I think the most important thing is collaboration. And this is a once in a lifetime opportunity that the sports world can be mimicked with the video game industry by collaborating. And that's one thing the sports world did not do really well at the very beginning. Now, what I see in the gaming industry is a collaboration. So imagine if we not only collaborated domestically, but also internationally. And once we do that, the sky's the limit. So I think we have a great opportunity to do some amazing things together.
That's a fantastic point. And I think just to sum up, we really are excited about the fact that potentially Africa does not have a massive gap between what happens in the global gaming and esports space. We have some access issues at the moment. We have data issues, connectivity issues, but as those go over time, this is one industry that I think Africa can become a leader in and not a laggard in. And that's why, driving it down to the youth level schools universities, colleges, of course, is so important. So I want to thank each and every one of you for spending time with us and joining us today at Africa Games and Esports Careers Day. Thank you, Bukola. Thank you, Nalin. Thank you, Mark. We really appreciated all your insights and look forward to engaging. And of course. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Great. That was our final session of the day, and that was a power session. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I love talking about education, and Glenn, you probably got to hear a lot that's going on there from the States to Nigeria to South Africa. It's exciting. Hey, there's some really exciting stuff happening in the education space.
No, man, and I think that's really been one of the big things that people have been saying, right? There's just a lot of opportunity, and I think there's a lot of, we're in a really, really cool space. And whilst there are those challenges, I think towards the end of this talk now, that panel, you were mentioning some of the difficulties that are here. I think despite all of that, we're in a really, really exciting place with a lot of potential.
We are, absolutely. And I thought what I'd also like to do is just play that little video clip that I had. Coach Elaine, he calls himself the CEO of esports on TikTok, and he's built up quite a good following there, and he's with Generation Esports. But for people that weren't with us this morning and are coming in now and saying, I want to chase this as a money opportunity, yes, there's money in games and esports, but we spoke about doing it for passion and love, and then the money will flow. So I just want to share that again, because I just thought it was a very important message that we got to as many people as possible. So let's just play that.
Do your parents not let you stream, or they don't support your video game habits? Here's the biggest reason why. You're setting the wrong expectation. Can you make a bunch of money streaming? Yes. Can you make a bunch of money playing video games? Yes. But first and foremost, it is a hobby. And just like any other hobby, you can turn that into a career. You can turn that into a very lucrative career. That's not the expectation you set. Think of it like this. Fishermen can make a lot of money. As a kid, do you approach your parents and say, hey, can I have some fishing gear because you can make a lot of money? No. You say, hey, this is an experience I've never had and I really want to try it out and I think I'd be really good at it. Parents respond to that. When you approach your parents and say you can make a bunch of money streaming or playing video games, they just think it sounds like a get-rich scheme and they don't believe it. But if you can convince them it's something that's going to make you really happy and it's an experience you really want, that goes a long ways. Pair that with promises of good grades, physical activity, and just in general being a good kid to your parents. I don't know, try it out.
I love that message. I really did. I think I'm going to play that every time we do one of these sessions, just as a wake-up call for everyone. But I thought it was really important.
No, look, I especially love the fisherman analogy there. I was saying no one ever goes, oh yeah, buy me all the fishing gear, let's go, I'm becoming a fisherman. I mean, it's a great analogy.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's important for everyone to, have those real world analogies to kind of understand things. We had a couple of questions come up during the course of the day, but two that were just given to us now to address. One was actually to Warren, which was, I think he did answer it. I think the guys from rAge got him to come back and answer it on stream, but it was about the Film and Publications Amendment Bill. Where there was obviously a concern of streaming in South Africa and the fact that you need clearance from government and, permissions and all those kind of things. So, I think Warren had said that his response was he's got really good lawyers that are looking at that and trying to work with it. I think it's an example maybe where the industry has fear about something that government is bringing to the table, and maybe government hasn't had the chance to really engage properly with us or understand how do you police that. So if 10,000 people in South Africa, and it is a South African law, of course, suddenly just wanted to stream, how does the Film and Publications Board actually deal with that? It's not practical. You have a view on that at all?
Look, I mean, I think the issue, especially in the digital space, is like the laws are so far behind. And I think, when government tries to come in to regulate things and sort of figure it out, it's always done a bit recklessly in a way. And, even, looking at sort of that bill, and I haven't gone in depth around it, but I do think the way it was approached also doesn't really help, because it didn't feel like there was a lot of conversation. So people naturally are going to be afraid and are going to be worried, on top of the fact that it was such a young scene as well. So, I mean, I understand the concerns and the fears people have, and I do share some of them. And I think it's going to require a lot of dialogue, because if government sort of comes in with the regulations and just bulldozes everything, it's going to hurt the scene before it can even, grow. So, we'll have to wait and see. I also think, let's not overreact about it either, because it's not all going to crash and burn. But we'll have to wait and see. But I get people's worries.
Yeah, I do as well. And I think that was, government coming to the table and not really understanding the streaming community, how it works and how they can potentially, apply the laws there. Another question that came up is, what about marketing opportunities? So this was a question for our panel when we were talking about all these great opportunities. We left out marketing, but obviously marketing is one of the most important things, right? I mean, nothing works unless it's marketed to individuals and they get to hear about it and see it. You've come out of the marketing kind of background. I mean, is it important? Does it play a role within the esports ecosystem? We left it out by mistake, I would say.
Listen, marketing is always left out, except when it comes to budget cuts. Then everyone goes to marketing first. Look, it's a tricky one because I was actually thinking about that question as well, right? In the space of gaming and esports, I think it goes back to one of the key takeouts that people have been mentioning in previous panels is around the opportunity, because people aren't all doing it to the highest quality. And I think it's something I've talked about before, and I think I've spoken to you about it before. For example, local game devs, it's not always easy to find, the games that are being made here and when they're coming out and the details around that, because there's no press releases. People aren't selling kits, not often at least. And I think that provides a massive gap in the market that could be filled in the marketing capacity. When you look at it on the esports side, though, it's a bit different, because I think the scene's a bit too small to really justify one person doing that role. Often, and I think Sam was mentioning before, people have to fill a lot of different roles all at once, because the scene's not ready to sustain one person. So yeah, I do think that there's a space for marketing. You just have to be really clever about where you go and do it, because it's not all sort of readily available.
Yeah, and it's probably not above the line marketing. It's not TV, radio ads.
Yeah.
People need to understand, below the line, which is going to be on the digital side. It's going to be in other niche kind of areas, and that's really where you can tap into the audience and grow. But as I say, for me, I would have mentioned it because to me, marketing plays a very, very important role, and it's absolutely key. It's a bit like when you were talking to Iffy and Sam about the journalism side, creating the stories, telling the stories, bringing fans, brands closer to the experience that gaming has. That's absolutely vital, and marketing serves that purpose. It expands the visibility of what we have. It draws people in, and it also gets out to a new audience. So we need people to help market rAge Expo and Africa Games and Esports Careers Day, so that next year a whole new audience of people is introduced to this, and they hear about it and tap into the non-traditional audiences that we all speak to on a normal basis. That's how success is really driven. It's not just your immediate fans, it's creating new fans and new audiences out there. So marketing is absolutely key, and I see a huge number of marketing opportunities coming in the games and esports industry as it grows, because there's just going to be so much more of a requirement to explain what we're doing, share the stories, bring brands and tell brand stories, all those kind of things. And I think it's something that Sam Tech Girl does really, really well, is market the brand stories that are behind some of the esports organizations and events she's involved with.
I think just to add to that point, I think it's also, right now it's very easy to kind of cut through the clutter because the scene's so small still. But I think as things start to develop and the market starts to get saturated, then marketing becomes even more critical in that space, right? Because then it's about how do you shine above everybody else, and that's when it really becomes a very, very powerful part of any team. I think now there's still that opportunity where people are still growing, so it's it's very easy to sort of get out there, but to your point, you've made a lot of valid points around why you need to sustain it.
Yeah, so this has been a lot of work to actually pull this off, putting it together. I thought I'd be exhausted by now, but I'm actually amped. I'm very pumped up, and I'm very excited around what the conversations we had and where this industry is going, and very excited. And I've shared some of the things that came out and struck me. For you, what were some of the best points for you, and what were some of the key kind of lessons for you that you'd like to use and just share with everyone now?
So, I think for me, my favorite one is about just start doing, like perfection is overrated. Don't ask for permission. Just go out there and create content, whether that's writing, whether that's streaming, whether it's, becoming a professional player and you just want to do things. I think it's about just go out there and do it, because if you don't do it, you're going to end up not doing it at all. And I think that for me was quite a powerful lesson. It's something I had to learn quite early on in my career as well, because often you want to put out perfect work. You compare yourself to, the best that are doing it at the time. And, that's not going to allow you to be inspired to actually just go and create things. So for me, that was a really, really cool one, just go and create. And I think the second one that I really liked was, know your audience and find them. Sam and Ife were talking about it in the previous panel around, find a market and find out what they like. What kind of content do they like? What kind of, the format do they want? Do you want a short, long? Know your audience and then build content that listens to them, because then that's how you sort of create your identity and your brand. In whatever space that is, whether that's even in the game dev space or in content creation on that side. So to me, that was definitely a really, really cool one. And I think the last one is something we tend to forget, is we're still quite a young scene. I mean, even Sam was talking about some of that, comparing the Western esports journalism scene as like a growing scene still. And that's, for us is considered very established. So I think it's also good to remind ourselves that, we're still a very young growing space within Africa. And so we've got to give ourselves, cut ourselves some slack, that we've done a lot of work in a very short space of time.
I would agree with that. I think the industry is in a very healthy space at the moment. I think there's a lot of collaboration going on. And I do think that the real opportunity, and Johanna had said it as well as other people, networking, and connecting with others, and sharing, and I think that's super important. My advice to anyone that's watching this now is we have the speakers section on our site, africagamescareers.com. Go look at all these speakers, start following them. We've got their LinkedIn profiles there. Connect with them on LinkedIn and start a business conversation. Start following them on Twitter or Discord or on YouTube. Start engaging with them and becoming their fans and supporters. And then, they will happily support and guide you. I think a big thing that we miss in Africa is having mentors that individuals can turn to and engage with. It's something that I think other countries do very well. And particularly when I look at the technology scene in the States, a lot of mentorship for up and coming entrepreneurs and developers. And I think we need a lot more of that in our industry, but it doesn't happen unless you ask. It doesn't happen. Anyone can send you a message on social media, Glenn, and just say, I love what you've been doing. I need some advice about something. And I'm sure you'll happily take the time, as all of us would, to engage with those individuals and just, share and mentor. And we're looking for that ourselves. We all mentor each other and we all support each other. And I think that's very necessary, because the one thing that everyone does need to understand is it's really hard to make it to the absolute top level of this industry, like all industries. And you need to grind it out. And Dom, one of our the indie developer that we had in our game development panel, he spoke about tenacity. The fact that you just need to grind it out. You just need to keep going. The only time you fail is when you stop. If you keep going, you haven't failed. You might have some ups and downs, but you have to keep going. You might have a hit game one day, the next game fails. You don't stop there. You need to keep going. And I think that the people that have made it in this industry and continue to make it and break the barriers, they've been going for quite some time. They haven't let negativity bring them down, the politics bring them down, the fact that they had limited opportunities. They keep grinding it out. They keep moving it forward. And I think it's very important that everyone kind of walks away with that and understands that this is an amazing industry. It's super exciting, lots of radical stuff going on, but you have to work hard. You have to be professional. You have to put the time in, and no one's just going to put something on a plate for you and say, here you go, without you needing to do any of the hard yards. So I thought that was one of the most important things coming out of this today. And when I first, got involved in the gaming scene, it's about grinding it out. You hear that term, grinding it out, and streamers are grinding it out and spending hours and hours out there. And it's absolutely true. It's completely necessary. And the way that people can relate to it is like a good game. You don't complete the game in one level and 10 minutes it's done. A great game draws you in. It takes you down different levels. You invest time and energy to really master the game or complete the game. People need to look at their careers like that as well. You've got to put the hard yards in. You've got to learn the skills. You've got to practice. And if you put that in, you'll get there. You'll be successful, because there are more than enough opportunities within the space for all of us.
And I think, that's why people always say it's about the passion. Because, if you're trying to do it for the money, it's not a quick buck thing, and even then, as you grind it out, it's not always going to be, this huge return of money. That's not the point. And so I think that's why everybody always stresses, whenever you speak to people in the scene, it's about do it because you love it, because you're not, that's your only reward for a long time as you start to, grind it out. And if you're not going to do it for love of the gaming and esports, you're not going to last, unfortunately, because that's just it's not the world that we're in.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think that's a great point to try and finish on, Glenn. And let me just take an opportunity to thank you personally for, as I said, all the help in putting this together, co-hosting all the sessions. It was really exciting and working with you. I also want to thank my brother Craig, who's actually sitting right next to me, manning the studio over here and in full control of everything that's happening on the stream that we have here. Couldn't have done it without him. And obviously want to thank all our speakers. You know, not many of them are with us at the moment, although a lot of them are on the different streams and I can see them there commenting and spending time. But each and every one of them that took time out to talk to our audience is absolutely vital, and we're going to get back and thank all of them personally and hopefully do more of this. And finally, but not least, is rAge Expo. You know, we're in 18 years of rAge now. It's quite unbelievable. It's got a huge pedigree, huge history in this industry. And last year when we did this as a physical event. It was a Games and Esports Careers Day. We did it with Vega at their campus here in Johannesburg. They were a fantastic partner for us. We had a limited number of people that could come out on a Saturday. And when we were doing this virtual, I thought there's no better partner than going to rAge Expo, partnering with them, bringing this amazing content that we've created today as part of their day and support what they're doing. And they in turn supported us, and they've brought a lot of eyeballs, a lot of viewers, a lot of support to what we're doing. And the show goes on. So even with COVID, rAge is still raging and doing great. And I'm so looking forward to the rest of this weekend and the amazing things we're going to see, from cosplay to esports tournaments. And also tonight to see Grant Hines is going to be talking about gaming and streaming, and also Tender Plays, as I mentioned, with his handbook. There's just so much great content that's coming out over the next 2.5 days that I think we really are grateful for it. So big shout out to rAge, and also shout out to Umar and their production company that's been at the background keeping everything going. I know there's been some hiccups, but that's how it works. That's technology. That's what happens.
That's very true.
In my view, it's been remarkably smooth. I was planning for a little bit more hiccups, but it's been remarkably smooth. Everything's gone really well. So we thank the guys there, and we thank everyone for joining in and participating. All the comments that we had on the social platforms, all the comments that we had in the streams, and everyone just spending a lot of time engaging with the content. It makes a big difference to all the speakers to know that you've got hundreds of people that are watching your panel, engaging with your content, and it's really been a very successful day. Any last words from you, Glenn, before we close out?
Well, firstly, thank you for having me. It's been a lot of fun. Again, incredible conversations, and I think also again to the viewers as well, guys. Thank you so much. We've seen all the comments and the tweets and those things. I've obviously just been busy doing this. I haven't really gotten into all of them, but and then Kevin as well. Thank you for really sort of pushing this and leading this way. And I think I always have a lot of these sort of conversations, and for you to have created this platform that we can all have it in a public space and really share knowledge with one another has been amazing. So thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome, Glenn. And yes, this is the second time we're running the event. We will be running it again. We will grow this. We will create more career opportunities for the youth of Africa in games and esports. It's going to happen. So thanks very much, Glenn. Thank you, everyone, for participation. And we're going to switch back to the rAge direct stream right now. Thank you and goodbye.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye.
It was always going to end like this. All your hard work, all your sacrifice, only sped up the process. you find yourself alone. Only death awaits.
Just nudge them out of my lane. Got a show at 10, we're on the M way. My boy just bought a new suit, and you know he's got to test it out like old brakes. Rockstar like Cobain, while you man lays around the whole day. Rockstar, I love that, yeah. Rockstar, waving hand, yeah. Rockstar with their back, yeah. They won't undo the plan, yeah. Rockstar, I love that. Rockstar, waving hands. Rockstar, like the chairs and tables, rip the mic off the straw. Everybody wild out. Rockstar, wild out.
Threat neutralized.
You're here because you're the best special forces NATO has to offer.
We're all that keeps the world from turning to cinders, comrades.
We work off the books.
Operate in the shadows.
To keep the wolves at bay.
Today, we reshape the world.
What the fuck are we doing in Miami?
Let them come.
Big Papa took the war around. Jack no force or other problems. Only repercussions in your mouth. Bitch clip all the time. Big Papa took the war around. Rule flows, and that's how it's goes. Go, go, go!
Time to punch that top guard.
Secure the sub.
I'll take care of this.
Ah, shit. Soviet convoy disabled.
I'll drive.
Big Papa kicked the war around. And that's how it goes.
Keep pushing! Yo, over here!
Pre-order a digital copy and get early access to the open beta and instant access to the Woods Operator Pack in Modern Warfare and Warzone.
Is the threat real? Yes, sir, we believe it is.
Something big is gonna happen that can shift the balance of the Cold War.
He'll wipe out half of Europe.
It's time we took a peek behind the Iron Curtain.
I hope you brought an army.
I brought a knife.
Time to get our hands dirty.
This war was a lie.
There is no truth. Only who you choose to believe.
I know you won't fail us.
Pre-order now.
PlayStation.
We awoke from one nightmare into another. Not on our dying Earth, but somewhere much worse.
Good guys are day one. Good guys are one night in the fire. Good guys are day one. Good guys are one night.
We came to Enoch as our last chance, a chance at a new home. But what we found didn't save humanity. It consumed it. We awoke changed. The anomaly unleashed within us, burning with power. Impossible power. Enoch robs us of our humanity, yet gives us so much more. Each step taking us further from what we were, and closer to what we must become.
Testing voice 1, 2, 3. Is it? Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that. Voice should be good now. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Hailstorm SA. You might recognize me. I've been in the chat a bit today. Thank you so much for being here. Today we'll be doing a Marbles on Stream tournament. Don't worry, I will explain how to play. It's very simple. I did do an overlay to explain it. This will require you to be in the Twitch chats. If you are on the website, Facebook, or YouTube, I would please love it if you could switch over to Twitch if you would like to participate. But yeah, a little bit about myself. I'm Hailstorm SA, a local South African streamer on Twitch, and a content creator here in South Africa. So we're going to get started. I'm going to give you guys a minute to switch over to Twitch, and then we will start off with the Grand Prix. How it will work: a Grand Prix consists of 5 races, and each race will be separate, but each 5 races will consist of 1 Grand Prix, which will consist of 1 prize. So first, second, and third place will get prizes for that Grand Prix, and we will have 3 of those. So, and for the next hour and a half, this will be the first time, I think, on the stream that you guys will be able to win something. I don't think that raffle has been drawn yet, so apart from that, you guys can win some awesome Razer gear and some incredible connection vouchers. So yeah, who's ready to win something? I know I am, but I can't win, but you can win. If you guys are in South Africa, you can win. So let's get to it. So I have my leaderboard here. I've got a separate score for each Grand Prix. So each Grand Prix is completely separate from the rest. So if you didn't do so great in the first one, don't stress. All right, so I've got 5 races already set up for the first Grand Prix. So let's begin. So once you'll be able to see the track, you can type !play in the Twitch chat. All right, get your plays in. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Guys, you can join so long. I'm just going to take a 2-second break. Don't go anywhere.
Hollywood Bets, official La Liga partner.
Alrighty guys, I'm going to start the timer. Don't worry, if you did !play once, you will be in it, don't worry. It's quite hard to see your name at the moment because there's so many marbles, but I'm going to start the timer of 1 minute that you guys do have to get your marbles into this race. This is the first race of the tournament, 1 of 5 for this Grand Prix. Don't worry, there will be 3 Grand Prix, so you can take a look at your progress. I will go through the leaderboards as each race finishes. I unfortunately won't be able to go through each person, but I will go through the top people from each race. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. It's very simple. !play in chat, that's all you have to do. It has to be in the Twitch chat. And to win prizes, you have to be in South Africa. Other than that, go crazy. There's currently a raffle in chat as well. ! raffle. It does cost some credits, so make sure you have enough. And that is to win a rAge loot box. Exciting stuff. All right, first race is about to start. Yeah. Just turn it off. All right, so the blue actually means the ghost ball. So on this track, it is the record holder. So that's not an actual person. If you guys want to know, white names mean just normal followers in the chat. Bright pink means it's a VIP. Green is a mod. Red is the streamer. And blue is a subscriber. So if you're wondering what those colors mean, at the moment we have C Flap Flap in the lead, but anything can change. So basically what Marbles on Stream is, you don't do anything, I don't do anything, I'm just the camera person. It goes through a gravity course with obstacles and anything can happen. You can fall off, you can zoom ahead, sometimes speed kills, so you just got to watch out for that. But yeah, let's have some fun, guys. rAge is all about a whole bunch of different things coming together, and this is about the fun side. Let's have some fun. All right, C Flap Flap 69 looking good and takes the first win of the day, followed by its Dems, Black Hawk, Edge, Imposting Tempest, Wee Casper, Excalibur, Buttons, Carry Muncher, and Quirky. Top 10 there. I know you guys can't see the top 10, my overlay's in front of it, but I will shout it out as it happens. And yeah, please make sure your DMs are open on Twitch. That's how we will contact you. Unfortunately, some of the maps are not perfect. Can we please get some rips in chat for Singularity? Unfortunately, she is stuck. I don't think she will finish the race. Maybe if she gets a little bit extra boost. But we do have to wait for her. There is a blue wall that comes. So if she is still there by the time the blue wall comes, it will end the race. But how have you guys been enjoying rAge so far? It's been amazing. There's so many different things to do. So this stream I'm doing is a little bit slightly different to what you guys have been watching. This is more interactive. It's not like an interviews formal. It's informal. You guys can chat. There's the blue wall. And our winner, C Flap Flap. Congratulations. But anything can happen, guys. So there's our top 10. You guys can see. I am working off a local leaderboard. So the points you see here is for the Marbles on Stream season. I will be working on the locals. So there'll be points for the first 40 places. 40 points first place and a 1 point for 40. So 40th place is Armand Van Sale getting a point. And let's head off to the next race. All right, this is how you play. Type !play in chat. It's that easy. All right, we're gonna go a bit quicker now. All right, 60 seconds to join. Type !play in the Twitch chat, and you should be good. Yeah. Your names, it's so amazing. Thank you guys so much for participating. There's on the right hand side of the screen, you can see what's available to win. We have first place of each Grand Prix winning a Razer gear, and second and third places will be winning a 1,000 Rand incredible connection voucher. How amazing is that? How incredible is that? Hashtag no pun intended. But yeah, welcome everybody. Okay, this is the second race of this Grand Prix. Don't worry if you're late. It is fine. We still have 2 Grand Prix after this where you guys can stand a chance to win stuff. And every race, anything can happen. You could be winning. All of a sudden, you could be losing. You never know what's going to happen. But yeah, make sure your guys' Twitch DMs are open. If they are locked, if you want to keep them private, if you can then private message me, hailstorm_SA, and then we will be able to get your details from you in terms of your shipping address. Alrighty, so we have a Skeleton Cash currently in the lead. Oh no, Jules. See, unfortunately, Jules fell off the map there, and we'll get a DNF, which is did not finish. Okay, boost doesn't work, guys. Unfortunately, this is not a boost map. You do get boost maps in marbles, but I will not be playing them today. So there's no way of making your marble go faster. The only thing you can do is to customize your marble on the Marbles on Stream app. But it's just an appearance thing, so you guys don't have to worry. Ooh, the KC project coming out of nowhere. It's hard to see your name. There's so many names. But if you guys did !play within the time limit, you will be in here. Unfortunately for Static Wolf Gaming, falling off there. Alright, KC project looking good. And there's no advantage to being a VIP or mod, trust me. Ooh, the KC project coming in, taking that win, followed by Silent Wolf, Imposing Tempest, Theed, Lord Mizraf, The Awesome Legend, Gas, Mask Eye, UCG, Apocalyptic, and Singularity. I just want to disclaim, if I do get anybody's names wrong, I do apologize. I have to read them out and say them at first glance, so bear with me. Oh, let's wait for everybody else to come in. Gotta keep hydrated. Make sure you guys keep drinking. If I'm not mistaken, the raffle draw would be in a few minutes, but the mods are controlling that, so. Oh, you would draw the raffle after this race? Dun, dun, dun. Alright, I'll give a bit of time before I start the next race in. Come on, Fizzer, you got this. Let's go. GG's the KC project. Congratulations on that win. Followed by Silent Wolf, Imposing Tempest, Theed. I did say them earlier, but yeah, top 10. I will scroll down for the top 40, see if you guys can see your name for this race. I will only do the overall Grand Prix winners after the 5th race, so I won't be doing anything. Buttons coming in, 40th there, getting the last point. Alright. Oh, we've got I think Jules, did we do the winner? Congratulations, Jules, you've just won the raffle in chat, winning a rAge loot box. Is Jules in chat? Congratulations. That is amazing. That is our first loot box winner on the stream. Alright, I'm gonna do next race since we've done the winner for the raffle. I know the chat's gonna go crazy now. So. Alright, !play, guys, get your marbles in. Next race, you have to play every race. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, we're gonna do a minute. I don't want to take too much time in between. I want to get as many races in as possible so you guys have more chances of winning. I'm so excited to see who our first winners are gonna be. Alright, 40 seconds. But yeah, as soon as you've won a prize, guys, it's only one prize per person, just so that we can get more people to win. But you're more than welcome to play after that as well. If you guys do play and you're not from South Africa, or if you've already won, the prize will then just move on to the next person in the leaderboard. Alright, we're about to start race 3 in the first Grand Prix. We have 140 marblers. This is amazing. Yeah. I will change the max for the next Grand Prix. Alrighty, this is a nice darker map. Let's see who comes out first. We have C's SA coming out first. Hails, please, Rick. I got you. No, I'm joking, guys. I can't influence the race at all. All right, we Casper, Slayer Snake, and Dragon Mage battling it out for that first position. We have quite a few people falling off. I'm sorry. I will try my best to keep up with chat. If you guys do ask questions, I do apologize if I miss it. Oh no. Guys, the point is to stay on the track, okay? Alright. Dragon Mage currently still in the lead, followed by Charlie, Banhammer, and Curry Muncher. Who's it gonna be? Ooh, sorry, Lost Ball getting yeeted. Are they gonna land back on the track? They're not, unfortunately. So like I said, the blue is Hanate ZA taking that win. Congratulations. Followed by Sananika, Daryl Gore, Keyboard Legacy, Prototype, Curry Muncher, Brizzy, Blue Eagle, Gawara, and Dice Area. ZA. Congratulations to that top 10 for this race. If you guys get top 10, you're the ones that get the most points out of this race. So it is a really good thing. But don't worry if you don't come top 10, because top 40 get points as well. Change tires. Guys, look at me. I'm clearly having a lazy Sunday. I mean, at least I'm still on the track, right? Oh, good. I'm going backwards. This is great. Where's the blue wall? Am I gonna make it? Come on, rAge Expo Live. You got this. So the marbles game actually saved my own streams. I play marbles on stream a lot on my channel. So all the loadouts you see and the records are all from my stream, in case you're wondering. GG's, Hanate ZA with that one. All right, gonna scroll down. Top 40. Remember, guys, we're going off local points. I do local points because then I can make more of you guys earn points. Otherwise, season points, they don't allocate it to everyone. Oh, all right, Beatrix getting the last point there in 40th place. All right, exclamation mark play, guys. Get your marbles in. We have a new map, new race. 2 more races to go in this Grand Prix, and then we'll have our first winners. I'm starting the timer. You have a minute to join. And don't worry if you can't see your name. I know the list is going pretty fast. If you've typed exclamation mark play in chat, you will be in, if you've spelled it right. What do you guys think? Some credits for the winners? Ooh, I like that. I approve. If you guys are late, don't worry. There's still 2 more Grand Prix up for grabs. If you do miss a few races in a Grand Prix, the chances of winning aren't that great, but if you do win a race, the chances are really good. So then if you don't do so well this Grand Prix, you still have 2 more. That's the amazing thing about marbles. Alright, I'm gonna hide the names. You can watch all the marbles come down. I know they're different skins because of my loader. If you guys just type in exclamation play, it will give you a random skin. See, now they look like marbles. Now they don't look like a whole bunch of text. But I will show the names now eventually. Alright, first out is Yamcha. Distilled Soap and Donda out ahead now. Ooh, this one has quite a few lanes, so it's hard to see who's in the lead. But anything can change. All right, Night looking good. Ooh, Night actually looking really good. Might set a new local record here as well. Jury Ghost currently on Night's tail. This is going to be an interesting race. This is where a lot of people fall off as well. So let's see who our winners are going to be. All right, Bio the Hazard coming in, stealing that first place from Night, who came in second place, followed by Jury Ghost. Some people are overshooting the finish as well. Jury Ghost in third, First Chaos fourth, fifth, sixth Assault Slope, seventh the Dapper Penguin Official, eighth Sir Nuke Boy, ninth Serenity, and 10th Buttons. Congratulations to the top 10 from our fourth race. I don't know about you guys, but it's pretty common to happen. I have hydration. I have a little USB fan keeping me going. Got our pros from working from home. I did have my cat all over the place before I started the stream, and I was like, this is not gonna work. Work from home this, it'll be fun. Bio the Hazard, congratulations on that one. I'm gonna scroll through the top 40. And in 40th place, we have Stonebreaker getting that last point. All right, guys, last race of the first Grand Prix. All right, exclamation mark play. Get your marbles in. Make sure you do type exclamation mark play in the Twitch chat. It won't work if you guys are in any of the other chat for the stream. If you want to participate. All right, we're gonna start the timer. You have a minute to join. It should be enough time for those who are on mobile as well. I know mobile does have a slight delay. But after this race, we will find out who our first winners are. I'm so excited. But thank you so much to all who's being here, for being here and for participating. I hope this is a lot of fun. I mean, all you gotta do is type and watch a stream and you can win prizes. Thanks to rAge and Razer and Incredible Connection, guys. Without them, there would be no prizes. I just want to give a big shout out to rAge for making this possible for me as well. And it's been amazing so far. There's so much to do. Has anybody in chat won anything yet? I know there's streamers own streamers that have been giving away things. ACGL have their spin thing on their website. There's a lot of places giving aways and doing awesome things. But don't worry if you haven't, there's still a whole weekend of amazing content still to come. And for those who don't know my channel, I am a graphic designer and illustrator. So I do a lot of illustration streams, which is what you guys will see from me on Sunday as well. All right, I'm gonna hide the hide the names of this. All right, we're gonna shoot out a cannon. We have Daryl Gore and King Demo out in the front. Ooh, pawned. Are you gonna land? No, you're not. People are gonna be falling off here. Ooh, plum pot looking good. Followed by Excalibur and King Demo. I've heard good things about the new Apex season. I haven't played it myself. I heard there was a new map. I love Apex. I'm a variety gamer, so I play casually, but I play a lot. We have Excalibur coming in with that win. Congratulations on winning the 5th race of the first Grand Prix. In second place, we have Kuch 101, 3rd King Demo, 4th Nansuk, 5th Early Eliminator, 6th Mighty Duck, 7th Brizzy ZA, 8th Hollow Point, 9 Plumpot, and 10 Rambo Shooteran. Like I said before, guys, bear with me with the names. Dun, 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 I'm excited. We're gonna find out the first winners. Are you guys ready? So there's usually a little podium that pops up, but I'm gonna go straight to the leaderboard because I think that will be based off season points and not local points. So PJ Gaming, we are still getting 2 more Grand Prix after this, so don't worry if you guys don't win this one. There is still 2 more Grand Prix coming up. Congratulations, Excalibur. I'm gonna scroll through the top 40. So if you guys do see your name in this top 40, it does mean you got points. Alright, we have Ricky Tang coming in 40th with 1 point. Alright, guys. And don't think the list is final. There might be 1 or 2 people that either we can't get hold of, don't claim their prize, or not from South Africa, so the prize will go to the next person. Alrighty. First place winning this first Grand Prix is Curry Muncher 9094. Congratulations, you have won a Razor item. In second and third place, we have a Brizzly ZA and Excalibur coming in winning 1,000 rand incredible connection voucher. Don't worry, guys, don't leave. We still got more races. Make sure you guys have your DMs open. We will probably contact you after my segment. So make sure you guys stay on Twitch for that. If not, you guys can contact me, Hailstorm_SA. I think my DMs are open. If not, you can message one of the mods. Spectral Teddy is with me. If you would like to DM him, you may do so as well. So congratulations. In fourth place, we had Earl Emanator, Imposing Tempest. Why do I say that? Sixth place, we have Spectral Teddy. Seventh, we have Natsu. Eighth, we have Buttons. Ninth, the Sananika. And 10th, Keyboard Legacy. Congratulations. Unfortunately, you guys didn't win anything this round, but let's start the next one, shall we? I just want to print screen as well. All right. Next Grand Prix, let's go. All right, let's choose some races. I don't want to choose any of the long ones. It's a 130. All right, you guys ready for the next one? Let's race. Just be careful of typing play too early. All right, exclamation mark play, get your marbles in. If you felt like you were a bit early, wait 30 seconds for the slow mode and just type it again. Okay, guys, second Grand Prix. Second Grand Prix, guys, get your marbles in, exclamation mark play. Prizes are for South Africans only, but you're more than welcome to play anyway, because it's fun and it's addictive. And it's the next best thing on Twitch as well. You'll find a lot of streamers playing this game. All right, I've started the timer. You have 60 seconds to join. Make sure you do type it in the Twitch chat. Otherwise, it will not register. There is a loadout above me as well. If you guys want to play with a specific marble after your play, you're more than welcome to type the corresponding number next to the skin. And it will give you that skin. Not that it will matter on performance, just for looks. 30 seconds. Let's go. Ooh. All right, you guys ready? We have 181 players in this race. So it is it is hard to win, guys, and if you do, it is amazing. You're competing against almost 200 other players. Next subscriber gets 20 credits, guys. Jerry Ghost currently in the lead. See, this is another way as well. I can focus on a marble and it will follow it. So you guys can see from Marble's perspective. Exclamation mark boost does not work. We are not doing boost maps. There is no way of making your marble go faster. Hey, look, guys, the person in front is the person who won the rAge loot box. Jules ZA. Congratulations on winning that box, by the way.
What was that? You want KFC as a makeup? Sure.
All right, Shazzle currently in first place, followed by Krov.
What did you have for lunch?
Dun, 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 dun. All right, we're close to the finish. Shazzle's looking good. And takes the win. Congratulations for winning the first race of the second Grand Prix. Second place, we have Krov ZA. Third, Serenity. 4, Hop in the Cloud. 5, T2. 6, Sir Nuke Boy. 7, Wolfsthorn. 8 is Sananika. 9, Jin. And 10, Sploosh for you. There's our top 10 for our first race. Yeah, so the credits you get in chat is to enter raffles that they do run. They will be running them throughout the rAge weekend. They've already done one. We've already got a winner. So keep an eye out for those. If you guys didn't see your name, there was just under 200 marbles, so it might be hard to see your name, but if you did type play, you would be in it. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the follows. Shazzle, congratulations. Let's scroll down top 40. Top 40 get points. Thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. If you do play now, your name won't be in blue. Hey, I made it. Made it top 40. Obviously, I can't win. Alright, coming in 40th place, we have Black Hawk with the last point. Alright, we're doing the next map. Make sure you exclamation mark play for this as well. Alright, exclamation mark play, get your marbles in. I will start the timer. You have 60 seconds to join. Once the race is started, you guys can't. Let's see if we can get 200 marbles, guys. Ooh, we have a hype train. Thank you guys so much. What that means is every time you guys support the channel with subs, bits, or donations, it will increase the hype level, and you guys can get some emotes. But I hope everybody is enjoying their Friday. It is almost the end of your workday if you are working. Hopefully your workday ends at 5. If not, I'm so sorry. All right, we're off for the second race of the second Grand Prix. Let's go, 184 marbles. We're increasing it every race. More and more people want to win. I don't blame you. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, this is where we split, so it's hard to see. Alright, Astral coming in, leading the pack at the moment, followed by Kova. We had someone steal the win. We have Wayne coming in with that win of the second race. Congratulations, Wayne Apollos, followed by Amica. We're waiting on the rest of the top 10. Third place we have Dr. Red Devil, 4th Kova, 5th Phoenix, 6th Slayer Snake, 7 Dragonger, 8th Black Hawk, 9 Beatrix, and 10 Darkstar. GG's. Thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Wayne, GG's on that win. Congratulations. All right, I'm going through the local list, top 40. Ooh, we just challenge completed. I got 50 coins. Guys, there's so much to marbles. It is such a fun game. All right, in 40th place, we have Dorky RSA getting that last point. All right, we're doing next map, guys. Race 3 of the second Grand Prix. All right, get your marbles in, exclamation mark play. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, I'm gonna start the timer. You guys have a minute to type that in chat. If you've typed it in, correctly, you will be in. It is hard to see your name, I know. I must say, these are the most amount of marbles I've ever played with. So, taking you back to your childhood. Who remembers playing with marbles? I played with marbles as a kid. So this is a nice nostalgic game that brings that back in a different way, different kind of way. I think I have marbles somewhere. All right, we have 20 seconds. Dun, 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 dun. Wee. Alright, as you can see, those that are subs now have blue names. You guys will be able to see your name better. Unless you're the KC project and you can just see your name anywhere. Those are VIPs in the chat. Or not VIPs as well, or if they were one of the first subscribers in the channel. So the dark pink is that. The lighter pink is VIP. So yeah, guys, keep an eye on your points. Keep an eye on the chat. You never know when another raffle's going to show up. We have Angel Lady Me currently in the lead. Whoa! Thirsty ship getting a... Oh, there's a rocket. Rocket. A cannon. Don't know why I said rocket. A cannon rocket. A lot of people, unfortunately, falling off the edge, but that's what you get with marbles sometimes. Secretly, some of the other marbles push you off, but we can't prove it. I think the way to get points, guys, is just to watch the stream. We have Sky Fudgy coming in, leading the pack. Bing, bing, bing. You probably are if you typed an exclamation mark play. Whoa! Okay. Sky Fudgy coming in, getting that win. Congratulations on winning the 3rd race of the Grand Prix. 2nd place we have Dragon, and 3rd place we have Adrian 2020. 4th place Rekid Frosty, 5 Shade Edge, 6 Baby Unicorn, 7 Toothless, 8 Serenity, 9 Donda HQ, and 10 Angel Lady Me. Congratulations to our top 10 of our 3rd race. Dun, dun, dun. And I do know there are a few Serenities, so this is a Serenity 2261. I hope you guys are enjoying the rAge content so far. I know I am. I've been at it all morning on the different things that are available. Sky, GG's on that win. Let's go through the local leaderboard. If you see your name, you got points. All right, in 40th place is Manth Berith getting the last point. Thank you guys so much for that hype train. If you guys get points, it's good. Exclamation mark play. I do give you a bit of time before I start the timer, so you do have a minute from now to get your marbles in. Make sure you're typing in the Twitch chat. I know I am repeating it, but maybe some people are only joining now. I have on the overlay a way of how to play. I hope it's easy to understand. So each first place winner of each Grand Prix today will be receiving a Razer item, whether that's a Razer mouse, keyboard, or mousepad. And 2nd and 3rd place winners are receiving 1,000 Rand Incredible Connection vouchers. They're the prizes there on the right of the stream. We have 20 seconds. Da-da-da. $195 marbles, guys. Let's go. Let's see you all drop. If you're wondering why this lovely person has a trail, Maverick, it is a customizable option you guys can do on the Marbles on Stream app. There's a lot of different ways you can make your marble look pretty. This map reminds me of those olden day TV antennas. I don't know if you guys get that vibe, but I do. Might be showing off my age a little bit, but I'm alright with that. Moan currently in the lead in a group of people, actually. Wayne actually as well. There's quite a few people. This is close. The bunny ears, yes, exactly. So yeah, this one is hard because the finish actually moves, guys. So I do know a lot of people are gonna fall, and I do apologize in advance for that, even though it's not my fault. Love My Yoda coming in the lead at the moment. All right, I'm gonna sit at the finish so you guys can see. Okay, you guys will go around the bends. Bunny ears and tennis. No! Oh no! who's gonna get the win? This is a hard one. We have Lols Tay coming in, getting that win. Congratulations on winning the 4th race of the second Grand Prix. Second place, Simone. Third, Darkest. 4, Nano. 5th, T2. 6, Kawaii. 7th, Jimny Billybob. 8th, React Man. 9, Fazy. And 10, Ronan Raider. Congratulations, you guys got the most points out of this race. If you guys did type !play before the race, you will be in here. It is hard to see who we're waiting for. Ooh, Dragon, come on. All right, GG's lols on that win. Scrolling through the locals, if you guys see your name, you got points for the race, top 40. All right, 40th place is PJ Gaming, getting that last point. All right, last race of the second Grand Prix. Get your marbles in, ! Play. Let's go! All right, we have 60 seconds to do so. Let's see if we can get 200 marbles, guys. Dun, dun, dun. I'm jamming to the music I can't hear, but I'm having a good time, guys. I hope you are too. All right, we have just over 20 seconds to get your marbles in. This is a snowball. This is perfect for my name. If you guys don't know, my name is Hailstorm SA, as seen here above my webcam. The name is based off my real name. My real name is Haley, hence Hail. Hailstorm. Very original. All right, 192. Oh, thanks, guys. Mods are doing such a good job. Use the credits in chat to join raffles when they do become available. We have Zarek coming in, leading the pack. With the donut marble, don't worry guys, the modifier marbles, the different shapes, it's just a cosmetic thing. It does not affect the way your marble rolls at all. There's so many names. It's impossible to see your name unless you've got a specific color, but otherwise I will be following the leader. I just continue to watch the stream. You will get credits. I'm not sure if there's any other ways. Alright, King Demo is on the other side, giving Zarek a run for their money. Ooh. Random obstacles can stop you in your tracks. These are annoying. These little hamster balls, I call them. Sometimes you can sit in these for so long. Let's see who comes out first. Oh, we have Ziak, I think that's how you say it. And Letty from Africa on the other side. These two are battling it out for that first position. There's currently no raffle on at the moment, but keep an eye out because it can start at any time. All right, who's our winner? Letty from Africa coming in, taking the win of the last race of the second Grand Prix. Congratulations. In second place, we have Ziak. Third, Ragman. Fourth, Michelle Fury. 5, Dr. Red Devil. 6, Angel Lady Me. 7, Gamer. Enraged. 8th, The Casey Project. 9th, Kurti. And 10, Kawara. Congratulations. Name pronouncing for the win. Woo! Unfortunately, the add points command is only available to moderators. The last raffle prize was a rAge loot box. So it's a bunch of different stuff you can win. GG's Letty! Congratulations! Let's scroll through. see if you got points for this race, and then we're going to find out who our second winners are. I'm excited. All right, in 40th place, we have Bio the Hazard getting the last points. All right, let's see, guys. Let's see. All right, don't play, guys. Looking at the leaderboard. All right, we have Wayne Apollos coming in, getting that win. Congratulations with 109 points. Getting a Razor item for yourself. Second place, we have Shazzle67 and the KC Project as well coming in. Both Shazzle and the KC getting 1,000 Rand incredible connection voucher. Congratulations. Those are our second Grand Prix winners. So we actually had Wayne and Shazzle both get a win. Don't worry, guys, we have another Grand Prix coming up after this. You can still win. All right. Print screening. These leaderboards aren't going anywhere as well, so if anything does have to happen, we have Serenity 2261 coming fourth, and Dr. Ray Devil coming in 5th place. So even you guys can keep your DMs open just in case. We never know. So let's get our third Grand Prix up and running. We have half an hour left. We have one Grand Prix, guys. I might give you guys a bit more time to join, depending on time, but it seems as though we've done about half an hour per Grand Prix, so we're actually on schedule. Don't play yet. I need to choose the races. Oh. Actually, let's not do Eye of the Storm. I know some of these maps have a high eliminate rate, so I don't want to play that. I want most of you guys to survive. Alright, I actually want to do laps. Where's laps? I think it's called something else now. Leap to Remember, Scared Straight, and Multi-Lane Madness. Alright, now you guys can type. !play. If you type before this, you're going to have to redo it. Get your marbles in. Oh, we're doing... Oh, it's now called the paperclip. Okay, well, they do some. So this is a nice ring around. We're doing 3 laps. We'll count that for us. And you have 60 seconds to join. This is the last Grand Prix. If you have not won any prizes yet, this is the last chance you can in this stream segment. First place will win Razor gear, and second and third places will receive incredible connection vouchers to the value of 1,000 Rand. Sorry, my mic does turn on and off every now and then. If you missed my last words there. Try one at marbles. Anybody can win, guys. Anybody can win here. It's all about luck. There's no way to rig it. Your mic is echoing now? But you can hear me though. Alright, random person. So many, so many marbles. Look at all the marbles. This is literally a race.
Just ask him, they didn't say the question. You must have put a photos up on stand back in.
Alright, we have a Rootster coming in, leading the pack. No, first place doesn't get a voucher, they just get the Razor item. The Razor items are valued more than the vouchers. Right, we have Criminals currently in first place. Oh, Excalibur though, giving them a run for their money. Alright, we have Criminals coming in, getting first place, followed by Excalibur. Third, it's Smurfy. Fourth, the Soft Reject. Fifth, Crit Styling. Sixth, Rootster. 7, Phoenix Stack. 8th, Yaku. Oh, can't even get to the top 10. You guys finished too quickly. Yaku Prince Loot. 9th, Clockworks. And 10th, Beatrix. Alright, let's scroll through the top 40. If you guys see your name, you got points. You guys can see how many points you got here. Alright, fourth place getting the last point is Dags 22. Starting the next race. It's a lot of marbles, Tasha. Chili beans. Oh, guys, cat. I have 2 cats. Exclamation mark play, get your marbles in. We're going to start the timer. 60 seconds to get your marbles in. Alright, 30 seconds. Get your marbles in.
No, I mean this was.
No, anything.
So your favorite chicken pieces.
Alright, 20 seconds. It's impossible to see. It's almost as if it's a community of my own. I want a city golf marble. Maybe there's one out there. Alright, 193 marbles. Let's go. Alrighty. Entries have closed for this race. Make sure you stay hydrated. Marbles. Woo! So beautiful. Alright, we have marbles starting to come through. FaZe currently leading the pack. A Whisper, yes. You can Whisper Spectral Teddy, one of the mods. You'll be only if you've won a prize. Hmm? Sorry guys, there's a cat tail. I love my cats. I have one of these really big razor mouse mats, and the cats are obsessed. Chili bean? Oh. Alright, okay, the echo should be good now, guys. Alright, we have a finish. Who's gonna win? We have FaZe coming in with the win there, congratulations. Followed by second place Man, Borta, third Truffle, 4 Game and rAge, 5 Sploosh for you, 6 Fire the Hazard, 7 Ramad Hanno, 8th the Origin ZA, 9th DJ Cardmaster, and 10th Kawaii Pie in 10th place. Congratulations. The echo's worse. Alright. It's not on my side, I don't think. I will take a look at that. GG's FaZe. Scrolling through top 40. Alright, in 40th place, getting the last point is Distilled Soap. Alright, race 3 of 5. Get your marbles in, exclamation mark play. You can only play during this beginning section of the race, so make sure you get in. Starting the timer, you have 60 seconds to do so. And don't worry guys, if you don't win anything during this segment of the stream, there's lots to be won throughout the rAge weekend. Make sure you check out the rAge websites and the NAG websites for how you can win during rAge. Alright, last chance. Alrighty, let's go! Race 3 of 5 with the third Grand Prix of the day. Alright, Asan and Nika up in the lead. Let me just wait over here. Sometimes if it goes around and around too much, I get a bit dizzy. So I won't put you guys through that. Echoes awesome, sounds like Adobe.
Sounds like a mistake. Gary fixed it. Something they did their side definitely, because it changed for no reason.
Alright, we have Imposing Tempest currently leading the pack. You guys can still hear me though, so it's all good. The world's not gonna end. Hang around and chat, get your points, exactly. Hang around in Twitch chats. Alright, so we have Imposing Tempest, Dodger, Lionel, and Grant Hines currently leading the pack. In the leading pack. But anything can happen. The higher your credits, it just means the more tickets you can buy when there's a raffle. Dun, 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 dun. GG's to Manth Birth coming in with the win there in our third race of the Grand Prix. Second place Lionel, third place Art of SCS, fourth Dodger PJ, fifth Imposing Tempest, sixth Angel Lady Me, seventh Zassy, eighth Lukester, ninth Sananika, and 10th Scuba Llama. Congratulations. Everyone's eating off. That happens in every race, guys. It's gonna happen. Right, we have two more races. We're going to go through them quite quickly because of time. But we will get through them. Streamer luck. I don't even see myself. I'm playing as rAge Expo Live, by the way, on the channel I'm in. Guys, I am. This is my voice. You know, it's just natural. I was born with it. I'm a commentator for racing. It is perfect. Alright, Theed, come on, man. You got this. You can finish. Is the wall gonna get you, though? Theed does not make it. No! GG's Math coming in with the win there. Let's quickly go through top 40. 40th getting the last point is Soul Exodus. Alright, second last race, guys. All right, exclamation mark play. You have a minute to join. Let's go. Let's go. Type it in chats. Don't miss out. If you do miss a race, your chances of winning do get lower. So you do want to participate in all of them, as many as you can. All right, we have 25 seconds. JD's laying on my phone. For some reason, my cats love to lay on things, whether it's my phone or my notebook or my keyboard. I don't know if anybody else's cats do that, but my gaming partner is my kitty, so. Alright, we have Chubb coming in and leading the pack there. There's so many names. We have Hanate coming in leading the pack. Oh, guys, I'm in the front! Ish. I'm in the front, ish. I mean, I can't win, but... it's nice when you see your name up in front. Alright, Smoke Shell coming up behind Hanate. I hope I'm saying that right. Guys, if you don't feature or win, there are so many marbles here today. The stakes are high. Let's go to the finish here and see who our winners are going to be. We have Firebird looking good. Getting a new local record as well. Congratulations, Firebird, getting that first place. Followed by DJ Cardmaster. Third place, we have Sports. Fourth, Ramad. 5th, Sharky. 6th, Ziok. 7th, Kaz. 8th, Matthias. I hope I'm saying it. 9th, Nullraiser. And 10th, Jiminy. Congratulations. In front, then you got yeeted. Sounds about right. I just accept it now. It happens. If you guys do check out my stream, I will be live again tomorrow, and I will have my cat cam, so you guys can see my kitties. Dun, dun. All right. We have Miss Sunshine coming in from the back, but I think you're gonna make it. Oh no, you're stuck. You're stuck in the spinny thing we call Steve. Come on. Come on. Is it? Oh. Guys, our announcement voice was gone. I'm joking. I don't think Miss Sunshine's gonna make it, guys. Jimmy. Come on. GG's Firebirds. Okay, I'm not gonna go through the top 40. I'm just gonna go to the next map. The struggles of having a cat sit right in front. Exclamation mark play, guys. Last race. Get your marbles in. You have 60 seconds to do so. For those who want to meet Jellybean. Is it Jellybean? He wants to be the star of the show. Tomorrow, my boy. Tomorrow. 40 seconds. Let's go. Last race. Last race, guys. I hope you all have had a really good time. After this race, we will see who our last winners are for the last Grand Prix. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm pretty sure I've converted you guys to become marble racers. Just saying. This game is addictive. You'll find quite a lot of streamers play this game on Twitch. And we're off with the last race of the last Grand Prix. Who's gonna be our winner, guys? We have a little pile up here, including myself. I'm currently in last place. Lovely. Just gonna land back on the track. No, ooh, crit almost getting there. Oh, Matt. No, nope, speed kills. You were too fast. I thought you had it there. Righty, it's hard because there's so many different lanes, or it's multi-lane. That's what the name of the map is, so it's hard to keep track of who's actually in the lead. Miss Sunshine looking good. I know everyone falls off. Donda as well, looking good as well, followed by McKate. Who's this in second place? Oh, nope. We have Jazz in the lead. Alright, let's wait at the finish, see who our winner's gonna be. Yeah, boost doesn't help it. Ooh, Jazz, but coming in with the win. Congratulations, Jazz. Followed by Dazed Dreamer. Third, I Am Wicked. Fourth, DKZA Gaming. Fifth, Mackie Boy. Sixth, Yuzi. Seventh, Chow. Eighth, Silent Wolf. 9th, Beatrix. And 10th, T-Man. Congratulations to our top 10 there. I mean, it wouldn't make it interesting if people couldn't fall off the map, you know? If there were spaces in the map, you're gonna fall off if you go that way. It's very realistic. Hacker Jargon, you got this. Are you gonna make it? Are you gonna make it? Like we have another person stuck in Steve. Don't know why they call it that, but it's not showing me as the winner either. Alright, are you gonna come out? Nope. You're not supposed to go backwards. The merry-go-rounds. Some people call them a paddle. There's so many different names for it. There's the wall coming, the light blue wall. We need Jargon. Come, yes! Come on, you got this. You have to go through spinnies though first. Come on guys, Jargon's got this. Let's go. I have faith. I mean, you're not gonna get points, but if you survive, that's an accomplishment. Yo, this is gonna be close. Come on. I think they're gonna make it. Yes. Much rather have them make it than get eliminated. Congratulations, Jazz. GG's. All right, are you guys ready to find out who the winners are of the third Grand Prix? Are you ready? Ready. All right, let's jelly beans. All right, our winner is Null Razor. Congratulations with 95 points. You have won yourself Razor gear. In second place is Chow 5699, getting 1,000 Rand incredible connection voucher, and Beatrix as well, getting 1,000 Rand incredible connection voucher. Congratulations. If you guys have already won a prize, or if you're not from South Africa, the prize will go down, so keep your DMs open. In fourth place we have Man Buttered, and fifth place we have DJ Cardmaster. Congratulations to all. Make sure to check out your DMs. That is it for me, guys. I really appreciate each and every one of you for participating. I hope it was fun. rAge is amazing this year. The amount of effort they put in, a really good job to everybody on their side. And keep tuned, guys. There's a lot more content coming for you on this channel, so stay tuned. catch me on my channel, Hailstorm SA, if you want to check me tomorrow. And I will see you guys live on the rAge channel again on Sunday for some illustration, if you guys enjoy that. So bye guys, thank you so much, and I'll check you later.
Love this town. The city of endless opportunity. Ready to get your cherry popped? Yeah, come on!
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, mano, not just any other city. Legends are born here.
The major leagues. We're only here because Dex is pulling the strings. Doubt that puts us in the same league as them.
But we are. They just don't know it yet. But if you got the cojones and you know how to use them, you can do damn near anything.
Unless you catch a bullet.
Even then, you go out with a bang, right?
You know, you can make heaps more eddies as a motivational speaker.
Yo, Mr. V, a pleasure.
So what's the gig, Dex? You meant to come out in one piece? How about we go over the plan?
There's this prototype tech, a biochip to be precise. Job's to grab it.
Guessing it belongs to a corp.
Arasaka.
We're robbing some heavy hitters.
Thought you could blackmail me, fucker?
High risk, high reward. First rule of the afterlife.
Ka-ching, baby.
Goes without saying, we do this on the hush. Ideally, no bodies, not a one.
Sounds simple enough.
Eat lead, assholes!
Is it gonna be dangerous?
Don't you worry, mi amor. We're bulletproof. Get your ass moving now!
What the fuck just happened in there?
Can't stop digging Night City.
Fucking major leagues. Happy now, Jackie?
Yep, that's fucking high! Time to bail!
Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Dex, what the fuck?
Can't risk it, V.
And you, who are you?
Fuck.
London, this is Zero Day. Those little bombings were my way of saying hello. I don't expect you to understand this, but what I'm doing is good. Destruction is always the cure.
What have you done?
Did you get the package? Watch it. Watch the tape.
What the hell is that?
The machine. It's happening again.
Requiem actual strike team is on the ground. Investigate the site. Contain the threat.
Roger. Moving.
Let's get the power on. What was that?
Sometimes I feel I've got to get away.
Strike team, report. What the hell just happened?
Take my tears and that's not nearly. Oh.
Let's go!
Push him back!
digital copy and get early access to the open beta and instant access to the Woods Operator Pack in Modern Warfare and Warzone.
Fuerzas ultrapenetrantes, estamos cansados de los farsantes, de los...
It's beautiful, amigo. Perfect, but useless. I have something for you, Diego. Give me your hands.
Papa,
Now, the grenade is simple. It has 4 basic parts. The shell, which contains the explosive, the fuse, the handle, and of course, the pin.
What are you doing?
Breathe. The pin simply holds the handle in place. It is only when you let go that this grenade goes boom. Follow me. Now, I am El Presidente, which means that someday you will be El Presidente. And our people, they do not know how to be happy. They are torn apart by opinions, noise, indecision, strangled by their own freedoms. And even if you have love in your heart, even if you want what's best for them, if you only want to save them from themselves, they will hate you, Diego. Everything you say, do, believe, will be wrong. They will answer you with screams, call you evil, a monster, and give you this. So you tell me, are you evil? Are you a monster? Because our country is like this grenade, except it has 2 basic parts. Our people. And you must clutch them nice and tight, or we all go boom. You understand now? Prove it.
I did not win anything in Haley's marbles. I'm upset. I'm upset. I'm upset. So what I'm really excited about the whole event today as it's planned out. I hope you guys have had a good time. It's been pretty nostalgic. I really enjoyed the careers day that Glenn Casella and Kevin put on. What are your favorite things that were happening here? I'm actually in the chat as well, so I can see a lot of you guys are chatting. Like Lattice is out here. Yo, Lattice, what's happening? So first things first, before we chat to Michael, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's pulled through and hung out today. I hope you got a little bit of the rage vibe throughout the day. We still got a whole bunch of stuff that is going on for the next couple of hours, so you don't have to go anywhere. But I just want to continue the vibe, which is really cool. If you guys are tweeting and sharing this, use the hashtag #RageExpo2020. Let's get this trending. This is for the entire weekend. This was day one. I've got some Rage stuff playing behind me on the screen. Because just I want to add more like Rage energy into this. So if you guys can get on Twitter, please tweet Rage Expo 2020. Let's get as many people to tweet this out. Let's get it trending over the course of the weekend. Let's show the people out there that know when Rage is happening, that it usually happens at the Dome, know that we're still getting together and we can still celebrate what we're doing. Michael, are you there?
I think so.
Oh, good. How are you doing? Have you enjoyed the show so far?
Yeah, it's been great. It's actually crazy sitting in the background, listening to all the production guys and people coming on and off, and then checking that streams. It's like, I never thought it was such a lot of hard work. I was preparing to goof off the whole day, but now it's actual work. And then guys are having trouble with the Minecraft server as well, so I had to jump in there and help some dudes out there as well. So it's been interesting.
Just a fun fact, I've been in the production meeting as well for a lot of the day, and I had Michael muted the whole day. Didn't know he was in the chat. But it was just because... I'm sorry, don't take it personally. It was hilarious when we found out that... I was like, where's Michael been? And they're like, he's been talking to you the whole day. And I was like, okay.
But you know the weird thing was one of the guys told us in the meeting that every time I said something, you kind of replied to me in a roundabout way. So it kind of felt like it was right, but you couldn't hear anything I was saying. So that was odd, very, very odd.
So I actually got some for you, those people that don't know who Michael is. Michael is the originator of Rage, one of the seeds that started Rage and sprout what it has become over the course of these 18 years. Which it's a privilege to be able to know you and to accredit a lot of my career to you, and to know that what a big deal Rage is, and what an impact it's had on gaming and gamers around South Africa. What do you think of these live streams? Do you think we're going to be hanging out like this next year, or maybe throughout the year? Or like, I know this is like, it's off the record, but on the record, I'm sure you've had some brain farts about this. Like, were you surprised about like all the attention that the stream is getting?
Yeah, a lot of people. There were so many predictions flying around before we started, and I don't like sprouting that we're going to do big numbers and everything. I like just to see what happens and sort of play it cool, and hopefully we do a good job and everyone enjoys it. But it's been such a learning curve, and I think, I know about streaming. I watch streams all the time. I know about gaming, but putting it together with us putting together, well, more actually Lauren putting the whole thing together, not really us or her. I think a lot of learnings have been done, and I think if we do end up with this little pandemic problem for a couple more months, we can certainly look at doing something else like this, or maybe smaller ones along the way. And then a lot of people are saying that if we do a live event again, we should certainly do something like this for all the guys that can't make it to the live event. Do some sort of online thing, walk around the show, have booths there, streamer zones. I mean, there's so much you can do with a live event, so that's something we'll definitely look at.
Yeah, it's like one of the things that like when I was at school, like I wasn't able to come to Rage. I used to read about it at NAG. My parents weren't prepared to fly me up to Joburg. I didn't really have any friends in Joburg. All my friends were Cape Town based because I'm at high school. You know what I mean? I had no one to stay with necessarily. And online gaming didn't really connect as many people back then as well. So you didn't really have communities that you could go like crash on someone's couch with because you played WoW together or you were in the same like Call of Duty clan. So not many people from Cape Town made their way up to Rage. And Rage is kind of this huge staple, and it was one of those things. I felt like I was from a small town. I think there might be people from PE or East London or whatever that would look into like the big cities and go like, oh, there's cool stuff happening there. I felt that way about Rage, and to be able to participate free of charge, like you guys have been doing now, in a stream like this, and contribute all these crazy cool giveaways, all this information, like $10 coming up, like the streaming lessons and the African gaming careers thing. Like there's so much here that you would only hear in exclusive spaces that we're just giving. Like I hope that you are ready to hopefully bring this like early, like first quarter next year, do something else, something similar.
Yeah, look, I don't know about first quarter, maybe like end of year. This is hell of a So like a lot of energy went into this whole thing, and also trying to convince sponsors and clients like, what the hell are we doing? How's it going to work? And that because we didn't really know. So we try to put these presentations together. We think it's going to be like this. It might look like that. We're trying to pull examples. So I definitely want to try and do more of it because it's a lot of fun. I mean, all the guys the production guys are like amazing in the background. I mean, you've been talking to them the whole week as well, and like they just made everything fun. And there's so much passion with everybody.
The team have been amazing.
Yeah, like you don't get that anywhere else. Like people just coming up with cool ideas for your project that you don't even think about because they all love gaming, they all love everything. So those are the kind of people you want to work with. You don't want to work for like a corporate company that's trying to just churn out content for you. So I love the way it's worked out.
Like in the control room, I'm saying control room because we're like a group in Discord right now while the stream is going on. Everybody's just been like reminiscing.
Right? That was the muted one. Yeah.
I didn't know if you were reminiscing with us because I couldn't hear you the whole time. Just imagine me ignoring you the whole time. I feel like that experience, us nerding out in that group, just talking about previous Rage experiences and reminiscing and stuff that we're doing and just things that we're very appreciative of. There's a very positive vibe in there in the Discord. And I hope that if you guys have enjoyed NAG's Discord, that you do, because that's where people also can potentially join some voice chats, and I highly recommend that you guys are doing it. I don't know if anybody is, but such a cool way to watch the stream, socialize, hang out, maybe play a game while you do it, jump into the Minecraft server, come into the Discord and just hang out and jump into some voice chats. Maybe I can convince Michael to come and chat with you guys in one of the group chats.
I'm on Discord. I'm busy monitoring the Minecraft, the help, and then sort of just general Minecraft, because that's kind of the one thing that I really had a lot of fun with this event, is putting that server together. And everyone gets their own little plot, and they all got to like build all these creations. And some of the stuff on there is it's like mind-boggling how clever these guys are and what they put together, and just that artistic flair everyone's got, and using just simple blocks and colors and combinations to build these amazing. There's even a space shuttle taking off.
Can people join? Can people join in the chat like right now? Can people play Minecraft? Can they come and join the server right now?
No, definitely. Yeah, we've got all the details on the NAG site, and I think also on the Rage Expo site there's a Minecraft button, and people can click on there and go and have a look on that. It got pretty full at one point today, so if it is full and you can't get on, just try the second server, or just wait for later, because server number 1's got the most content on it at the moment.
Okay, so this is kind of like the LAN version of Rage. Like we're all hanging out virtually, digitally. Are people building beds and then sleeping underneath them?
No, not like that. There was on the Bedrock server that Terran's running. Some guy created a table, his computer, desktop with LEDs, and a big Steve character sitting on a chair. And it even had cables going down the back with plugs going into this imaginary wall. So they created this guy was visiting the NAG LAN on the Minecraft server, which is very, very cool. And somebody in Facebook sent me a message to say that they were having a commemorative LAN this weekend in someone's house with all their mates for
social
the
distancing.
No, I doubt it. I mean, you know what LANs are like. There's no social distancing in the LAN.
Yeah, I smelt it. F in the chat. But like Rage, we're also doing some giveaways this weekend, and because it's the 18th birthday, we're going large. And some of the ways that you can enter to do that is just by going to nag.co.za and seeing that for yourself. And then also, we're also doing the bingo mission card, and if you want to be a part of that, you can actually see all of the stuff on rageexpo.co.za. All the ways on how to enter are there. In fact, and also the daily schedule, which is really, really helpful. But also follow Rage Expo on Twitter. And if you get hold of Rage Expo on Twitter, you can see where the bingo is and so on. And also use the hashtag if you can, so that we can get this trending. But the giveaways, for instance, we've got a Lenovo L340 laptop. We've got a Thron Max Studio mic, which is great if you are an aspiring streamer and you want some great audio. We've got a Logitech G635 gaming headset and a Cooler Master MM711 mouse. Why do gaming companies have all these weird code names? It's like a SKU. Cool. Is it cool? It's
always been about the numbers and the 3-letter abbreviation with everything. So, but I mean, I honestly don't know why it's called the ZX31295. I mean. But I suppose otherwise you're gonna run out of name. It's like, what are you gonna call it? Like the Orca mouse, or the coral reef mouse.
Orca's a great name for a mouse. You just patent that. So otherwise, it's the Michael James M7000 X75 to XT. You know,
Yeah.
like you're like,
I
oh, that's
suppose that-
better than the 5970 XT. You
I don't know
know,
how those marketing meetings goes. Guys, what's a cool number? And then the whole.
we don't need an English name. We need a number. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's because it's not in English. If you guys are watching this on Twitch, thank you so much. There are some Twitch commands. I think you type in ! commands and a list of commands will come up. And if those of you who are familiar with Twitch will know, there's a bunch of stuff that you can do. There's also a stream on Facebook and YouTube. How's it, guys, on Facebook and YouTube? I hope you guys are having a good time. If you guys want to come through to Twitch, there's a little bit of extra functionality, and a larger portion of the audience is here. So if you're wondering, like, where's everybody? We're all on Twitch. But if you are more comfortable watching on YouTube and Facebook, feel free back and sit down. Cool.
We get background information that we've got time limits. I say we just blow over the whole thing. And then the production guys will start playing that opera music in the background to drown us out like they do at the Oscars. Is that the plan?
That's the plan. Michael, this is your own show, hey? This is like your own show. I really want there to be like a NAG or like TV show. I really want that to happen.
Sure.
I'm just throwing it out there to the universe. Yeah, Art of CS is in the chat, just shouting your name, Michael, as loudly as they can text. There we go, guys. Type in !giveaway into the chat on Twitch, and when you do that, a link will come up with the competition details. You can go there and enter. Remember, these things are happening throughout the course of the entire weekend. This was just day 1. There's day 2 and day 3 that is coming up. So we've got a lot of cool things that we're doing, and then even today, there's stuff going on all the way through the night. Next up, we've got some really exciting stuff, Michael. I don't know if you even know about it.
Hang on, let me check my schedule. You say if I open up another window, then I'm gonna get blotted out. There's something about gaming or esports, hardware.
I'm testing Michael. I got it. I know exactly what's happening. Richard van der Berg and Neo Sabika are going to be talking about hardware and tech. Basically, the culture of gaming and hardware, because it's not just about gaming computer hardware. There's a whole culture of that. And they're going to be talking about CPUs, even phones, monitors. I think they're going to have a close look at the 3080 Ti or the RTX 3080, which is really cool. So stay tuned for that. We're really excited. Are you building a new PC this year, Michael?
No, I don't really need one this year. It's pretty hot as it is, and I want to wait for that 3080 to drop price a bit before I spend money. I mean, I can either buy a car or I can buy a 3D card. So I think I'm gonna hold off a little bit there.
Who calls it a 3D card in 2020, Michael? The Voodoo. What's it? Voodoo. What is that card that we had back in the day?
3D, yeah. What is it,
Michael? It's a Voodoo 3D graphics. You're like a dad. Oh, these children with their Voodoo 3D cards. They must learn to wash the dishes so they can earn their money to build their PC.
It's still a 3D card. It's still doing the same job.
It's a GPU. It's a graphics card.
Yeah, it's still a 3D card.
It does more than 3D. It does physics. Okay? It does a lot.
But without the base 3D, there is nothing. So, hence 3D card. But I must tell you something. The Neo and the rAge video is amazing. Those are the two smartest guys we know when it comes to hardware. So it's really, really.
Do you know me? Okay.
Well, I mean, hardware. I know you, but hardware, man. You know, Neo knows how many nanomites are crawling around on top of the GPU of the SPU of the KYZ. You know, he's like really.
Nanomites.
He's a lot smarter. Yeah. Something like that, sure.
But also, like, one of my favorite parts of rAge is just walking. Obviously, there's the games, and we chat to publishers, and there's game developers, and people queue to play unreleased games. Cool, that's a big part of the floor. But a large section is the hardware section, and we are coming up to Black Friday, and we are coming up to, like, there are a lot of people looking at getting new consoles and buying new PC components to upgrade their PCs. And I think having a chat. Sitting down and having a chat or listening to a chat with two professionals will help inform some of our purchasing decisions as we walk through the virtual aisles of the rAge Expo.
It'll save you a lot of money in the long run if you listen to the right books.
All right. Cool. Michael, thank you so much. Am I going to be chatting to you at any other point this weekend?
It's on the schedule. I'll check. Somebody will tell me.
Okay, Michael will check your schedule. Michael, you check your schedule. Anyway, those of you who are here, don't go away. We are going to be joining Neo and rAge, chat about some hardware. I'm super excited about it. Remember to type an ! giveaway in the chat. I'll see you guys a little bit later.
What is up, guys? This is rAge, aka Deadbird, the mobile gamer you should be fearing. And with me is Neo from theoverclocker.com. How's it, Neo? What are we talking about today?
So we're talking about the latest graphics cards, including the latest Ampere graphics cards from NVIDIA, the latest CPUs from Intel, and mostly AMD.
And why we should be spending money on these things, right?
Of course, okay? The best gaming is always going to be in the most powerful hardware. So let's take it from there.
Let's get into it. So before we get started, we do need to acknowledge this new weird digital rage we are all doing, and I for one, I'm very excited about it. Coming to you straight to your living room, as they say, and being able to share all this good information, which wasn't always possible with the physical rages, right? I mean, a lot of people
pretty much
don't get all the information, but now you get everything at your leisure, and unfortunately, these are the times we live in.
Yeah, of course, and I mean, this is
What is up, guys? This is rAge, aka Deadbird, the mobile gamer you should be fearing. And with me is Neo from theoverclocker.com. How's it, Neo? What are we talking about today?
So we're talking about the latest graphics cards, including the latest Ampere graphics cards from NVIDIA, the latest CPUs from Intel, and mostly AMD.
And why we should be spending money on these things, right?
Of course, okay? The best gaming is always going to be in the most powerful hardware. So let's take it from there.
Let's get into it. So before we get started, we do need to acknowledge this new weird digital rage we are all doing, and for one, I'm very excited about it. Coming to you straight to your living room, as they say, and being able to share all this good information, which wasn't always possible with the physical rages, right? I mean, a lot of people
pretty much
don't get all the information, but now you get everything at your leisure, and unfortunately, these are the times we live in.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, this is not the first digital show that you've actually seen. We've had Sony do their presentation, Microsoft, Nintendo. Everybody's going digital, and here we are with rAge 2020 going digital as well.
We've certainly been talking about this for long enough. Let's get into the hardware.
Exactly, which is what we all came here for.
So Neo, this has been, what, is this 10 years in the making? This video show that people are watching right now, can you believe it?
Yes, it's been taken quite a while for us to get this thing together, but here we are talking about the latest tech, and right in front of us is what?
How can we ignore this?
Of course, the beast, the card that's got everybody talking, the GeForce RTX 3080, okay? So this card is basically the second generation of the cards that can do real-time ray tracing, which was a big deal, right?
Which was a 20 series, right?
There was a 20 series, and everybody used to complain that it's slow, it looks great, but you cut your frame rate
Battlefield
in half.
1 looked so beautiful, right?
Exactly, but now we have something that's got so much computing power that you can actually do your ray tracing and get 60 FPS at like the highest resolutions, including 4K gaming, which for the first time is actually a real thing. You know, before they would tell us, oh, this one can do 4K gaming, but you always had to make these weird little sacrifices. Now it's actually full-on 60 FPS gaming, and we can do that with the RTX 3080 for the first time, and 3090 as well.
Now, I don't know about you guys, and everything that Noah's saying sounds pretty wonderful, but I got a mild heart attack when I saw the pricing of these things. I mean, we don't have the exact pricing at the time of recording, it's a little bit before, but what are these things going for now?
If you are able to get them in stock, which has been the biggest issue right now, most people have not been able to get this in stock, and I'm sure some of you have had troubles trying to order these and getting them in, okay? But you're looking at least about 18 grand minimum, going all the way to 40 something grand, and that's for the 3090. But you can get into this for under 20 grand. Okay, so it's not that much more than what the previous generation used to be.
One of the things about the 3080 though is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, this is not just a card for gamers. Even though it's got the best performance across the board from any NVIDIA graphics card to date, these are more than gaming cards, right? I mean, they are designed for serious graphics work too.
Oh yeah, for sure. In fact, actually for streamers, you and myself included here, there's actually some cool technology that NVIDIA showed off that allows you to basically use AI and replace your green screen and do all sorts of things like that. So they actually are catering to more than just gaming. And they're also catering to the computing crowd as well, because this has phenomenal amounts of compute performance. So if you're the kind of person that does 3D work and so forth, you can actually benefit from the Ampere graphics card more than you would any other generation before. So we have streamers that are catered to with this card. We have professional workloads that are catered to with this card. And we have, of course, gaming, right? So it actually satisfies so much more than the previous generation. Like so many more people can actually invest in a graphics card and actually derive value from it more than in just gaming.
Unlike previous cards, this thing is truly a multi-function peripheral.
It's definitely. So what NVIDIA usually does is they make the difference between their Titan series, which can do much higher rates of double precision compute operations than these retail cards. But even having said that, these are so much more powerful than when we had before. Look at it like this. So this 3080 is actually more powerful than all previous Titan GPUs. And that's saying something because Titan GPUs were for a professional class, for everybody who was invested in GPU computing and all things like that. So these actually take that from that market, that really expensive market, and make it available for everybody. This is more power than what used to cost $2,000 a few years ago, if not last year.
Now, I'm the kind of gamer that's of the mindset, and of course, I know that there's guys out there that want the latest and greatest. Yes, I'm looking at you sitting on the couch. You want this card, and you're going to spend all your money trying to get it. But you don't need it, right? Like average gamers or gamers that want really good experience, you can probably get a bargain on the 20 series cards now.
Definitely, you can even get a bargain on the 10 series cards. So one of the things that I've actually been working on is asking the question, is the 10 series graphics card still relevant in 2020? And surprisingly, I actually did all the testing and I found that it actually games and plays all the games at very high resolutions at maximum graphics. Of course, you're going to be limited to maybe full HD. But most people are still playing full HD. If you look at the Steam statistics, most people are still playing full HD. So Pascal is still very relevant and you can pick that up for next to nothing. Second-hand market has a lot of 10 series graphics cards. So any one of you who still has a 10 series graphics card, don't feel that you're not going to be able to use it anymore.
That's me.
It really still is working and you can play all the games. I played Horizon, I played Mafia, I played Borderlands 3. Everything on the 10 series still works.
Now, what about the 3080 versus the 3090? Because the 3080 is already top of its class.
Yes, for sure.
3090, like that's just a whole different beast altogether, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and the price has a price to match as well. I don't think there's a 3090 you can get for less than, what, 40,000 or something like that. And that's an exorbitant amount of money to ask for a graphics card. But having said that, it is one of the first graphics cards that you can play 8K gaming on.
Wow, so everybody can play. Nobody can play 8K gaming.
Precisely.
Maybe Linus Tech Tips has got some set up there.
8K gaming on this LG ZX Series 88-inch OLED gaming grade TV with the RTX 3090, the first legitimately 8K capable graphics card in the world.
Most people don't have the screens and things. If any of you have an 8K display, then yeah, you definitely need
Comment
a
below,
3090.
let us know.
Yes, let us know how it's
a
like.
unicorn at this point.
Exactly. So to get like the ultimate gaming experience, you're obviously going to be using a 3090 and an 8K display and all sorts of things. And also the latest CPUs as well.
We shouldn't forget about that. Or what's the minimum CPU you recommend?
For these cards, you definitely want something that has 6 cores at least. Okay, you want 6 cores at as high frequency as possible. So I would think for a 3080, you're probably looking at like a Ryzen 7 3800X or 3700X. And for the Intel side, you're probably looking at a Core i5 10600K, if you are able to get that, because these have been very difficult to get a hold of.
I mean, you raise a very good point now, especially in the Intel versus AMD. I mean, that has been one of the oldest, I guess, feuds in computing history. But Intel versus AMD now, it's I mean, it's a different competition, and
it's-
AMD is kicking ass.
Oh, definitely. But these things are going to happen with technology. You're going to have one person lead and another person will take over, and then it goes swings back and forth, and that's how we make progress.
But Intel just hasn't seemed to be able to break that that barrier for the last while, at least.
Well, you have to consider as well then, remember when we were still working at the office at NAG?
Oh, old NAG days.
Exactly, at the
Shout
NAG
out.
days. So we still had a Core 2 that came in, and that literally changes the computing landscape. And for 10 years straight, Intel was leading with the core technology. So there, from 2006 up until 2016, they were unmatched and unchallenged, right? So this recent resurgence from AMD is great, and we have to see how long it will go on, right? The last one was 10 years by Intel. I doubt if this one will go on 10 years, but it is something exciting to see, particularly because AMD generally prices their products lower than Intel,
Always
which
has,
means
eh?
more people can start gaming. Okay, so you don't always necessarily have to spend 10 grand on a CPU. You can spend, I think, 3,000 rand on the latest AMD 3500X.
Not bad.
Yes, and that's available everywhere for like 3,000 rand. And that basically plays all your games as well as you would expect any other CPU costing twice as much would.
What next for gaming hardware? I mean, CPU obviously sorted, graphics cards now sorted. What next? What's the other thing that we need to be looking out for that is going to be game-changing?
Displays. Okay, we've had displays, and oddly enough, a lot of technology that comes into PC gaming displays actually comes from smartphones. Okay, so we have gaming displays now that use AMOLED displays. Obviously, they're hideously expensive.
That's why they're so expensive in that
Exactly.
small device, right?
But you're not going to get a better display than what you get from AMOLED. Okay, and that literally came from smartphones. But what you are able to get now is FreeSync, HDR, and everything else that just makes the visual presentation of the game much richer than it otherwise would be. More than just pushing out high frame rates. You want a display that's soft on your eyes.
It also needs to keep up with it, right? Now, 120 versus 60 versus 90 versus 120 frames per second, hertz screens. What is your opinion on those? Because people are always pushing for the highest frame rate, but at some point, it kind of caps, right? For visual pleasure.
You know what? I used to say that 60 hertz is more than enough, and then I started actually experiencing anything higher than 60 hertz. It definitely makes a difference. Just how much smoother your gameplay is. Even if you're not a professional gamer, a lot of the examples that are made when they talk about the advantages of having a 144 hertz display, they're talking about professional gamers, but it actually makes a difference for even casual gamers as well. Particularly if, let's say you're not able to get an RTX 3080 and you have something like a 1070, which was a very popular graphics card. If you have a display that can do 100 hertz, 120 hertz, that can literally make up for your GPU not having enough computing power because you're not skipping as many frames. You understand?
It obviously can deliver those, yeah.
Exactly. So you are able to sync that up. You're not having the issue of your graphics card is only putting out 25 frames per second, but your display is at 60 hertz. So that mismatch might not necessarily work. But now you have things like FreeSync that allow your display to match up with your...
And it's much cheaper monitors than the G-Sync monitors, right?
Much cheaper monitors as well. And these are becoming so commonplace now. Almost every gaming monitor is FreeSync compatible. And FreeSync is now GeForce compatible, excuse me.
Yes, yeah, they unlocked that feature for for graphics GeForce card users.
Precisely.
Whatever happened, just to sidetrack quickly, whatever happened to the Radeon cards, graphics cards, AMD's?
At the time you guys see this, the presentation would have happened already, so check that out. I think it's on the 28th of this month of October. AMD is going to give us some more information on their latest big Navi graphics card. So that's the 6000 series. As you know, right now, we only have the 5000 series. So this is the next generation, and that's looking kind of promising. We didn't get enough details when they revealed the new CPU about it, but they did mention that you can play Borderlands 3 at the highest graphics fidelity at 4K at over 60 FPS. So that puts it dangerously close to this, but knowing AMD pricing, it might even come in at a lower price than this, so that's pretty exciting.
And there should be a little premium in performance if you're running it on an AMD board with the CPU.
I would hope
and
so.
everything,
Same
right?
family. I would hope that there's
something you won't get with GeForce necessarily and Intel.
Precisely. I would hope so that there's some sort of advantage in being in the same ecosystem, if you will.
Exactly, like
Right.
some kind of certification for some motherboards where they do get
Precisely.
that little.
That would be
premium
really
performance.
awesome. It will be something pretty interesting to test.
But now, so we've talked about monitors. Obviously, 4K is kind of the sweet spot at the moment. But on the other side of the graphics card, we have the consoles. Oh, yes. And that's the other side of gaming, because for the price of one of these, you can almost buy a next generation console and a screen, right?
That's actually very true. A lot of the times we don't want to discuss that PC gaming is inherently expensive. It is more cost effective for people to buy consoles, at least in the beginning. For instance, if you buy the latest, what were the PS3 prices? The digital one is 10 grand?
10 or 12 or something, yeah.
10 grand, and then obviously the disc version is a little bit more than that. So if you think about it, you can buy the disc version and buy a few games, perhaps an additional controller, for the same price that you would pay for one graphics card. That is a real thing.
Although don't the games cost like $1,000 themselves, or
Precisely.
1,300 rand or something?
So that's
silly?
the offset as well. Right?
Running costs of the setup.
The running costs are going to be pretty high. However, having said that, we are in a time and in a place where gaming looks so phenomenal, and we're all sharing hardware, we're sharing so many things, that I think whether you go PC gaming or console gaming, you're still going to get the best gaming has ever had to offer.
Oh yeah,
literally.
Totally. All of these things, I mean, obviously it's a different thing altogether. PC gaming is kind of a very, in my opinion, an isolated experience. You sit in front of your machine and you kind of focused on it, right?
Oh yeah.
Console gaming is the same, but also you can have the living room experience where you kind of sit with your friends and play games. Mobile gaming is a combination of the two, without kind of necessarily having all those, I mean, you're playing different type of games, right? You still have very good visual quality games, but you're not playing the latest and greatest titles that kind of you would get on these. And it's fair enough. I mean, you're not expecting to get, to run all of these latest titles on a mobile phone, but it's a different gaming experience in between gaming experience almost. And I'm very excited about that. But I think I'm excited about getting back into PC big time by upgrading, because I think now is an opportunity for PC gamers to get good quality hardware for cheap, buying second-hand stuff, especially if people are upgrading to 3080. And the benefit of being in control of your hardware and your software and doing what you want to do. So if that geekery interests you, right, then PC is still definitely the way to go.
Oh, for sure.
If you just want to sit and play, which a lot of people want to do, put on the console, 10 seconds later you're in your game, then console is the way to go. Yeah, that's where we are now. I think it's a very exciting time for any type of gamer. I think that is really the main
That's the
takeaway,
important thing. Yeah, it's a really fantastic time for everybody. If you look at even the peripherals that we have now, they're better than ever before. The customizations visually. So now it's almost PCs can become a visual representation of what you find aesthetically pleasing. It's no longer just people looking at, oh, this one is mechanical switches, this one can respond at 1,000 hertz or whatever. It's none of that. It's more like, how can I express myself using PC hardware? The RGB fans, the RGB headset like this one, RGB mouse. There's even an RGB mouse pad, oddly enough.
Yeah, I saw that. Crazy.
I was one of the people who used to say, oh, I don't want RGB on my computer hardware. But then I actually came around, because as it started to get a little bit better, I started to realize that, wow, this actually looks pretty cool. And now where we have the control over RGB lighting, you can basically make your computer look like anything you want to make it. I think peripherals have branched out from just being a functional thing to being an expression of your aesthetic appreciation for things.
Isn't the PlayStation's removable covers also going to see some customization capability?
Definitely. I cannot wait to start actually seeing what people come up with. You can imagine all the skins that people will have, even the 3D printing of the actual panels.
Yes, people are going to totally be doing that.
Exactly. So
because then you can build onto it. You can actually build
precisely.
big
You can
things.
build all these things onto it, and that's actually one of the advantages that I see with the PlayStation over the Xbox in terms of what visual representation, in terms of expressing yourself as a gamer. You can probably skin an Xbox, but it's still a box.
Well, look, one place where I know that this is taking us, and this is something where graphics, I think a lot of these graphics cards are probably shaking their boots a bit, is the streaming services. And again, we're going to have a full-on conversation about it, but we can't not mention it now.
Definitely.
Because that, in many ways, makes a lot of the hardware irrelevant once
True.
that becomes a full thing. You'll still need a decent PC because you would want to run other things, I'm sure.
That's choice.
But choice,
Yeah,
exactly.
but
exactly.
choice. Yes, that is something that's inevitable. We are heading towards a world where we're basically streaming a lot of the content that we're using. I mean, if you look at it right now, there was a time when people needed big hard drives because they had movies and all sorts of things. People don't use that anymore. We have streaming services. So all of those things are now available for everybody. And soon enough, you actually won't need to own the hardware. Okay, you can stream to any device you have. And of course, you yourself can, from your powerful computer, can stream to your smartphone.
Which is another very exciting thing.
Okay, you don't always have to get it from the cloud.
Maybe we should ask the viewers now who's watching, just in terms of your gaming preference. I mean, we're talking about PC, console, or mobile gaming. And I mean, what's the third? Mobile can be broken down into Nintendo as well, in a way. Nintendo Switch, I mean, how would you classify that? That's also a
That is actually
incredibly
mobile
popular mobile platform.
That is.
You take it with you.
That definitely is.
So let us know in the comments below or drop below a message. Let us know what platform you prefer. And yeah, we'll try and interact with you and let you know what our favorites are. So now, before we get into the kind of evolution of this topic, which is the conversions of all these technologies and where the future of gaming is really going, let's wrap up this conversation. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you everybody for watching. Yeah, we'll see you on the next episode. Thanks, Nero.
Thank you, Raikard. We'll see you guys soon.
Obviously, I'm a Team Red. I don't know where you guys stand on this. Are you Team Green? Are you Team Red? Are you guys going to be buying a new console? Let us know in the chat. People are going like, Switch is a console, mobile gaming. Tell me what you are thinking about picking up for Christmas, if there's anything that you are going to be buying and what's informed you. Now, we're moving from hardware over to esports, and specifically the history of esports. Sam Wright, she's an extremely well-known and profound esports aficionado in the scene. She's done a deep dive with a couple of really influential and prominent esports I like to think of them as ground roots. They started back in the day early, have set the stage for esports players today. Namely, I don't know if you guys know Trevor Quickshot Henry. He's a League of Legends commentator up in Europe or overseas, and he started here. And Kamza, who also used to MC VS Gaming back in the day, which also gives them a really unique look into the esports scene locally and where we've come from. And soon, hopefully this sets the stage for you guys a little bit later, because we're going to be going also into the future of esports, but not now. Let's take a trip down memory lane and just learn a little bit about where esports started in South Africa.
Living the dream, sharp dress, combat boots and a fur vest. Top down, sunset, next level, not stress. When we were young, we couldn't rest. Gotta break the game to be the president. So here's to the freedom we know. Better hope you're ready to go. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna know. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna
Esports is blowing up. Esports is the next big thing. Esports is valued at insert ridiculous billion-dollar number figure here and is gonna be huge. If you actually had to take 10 Rand every single time someone said that and add it to your Steam wallet, I guarantee you by the end of the month, you'd be able to buy quite a few games, because that's what everyone says. They also talk a lot about the South African esports industry. So they'll throw things around saying it's about to go big. We're on an upward trajectory. They'll say all of these things, and then they'll also mention to you that it's in its infancy. It's a new thing, right? They're selling you on a new idea. They forget that it's not that new. Believe it or not, esports has been around for about 16 years, and it started at rAge. You'll be surprised at what was going on all that time, way back then, before esports was even a thing. International players, big competitions, proper prize pools. It was all happening. I know you don't believe me, so I'm gonna stop talking and instead I'm gonna show you exactly what this looks like. Come with me, we're gonna take a walk back in history to see where it all began. And I can't do this alone, so joining me are some of the most prolific voices and faces of South African esports, all of whom got their start right here at rAge.
Hey, my name's Tian Kurtzen, in-game next TC. And I'm the now ex-coach for Cloud9.
So, name's Trevor Henry, my nickname is Quickshot. I was born in Pretoria, raised in Johannesburg.
Hey, I'm Kamzambata.
Hey, Mouse.
I'm a presenter, MC, and a big-time gamer who's kind of been able to mesh that all into the world of esports and gaming over the years.
They had just started, actually, and for any of the golden oldies that will remember Agasa, AGASA, that actually predated even Telkom Do Gaming. And I was very excited at the time because I cut my teeth playing Battlefield 2 on Telkom servers. A guy by the name of Vinko Soldo, his nickname was Chaos AD Pumpkinhead. He said to me, invited me to a team one day, to a squad, and said, listen, would you like to play for BFB at rAge? I said, what is rAge? You know, what is this? What do you mean play? Like, it's an expo. He said, no, there's tournaments, every year. So I went in, wasn't actually meant to compete my first year, and fortunately played very well. BFB made it all the way to the final. We lost to FIB. And that was my first real experience. It was, we were hidden in a hole. Everything was illuminated. There was no banners. There was no sponsors. This was just Telkom's way of generating interest and activity on their servers. It's crazy to think where it was. It's even more exciting that I can be talking to you now and seeing, teams like Bravado and seeing representatives from South Africa performing in Overwatch and Counter-Strike, which is something that's happened for a long time.
So, I remember all of that. Back then it wasn't even about the prizes, right? It was more about the glory. You just wanted to be able to call yourself the best in the country.
In 2005, esports was first introduced to the rAge Expo when Jonathan Fatality Wendell attended. Considered one of the pioneers of esports and for many years one of the best gamers in the world, the #1 ranked Quake 3 player competed against rAge visitors in a 1v1 tournament with, get this, 20,000 Rand cash prize up for grabs. Spoiler, he completely wrecked everyone. In 2006, even more international esports players arrived at the expo to compete in Arena 77's Quake 4 competition. Fatality was back, and along with him, 2 women from Girls of Destruction, an international competitive Quake team. So yes, even back in 2006, rAge was leading the pack because women gamers were more than welcome and competing at the highest level. At the end of that competition, the USA's Lost Cause was the eventual winner and took home the grand prize. What I'm getting at is that international esports stars were in South Africa, courtesy of rAge, before it was even considered a thing.
You need to have a portfolio good enough to get a foot in the door. And there are plenty of opportunities in South Africa to do that. There are multiple events. There are different ways that you can get those exposure moments to add to a portfolio that you can apply for a job.
So I think just practicing constantly working on improving yourself, and always just being realistic as well, right? Like if you're not a top player in South Africa, if you're not in the top school of players in South Africa, it's going to be very hard for you to make it internationally, because there's just more and more talent.
I played Call of Duty 4 and I thought I was pretty good, and I thought my team was pretty good. I managed to compete at Antwerp Esports Festival with a South African company called Cube, who paid for our trip. We got there and we got the biggest reality check that I've ever had playing this game. We got smashed by European teams, absolutely smashed. And back in the day, there was very certain grenades you had to know. these guys were saying like, your grenades are like 2 years old. Like you guys are so far behind what is being played modern that I do think being realistic and anticipating where the challenges are, that will help you set up the plan. I'm not saying don't be ambitious. I'm not saying don't try, but I do think you need to weigh things up and factor into to set your expectations right. Once you factor in the realistic expectations and understanding those different elements, it's harsh, it's difficult, and when you are so far away from the rest of the world and you don't have a market size like many of the countries that Europe or America or anywhere else does, they're difficult realities to deal with, and it is frustrating. But with each passing year, it's growing. With each passing year, there's more people playing. There's faster internet. There's cheaper computers. So time is also helping us here and speeding things along.
Also, just like reach out to people. Like that's probably one of the things that I started doing a little bit late in my career. But I mean, like the majority of people in esports are super friendly and super willing to help out. So if you just take initiative from your side and you're actually reaching out to people, looking for help, asking the questions, like the people will end up getting back to you, and that kind of advice can help propel your career a lot quicker than you can on your own.
Between 2007 and 2009, a bunch of firsts happened as well. IGASA, better known as the Amateur Gamers Association of South Africa, handed out South Africa's first gaming colors at the Expo. Intel hosted a South African qualifier for DreamHack Winter for Call of Duty 4. I'm pretty sure everyone's favorite League of Legends Sharkcaster was part of that winning team. Samsung hosted the South African national final of the World Cyber Games for Quake. During this time, there was even a Guitar Hero World Tour National South African Championship on Xbox 360. In 2006, the tide completely changed at rAge. For many years, something called the Telkom DGL, the grand finals of this was happening downstairs. It was a year-long league, and everyone who loved esports came to rAge. They were downstairs in the basement, and that was where they jammed. It changed in 2016 because it came upstairs. Telkom introduced what they then called the DGL Masters for CSGO and Dota 2. They set up a giant stage. It was the first time we had seen something like this. Bright lights, crazy cameras everywhere, and the first ever 6-figure prize pool for esports in South Africa. This is where things changed, and many people would call that moment where the switch flipped, if you like, for South African esports. But I don't think that Masters gets all the credits, because in that exact same year on the expo floor was another esports tournament happening, and it had one of the most hype crowds I have ever seen. It was the Astro Gaming Call of Duty World League Cup, and it was incredible. Everyone was going mad. They had rugby players and celebrities on the stage playing COD, and they also had one of the Call of Duty's like best sharkcasters of all time, Benson. He was on stage with South African talents, hyping up the crowd, and I think combined in 2016, that just completely changed the game.
It looks like Paul's gonna be there. No way! Oh, he wins! He got it! He got it! He got it!
That's a mistake. That's a Tank. He made a clutch play earlier on. Can he do it again? Can he use? And he still gets the kill. Tank setting it up.
On board with Lithium as high five roll in, and it's going to be a big challenge here for Lithium to try to stay alive.
Oh, what a camo! Loud now on that side of the stage. They're trading kills. It's going to be Eros. He's been the X Factor, like I said earlier on. He's going to find two. Gets by three. Has Genetics above as well. Buff Genetics. That's going to be three. Looking for four. Oh, Eros. Unbelievable play from Eros. He's got my leg. Stop it. Seven. Oh, my Lord. Eros, you nasty man. That was absolutely disgusting. That is why we say he's the X Factor. He just lit up the main stage, and high five now. They're back in this game.
In 2017, the stages got bigger, there were more cameras, and the prize pools got ginormous. Masters continued on the expo floor, but joining them was ESL Africa's African Championship. We had the best Counter-Strike players from around Africa there for the grand finals for a giant amount of money, and we also had even more international talent coming in with Lauren Pansy Scott, one of CSGO's best shoutcasters here in South Africa, again commentating with the talents. And since then, esports' rAge has just become a staple. Those stages, those lights, they're there every year, and it's only going to get bigger.
And all of a sudden, a flurry of kills all over the place.
And Fabian JT, and right now Flex is doing all the damage. That's a right B. That's a huge denial. 3 kills.
Shot, and finally he lands one on Sonic, and that's the rifle gone.
The closer they get, the more scary they get with Bravado. Black Poison. Oh!
Whoa! There's that body. Energy picking up another round here, 11-2.
Bravado's being in an uncomfortable situation. Black Poison wants to back away, Gilly.
But they're applying all that pressure, and the spray down is working here for Cannibalistic.
Probably like test phrases of, you know, whether or not there was a big enough gaming culture here, because I mean, for the fact that EA had an actual brick and mortar office and, you know, had invested in that way, that was a sign of intent. And it's sad because I think there's been like peaks and troughs. Some companies have thrived, some haven't. Some have just, you know, formed into other things or been absorbed by other companies to make it work. So I guess at the end of the day, those are business decisions. As long as us gamers get what we want from those companies, then it's okay. But I think that did kind of help lend some legitimacy to our scene. And, you know, you would like to see more of that, of these big companies that are actually involved in gaming, not just kind of looking at us from afar, but, you know, putting their presence on the ground here.
Like, it's one of those things where, you know, I like I said, I got to go to rAge with Incredible Connection, and we took product lines that have never been stocked by the company, and we sold like lots. Not to reveal numbers, but I went back, and that was the big turning point. Everybody internally was then like, "You made how much? How many units did you sell? Like, we don't even sell those things." I was like, "That's what I've been saying." So there is a hunger for it, and there are people there are enough people to warrant investment, but it also is much, much harder to get, especially the old boys in South Africa, to understand and to appreciate this industry and this market.
And we're finally enjoying this investment from people who are like, okay, we can trust you to do something. And to see that same group of people grow over the years in credibility and in stature to an organization because they can do that, you know, that for me is one of the things that sticks with me, is that it just started out as like, you know, let's get these sponsors on board, let's change this people's thinking, until those people started singing from the same hymn sheet. You know, you see the investment that has happened over the years by certain individuals in the space.
You know, I managed to get Incredible Connection to attend rAge for the very first time ever. It was with a lot of partnerships, a lot of distributors and importers, and every single step of that journey was a challenge. But it was one that, once you were able to explain and show the number of people, the amount of investment, the amount of hours, the number of upgrades that people in our industry have, you eventually start to turn people. But I mean, we are talking 2008, 2009, 2010, so nearly a decade ago was when the foundations were being laid.
You like to see it, and you like to know that there's a good intent behind it. And I think that was, for me, great to work with a bunch of people where the intent was to respect gamers and to give them a platform and to treat them, you know, the way they want to be treated, and not to speak down to them, and to give them opportunities to make money out of what they do and compete at the highest level locally. You got to give credit to people who have made that happen.
When I was asked to work on the show and put together the history of esports at rAge, it seemed like a pretty easy task, right? We would just go back in time, we'd tell you what happened, we'll throw in a few fun comments. But as I started working on the show, things started to change, because I slowly started to realize, chatting to my friends, going back into the archives, watching all the old footage, that this is so much more than the history of esports. This is an example of the springboard that we've had that is only going to allow us to go higher and higher. Give me a minute, right? You might not know who I am. Maybe this is the first time you're seeing my face, but my name is Tekkel and I am an esports shoutcaster. My first ever real shoutcasting job was at rAge on one of those big stages. Since then, I've gone overseas, I've worked at Gamescom, and I've worked in incredible setups on huge events. But think about it, I'm not the only one. You heard from Quickshot. He is arguably one of the best League of Legends shoutcasters of all times. He will go down in the history books for what he's been able to do at Riot. TC, you got to chat to him. His players, Sonic and JT, I mean, they signed to Cloud9. That's one of the biggest CSGO organizations in the world. We all did this. And all we ever hear, and this happens a lot, is that South Africa is behind, that South Africa is playing catch up, that South African esports is too slow. We're constantly told we're not good enough. But look at what we've done. Look at where we've gone. All of these people who've gone overseas, all of us, we started at rAge, where people told us it was impossible. rAge said, no, it's okay. You can come here. You can be exactly what you want to be. And from there, we were able to go and live our dreams. rAge has given every single competitive gamer or anyone who's interested in esports a chance. No matter who you are, no matter what you look like, no matter your gender, no matter your race, that is the place where we all got our first opportunity. This might have been the history of esports, but I also think it's a celebration of what rAge has done for competitive gamers. If you have any love for esports, and if this is where your passion lies, you need to be here every single year, because every new superstar will start, and you don't want to be the person that missed it. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Sam Tech-Alright. You've been enjoying rAge Online. I hope that next year we get to hang out face to face and in person. GG, well played.
So that was a really moving video, and I think it's really important. And I think Sam pretty much drilled this home, that esports was here before us, that the foundation was laid, and quite especially right now for a lot of us that are watching the stream, that are regular participants and attendees at rAge. It started at rAge, and rAge continues to fly that flag. The next video that you guys are gonna see is it's weird. I'm kind of linking to myself. It's about my reminiscing on gaming. We've seen Sam speak about esports as an industry. We're gonna be looking at what gaming was like just for the average gamer like you and myself at rAge, and what that meant to us. Again, type in !giveaway in the chat, because we've got some really cool giveaways, and I'll see you on the other side of this.
What a freaking crazy year. Like, it's just been really hard to digest everything that's been going on, and all of us have been working and spending a lot of time at home like this. In fact, if you're a South African gamer, this is the first time in 18 years that there's not one person in the Coca-Cola Dome, in the expo for rAge, which is sad. I actually saw somebody on Twitter tweet about it, just driving past the dome and realizing that there aren't going to be queues, there aren't going to be cars outside, there's not going to be the huge chaos that we have with everybody inside the dome and potting, no cosplay. That said, we're going to be having rAge right here, right now. Not because we have to, but because we want to. It's one of the things that means a lot to us as gamers. You see everybody, we catch up with everybody how the year was. Everybody's like landing. We can do this now virtually to the best of our ability because we want to do it. rAge is all about the community. It's all about us gathering together, and the team at rAge know that. Those of you who've been participating in rAge for all these years know that it's the place that we all come together. And this year, we're just gonna take stock and pay homage to this pivotal part of the gaming community here in South Africa. To do that, we're gonna take a closer look at the community and the people that make rAge great every single year. We're gonna take a look back at how rAge has transformed lives, has built careers, and has brought us closer together as gamers for the last 18 years. so many people throughout all of this time have built their careers, including myself, in video games because of the foundation that rAge and NAG have built for us. I don't think people actually realize how long 18 years has been and how the whole gaming industry has changed and grown, and how rAge has grown with it and created a platform for people like myself to build my entire career on video games. We've got people like Pippa Shabalala, who's been able to host television shows, and Tech Girl, who's been able to commentate and host international esports events. We've had the advent of YouTube and of Twitch, and like tons of Twitch streamers come out of South Africa, incredible ones, and in fact you should check them out. I know that they're showcasing them with this year's rAge, but the entire gaming industry has seen so much over the course of rAge. Console releases, how many consoles have we had over the past 18 years? And rAge has been a part of all of that and has built the foundation for all of us to have some form of career and some form of space in gaming.
My name is Barry Lozada. Most people in the gaming world will know me as Anthrax. If I think about it, I've kind of been involved in the whole gaming scene for about 25 years.
I initially started as a lecturer, actually, at BITS, teaching a video game theory course and honors and masters in 3D animation. And I kind of got into TV by accident, but my master's thesis was on video games, and I've just always played video games.
My name is Luca Tacconi, aka Robo Hobo, a massive or avid gamer. Pretty much my day and my night for the last 15 to 16 years.
Give it up for Tech Girl, here she comes.
Hi there, my name is Sam Tech Girl Wright, and I am a esports shoutcaster. I've had a really rad opportunity. I started my career at rAge, but then I got to travel the world. I've worked in China, in Germany. I've even been to Japan, and I've got to commentate on the thing I love, which is competitive video games.
You know, a lot of the time people don't see what you're trying to actually accomplish when you're trying to do things. And, you know, rAge a lot of the time has actually given me the platform to do that.
It's rAge 2006 being the first time I attended, and this year being the first I'm not, you know, sadly. It's been a historical event for me, for sure, and I think all heavy enthusiasts of gaming in South Africa, and glad to have been able to experience it over all these years. It's definitely a big part of where I am today, and being the gamer that is Robo Hobo. Yeah.
When I was really young, my dad brought home a black and green PC, you know, one of those ones where everything's black and green. And we got to play games like Cull Games and F117A, Stealth Fighter, which blew my mind. Even though they were just like pixels on the screen, the fact that I could interact with them was just like mind-boggling to me in my 7-year-old self. That was just something I never dreamed was possible. For me, gaming has brought so many people into my life that I never thought I would meet, and work with so many exciting people that I thought that would just be impossible before this. I'm extremely, extremely grateful to rAge for cultivating an environment where that is possible.
The massive venue, the Coca-Cola Dome, right? All the people you actually physically meet, interact with, etc. So for me, rAge will always be that big event, that convention, that expo. That's what rAge is for me.
There's something special about once a year, all of us getting together under the same space to play games, to eat the mini donuts at rAge and just all chat and talk and play games together. I mean, I don't think anything's ever going to replace that.
How I started attending as a gamer, as a LANer, eventually started to work at rAge, then had teams participating in esports at rAge, to where we're now always just there and part of the history and the culture of rAge.
I think I always get a kick out of seeing people there, running around to young people dashing from machine to machine, and people that don't know anything about cosplay sitting and staring at Chewbacca walking past them in the hallway.
So my main experience with rAge, to be honest, was going online at random times during rAge and playing some Counter-Strike or some Dota. And then you get the people who are like, I'm at rAge, and then some other guy would be like, I'm at rAge as well, and it'll be like this cool thing where you're like playing with these people who are like currently at a LAN, and you kind of felt like you were kind of part of it, even though you weren't ready because you were like on the other side of the country.
rAge is like that. Literally, that's what I look forward to every single year. Is just because the group of friends we meet up with at rAge, there's about 28 of us, 30 of us. So we all go to the LAN. And then if you've seen the LAN, you know the tables run across from each other. We literally take up an entire U-shaped section, just us. And we're there for 4 days, and it's the best time I've ever had.
rAge is the one moment in the year where all the gaming people you go there and you see everybody.
When we were kids, it was just a thing that we did. Every year you went to rAge, it was an opportunity to see all the new games. It was just like a fun weekend out. It was the yearly thing that you did.
I've always had a close kind of bond with the guys at rAge because as I was growing up, you know, these were the memorable moments of my life, you know, where I met some of my oldest, longest friends.
I think the community feeling is the thing that, for me, always kept me coming back.
Gaming is not just the experience that we have in our rooms. Gaming is the experience that we have together, collectively. We spend a lot of time at LANs. We even, with the Xbox 360, would play Gears of War and Halo by bringing it to each other's houses over the weekends and just be able to just connect and play with one another. Gaming is a social experience. It's amazing to be able to have an event that is this watering hole that we can just get together and hang out at. You know, the Apex parties that we would have on the first night. You know, it's just such an incredible experience. And also the LANs, the tournaments, everybody that's just literally getting together. It doesn't matter who wins. To me, that at the end of the day, it was about seeing the players. It was about hanging out with them, you know, and the players hanging out with each other. You know, that was what was a big deal for me. Gaming has kind of brought our family together, and that's where it started for me. And I continued to love and enjoy video games, even though at a time when video games weren't seen as something that an older teenager or an adult should be enjoying. Things have changed a lot, and I think we've been able to create and cultivate an industry which is more inclusive and is more balanced, but it was something that was left for kids. And throughout all the ages, I just kind of kept it with me, and I kept on fighting for it. And in my personal life, just defending it to my friends. It just goes to show how important gaming was to me, even throughout my entire adulthood, where to a lot of people it was seen as like a childish behavior or like something that kids participate in. Gaming has kind of made me who I am today. And it's through the social interactions and the people that I've met at events like rAge and online that have made me into this Twitch streamer, into this person that's passionate about games. Like, we're nerds. Like, we're the ones that are geeking out about things that really mean a lot to us, despite what other people think, and despite what other people's opinions of us are. I'm grateful that I'm a part of this space, and I'm grateful that I know a lot of you guys that are watching this right now, because without you, like, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now, and I wouldn't be the person I am today. I'm sure you guys have similar stories, and I hope that we are paving the way for more people to be included in this space, because the more people that are playing games, regardless of platform, the better the industry is going to be, and the bigger this community becomes. Bigger communities are better communities. If you've got any stories, just drop them in the chat. Like right now, I want to see. These stories are the things that we would share at events like rAge, and we can do them right now with rAge Online. Can we call it rAge 2020? Because that's pretty cool.
In
terms of flow, my word.
Later, boys. Why?
Oh! One up. Can we get a clip on that?
Oh, my bad.
He's coming after me. Oh, the f***ing hey, dude. What have I done? Hostiles in the area.
Yes! Yes! See, we can have Rage Online. I mean, this is kind of like Rage Online. Like Rage in real life, sorry. Like offline. Rage Offline. We're gonna call the events now Rage Offline, and we're gonna call these ones Rage Online. Can we do this more? Because this is really cool. Without, the internet, we wouldn't be able to have interviews like we've had now. And that's one of the most exciting parts about having Rage Online for this, for 2020, is that we can have these massive interviews and invite people from all around the world to take a sneak peek at us and what we're doing in the space. So I'm really grateful that we get to do this. I hope that there is this space for more of it. And let me know what you think in the comments. Like, everybody from Rage is here. Bring your friends, invite them around. Like, we're in the chat talking about it. So let us know.
Tonight has been a long time coming. Now I can finally see. Everybody puts a faith in something. Might as well be with me.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this heartfelt announcement.
I know I'm a part of this production professionally, but I also just want to say, just personally, a huge thank you to Lauren and Michael and the team that are at Rage for establishing a lot of my career. And I'm going to get a little personal now. They don't know this, and I know there are other people working on this video, so they don't have to. They're not going to have to pre-approve this. But when I was starting out, I had all these grand ideas of, getting Game State, which was the show that I was working on at the time, onto like the cover disc of NAG, and I was fresh. I was like 22. I look back and I go like, what were they thinking? But they were just like so gracious and allowed me to have my videos on the cover disc. And without question, they've always been a massive support. I've done a podcast with the team, again, without really knowing like the details, like knowing each other intimately. I think Michael and Lauren and like the team at Rage really are invested in gaming in a way that we don't really understand. This isn't just a business to them. This isn't just like making sure that, ends meet. If they wanted to make sure that ends met, like starting a gaming expo nearly 20 years ago is not, it's either extremely forward thinking or just something that's not necessarily gonna like bring in all the bucks. It was something that they're super passionate about. Lawrence doesn't often like to be in the spotlight, but like her story of how she got into the industry is just so inspiring to me. And it's one of the reasons Rush exists. And I'm grateful to know this team, and I'm grateful to be working with this team, and I'm grateful to be a part of a production like this, which celebrates what this team has done over all these years and brought us together as a community around gaming. Again, my career probably would not exist without the team at Rage and the things that they've built for us. This foundation doesn't come from nothing. And hopefully I've been able to take the baton and provide a foundation for new content creators. And it means a lot to me to be able to do that and just carry on a tradition of including and growing a gaming community in South Africa that the world can be proud of, that we can be proud of and stand out and say, hey, we make games, we play games, come play with us. And Rage to me is genuinely the heart of that. Let us know in the comments what you think of this production, and if you're having a great time, feel free to invite your friends. We're going to be doing a ton of this over the course of the weekend. We're going to be celebrating Rage, celebrating gaming, celebrating this community that's been going on for the last 18 years. Cool.
Started from the bottom with these woes. Got a key to open every door they close. You could do it just by doing what you want. Cause I did it just by doing what I want. Oh, you see the bigger picture. Get your camera phones ready cause I'ma take it with you. Damn, this moment feeling like the perfect mixture. Wrote my future in front of and follow like a scripture. From the ground going up, you know where I started. There been moments where these moments left me broken hearted. But I just picked it back up, done me right and shoot that three. Need like 50 defenders in defense defending me. Yeah, I've been leveling up. Check my background, I'm getting everything I deserve, no coming back down. I told you that I shot for the moon, but I missed, so I'm a star. Say I'm destined to win, you a king, that's what you are. I guess I gotta believe him, cause everything that been happening for a reason. And these days whenever I shine, I know my shine got a meaning. Yeah, these days whenever I cry, I know my smile gon' be gleaming. Yeah, now I believe it. Started from the bottom with these woes. Got a key to open every door they close. It really goes. Talking to me, I already know. You see me up, I know you wanna get involved. You could do it just by doing what you want. Cause I did it just by doing what I want.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to what, I could only title as the Play's Handbook to Live Streaming in South Africa. It's a bit of a crazy experience looking where I started off just over a year ago to where I'm sitting in front, of a bunch of people now, just with a chance to explain the story of Tendo Plays. Started back in 2019. And, life is funny because you think you're going to end up going in one direction, but then you're dealt a card that almost seems irresistible to take, and that's where I found myself at the end of 2019, and I was in a bad place, very low key, very in a bad place. I was studying a film degree, and had all these aspirations of one day becoming a big time filmmaker, and just winning an Oscar. Those were the kind of dreams that I was having around the beginning of 2019, and everything suddenly changed when a new passion, or more like a passion that I've been hiding and just digged deeper and deeper and pushed it down, reemerged. In 2019, a particular game came out, and a lot of you will think it's funny that it's the game that sparked everything, but the game is Apex Legends. Apex Legends came out in 2019, and I've been a big gamer my entire life, just so you guys know that this game didn't just come out of nowhere, and it's what really sparked it. Back in the past, I used to do a lot of gaming content. If you ask a couple of my friends, I went under the name Draft Leader, and it is what it is. We tried to make something happen. I didn't quite have the equipment back in the day to really, get things rolling, and it fell off. But for the most part, my entire life, I had been a big gamer. And when Apex Legends finally decided to roll out, my brother and I had been looking for a long time for a game that we could both play and really, really enjoy together. And that was Apex for us. It's something that brought me and my brother together. And with that, a whole new world was unpacked in front of me when I started to discover about the Twitch Apex community. And I remember it like it was yesterday, logging into Twitch, first time using my real name. I used to, go by the name of Atendo Mukaburi. And yeah, just discovering what Twitch is like and what live streaming is all about. And maybe you still don't really get what live streaming and what Twitch and what YouTube is. And, this is what this is for, to explain everything. Twitch is a platform where you come on as a individual creator and you live stream, some content to people, and that content is mainly based around playing video games online, all that stuff that you are probably seen in a couple of YouTube videos. And that's pretty much what I fell in love with way before 2019 happened. And when I found out that, there's a bigger possibility and I could be doing bigger things, I was just drawn to it. So shortly after that, I, experimented a little bit in the beginning of the year around February with a couple of my friends on Twitch. And, I was trying to make it happen. And anybody will tell you trying to get affiliated on Twitch is almost a very extremely difficultly easy task. And a lot of people struggle to do it, but it's not that bad to, get it going. But, it's almost like a mental fortitude that you need to overcome. And some people take a long time, some people take a short time, and that's just what the whole entire journey is about. But I got myself only affiliated when I made my return in the end of the year, when I rediscovered, my love for streaming. And it started off very casual. I'd stream after my classes, and at that point I wasn't really even focusing on school at all. I was more into just trying to see how far I can take the streaming thing. So I invested a lot of myself into creating the content and streaming, and it was kind of flowing, kind of gaining a lot of traction. I want to say things kind of low-key blew up, and especially in South Africa, we got a lot of traction, and people started discovering about Tendo, and people were starting to get a little bit more interested. And, I was really excited to see how things would go. But unfortunately, the thing is, I had to find a balance between a lot of things at the time. I was still doing my degree. I was in my second year, and anybody in film school will tell you that, when the projects and the deadlines start to roll, it's just hell. It's like a hell week, and things are going crazy and things are flying at you. And, seemingly I found myself in that situation where I had to take an extended break from streaming and creating the content that I wanted to, and, was falling in love with, to not fail the degree and, waste almost 100,000 rand worth of school fees, to just get the streaming thing going. So took a bit of an extended break, but I was still, part of the community. Obviously, I was chit-chatting, getting things, still having a social presence in terms of being a streamer, but still trying to juggle things. And I went into a dark place, I remember, where I wasn't really happy with how things were going. And I knew if I was going to attempt to do my third year while trying to juggle Twitch streaming and, creating content online with the degree and trying to fill other assets and, parts in my life, it'll be a daunting task. And I made a scary decision. I asked a lot of my friends, and to start off with, I asked a lot of my friends, what do you think of me dropping out and just, pursuing becoming a Twitch streamer? And, I'm really grateful to say a lot of my friends were really supportive with what I wanted to do and what my decision was. And I told a couple of family members as well, about it. And they were also like, if that's what you're feeling, then go for it. And, thankfully, when I mustered up the strength to finally confront my mother about doing this, about this task of, listen, I know I've been spending 2 years in varsity trying to get a degree, but I kind of want to take a break and try something different, And honestly, can only say I'm grateful to my mother for giving me the opportunity to step back away from studying and just doing me. You know what I mean? I love her dearly, and I know when she watches this, she'll hear this. And, I love you, Mama, for letting me step away and kind of focus on something that I wanted to do. So, yeah. And then 2020 struck. And when 2020 struck, it's the new decade. There's a whole new talk and a whole new move. And at this moment, after having the discussion with my mother, she agreed you know what, you can take the year off. Let's see what happens within the space of a year. And I was like, I bet we're on it. And I'm a very extravagant creator if you get to know me. I like to cause a spectacle. I like to make a scene out of everything. So when I was going to announce that I'm dropping out and going full time, it was this whole big bam, guys, in your face. It's happening. Make sure to follow me. We're taking things to the next level. So that's around January when everything happened, everything broke loose. And, you know, I'll be honest with you. It was it was very tough. You know what I mean? It's very tough to make that decision. I wasn't in a financial situation on my stream where I was like making enough money to say that, you know, this really makes sense to do what I'm doing, to stop studying and, you know, start making a content and live streaming and focus on that. I wasn't making any money for a long time. For 6 months, I think, at all. Nothing, zilch, 0, 6 months. And that's obviously including the beginning of 2019 up until the end of 2019, a little bit of 2020. It was just me putting in a little bit of effort to see how far we can go and focusing on streaming and streaming every day and trying, you know, to build the community. And there's a lot of people that have stuck around with me from those early days that are still around in the chat. And shout out to everybody that's still part of, you know, the Positivity Squad all the way from when we started. It's been a crazy ride, and you know, things were going all right. People are starting to get to know me, starting to build a community in South Africa, even around the world. There's a couple of people, you know, and when we finally got to around March, we all know what happened. Coronavirus struck, and I was in that position where I didn't know how to feel. One, the world is going to stand still, which it did, but I don't really get to stand still because my job was already in front of a computer in my home making content. So it's weird that I want to say without the coronavirus, I don't think Tender Plays would have existed as Tender Plays does today, because that's when I really buckled down and I really started to create and, you know, get and dive deep into creating content, knowing that people would be home during this time and this is the opportunity to get things going, you know what I mean? And yeah, man, I remember it. March, end of March, we had a tournament, a ZA Warzone tournament that Don's Plays hosted. And, you know, at the time, I was with one of my good friends now, Cinder Live, and Bradzilla. We were playing in a team together. And it was the first opportunity that I was able to get a lot of my friends, my family, the community to come to the stream and find out about Twitch and what live streaming is. And man, that tournament was insane. We came second place. I think we won 1,300 Rand. It was, no, 1,500. It was insane. There was so much hype, and now people kind of knew who Tender Plays was, and the ball was rolling. And shortly after that, there was a Metal State streamer initiative. And if any of you remember that in the beginning of the year, there was a lot of hype around that. You know, Metal State, a really big tournament organizer in South Africa, started an initiative to get a bunch of the streamers in South Africa and just give a little bit of exposure. And, you know, kind of blew up. And that's when my stream kind of went to a new level of, hey, everybody, there's this dude called Tender Plays, and he's streaming live. So, you know, after that, things were going good. You know, I won't complain and say things weren't going good. You know, I was starting to see it as it's become a job. You know, I was making a monthly income. I made a certain amount, you know, in the beginning. It wasn't much, but now it was, you know, the ball was rolling. And from March up until about my birthday-ish, it was slow. It was a slow period, but, you know, the grind was being put in and we were pushing forward. And yeah, at this point, it's kind of weird how it happens, you know. I'll say in terms of the South African scene, which I'll speak a little bit more about. In terms of the South African scene, there's not too many creators of, I'll say, my class, not to brag or, you know, come across in a cocky way, but you know, there's a lot of selling points to the Tinder Place brand. You know, you can probably go look for black South African streamers and have a handful of the people that are doing this. So in a way, in a form, I've almost become a pioneer in South Africa with live streaming and, you know, content creation. And towards my birthday, things were starting to get really crazy, and there were all these brands approaching me, which I'll disclose the ones that, you know, kind of fell through, but all these brands approaching me to hop on board, and you know, they want to hop on the train. And it was a very confusing time because I knew I kind of needed a a brand behind the Tinder Place brand to get things, you know, moving faster, because things were starting to slow down. But you know, positivity is always my mantra. We'll keep pushing forward and see what's over the hill, what's next. And it was around the end of May. Things were really slowing down at this point, and I was worried that maybe I missed my shot with a couple of things. And then Julia arrived. So Julia arrived and she gave me an offer that was kind of, I want to say, a life-changing offer at this point, looking at where we are now. She was about to start an esports organization, and that's one thing, you know, is a little bit difficult to dive into this video, you know, but she was starting an esports organization, DNMK, Dynamic Esports, and she gave me an offer with a lot of vision and a concrete plan and something I really stood for compared to what was being offered by other people. And as soon as I, you know, put everything on the table and I was like, you know, moving forward, what's the way? I knew this had to be the next step moving forward. So June came around and that's when everything broke loose. The signing, everything happened. DNMK, Tinder Plays, I remember it all. You know, a lot of publicity was happening. A lot of people were really interested in what was happening. I remember that stream that I had for the announcement. We almost peaked at 100 viewers. No hosts, no nothing. It was honestly a crazy experience. And ever since then, you know, we've been building the organization and the momentum has been carrying, and it's really just been a whole crazy experience. And it's really something that I never thought would happen. And you know, I have this vision now of what's gonna be like my brand 3 years in the future because of like what's been happening with DNMK. You know, shortly after that, I got, I want to say, signed as a brand ambassador by Predator Gaming South Africa. And that in itself is just something crazy. And I still can't come to terms or come around like how things are just perpetuating in a manner that is almost, you know, almost scary, but really cool at the same time. And yeah, you know, this is the story of Tinder Plays, where it is now and where it's heading. And you know, streaming and just creating content, you know, YouTube videos and all that stuff is a very uncharted ground, and it's hard to really say how things are gonna go and what's the right thing to be doing. And it's really tough. And one thing that I learned about being part of the South African scene is we're one big family, you know what I mean? You know, there's so many people in the South African Twitch streaming scene that can't even list them, can't even name them on, you know, how amazing they are and how much they've changed my life. And, you know, I have such a big vision and I have so much hope in our scene to grow over the next coming years that I'm prepared to go the extra mile. I'm prepared to do what I can to keep, you know, the scene growing and keep everything moving. And that's the story of Tender Plays, I think, right now, you know. That's how things are going. That's why you should be interested in streaming, in live content, in the South African streaming community, in Twitch in general, in YouTube in general. There's so much possibility, and I'm still really nowhere in terms of what the scale could be up to. You know, I still have a long way to go. There's still a lot to work for, and I'm in no ways done with what we're doing. There's still a long way to go, but we're just gonna keep on pushing. And with that being said, that's the first part of the Plays Handbook to live streaming in South Africa. And I just thought I'd take this moment to share a little bit of my story. And thank you to rAge for giving me the opportunity to come here and just, you know, share just what it's like trying to make it as a streamer in South Africa.
Tendo is one of my favorite streamers in South Africa, and it's just because he's so, you know, passionate about what he does, consistent in the way he puts out his content, and is just so knowledgeable already at such a young age on making such great quality. So I hope you guys really enjoyed that. We've got some cool stuff happening right now. I hope you guys are ready because we've got a giveaway. We're going to be giving away right now some rAge merch in chat. Consider this the time. If you were at rAge, somebody's on stage, it's gonna be me. I got a microphone, you can barely hear what I'm saying because I'm screaming across the hall, but you know what's going down. So you run all the way through to the front of the stage, and the giveaway, I've been alerted, is now open. Type in !raffle, and then the number of tickets you wanna purchase with your time, with your credits. Type in !raffle, and you'll be entered in automatically. We're going to be drawing a winner. How long are we going to drawing a winner? I'm going to call in an hour. We're going to be drawing a winner in an hour, so make sure that you do that. Type in !raffle to enter, and then somebody at you'll see who's the winner in the chat, and then somebody at rAge will get hold of you. I hope you guys have had a great day so far. I've had an incredible day. Like, this is one of the things that I really missed about rAge this year, or through Corona, is that like it didn't physically happen. And I'm so grateful that Lauren and Michael decided to set this up so that we can participate and be a part of this together as a community, as a gaming culture here in South Africa. And one of the things that's really like stood out to me is that we've been super positive in chat. Everybody's been super happy and celebratory, and I do think this is like a peaceful moment for us. I think we should all just sit back and be extremely grateful that we've got this really exciting pastime that has brought all of us together, that has, through events like rAge and rAge itself, just brought so many friends, lifelong friends. And I'm sure you guys have stories, and if you guys have got any stories, I'm sure you can get hold of Michael and Lauren, and they'll be able to, like, you know, maybe put something together, because these things are really important to us, whether it's in the LAN or at the specials that are on the floor, or just meeting up online and then saying, cool, we're gonna meet at rAge. It becomes like the watering hole for South African gaming, which is really cool. Okay, so we got type in !raffle. We're gonna be doing all that rAge merch, and then I just want to remind you, we've got giveaways. We've got like incredible giveaways throughout the whole weekend. Type ! giveaway, and you're gonna find there's the rAge loot box that's going down. We've got the rAge bingo, BNGO mission card. I quite like. It's growing on me. I thought it was a bit nerdy at the beginning, a bit leety, but it's cool. I dig it. We've got the treasure hunt and Wheel of Fortune, Battle of the Gamers. Minecraft build a thing, and I do highly recommend that you can go get into the Discord. I think if you type in !Discord, the link will pop up in chat as well. If you guys are watching this on either YouTube or on Facebook, make your way over to Twitch. You can enjoy it over there, of course. That's why we're broadcasting there. That might be your broadcasting space of choice, but if you come and join us on Twitch, having the chat bots means that you can interact with a lot of other people and the links that we have, and you can see that everybody's entering the raffle. Again, those chat commands only work on Twitch, and that's how you enter the raffle. If you type in ! raffle on Facebook or YouTube, it's not going to enter. You've got to do it on the Twitch page. Again, hashtag rAge Expo 2020 on Twitter, and let's get this trending. We've got a whole weekend ahead of us. This is just day one. And there's so many things planned. Like I have a running order in front of me, and there's just so many exciting things. If you guys want to see that order of events, just type in or just go to rageexpo.co.za. And if you want to see more of the prizes that we're giving away over the course of the weekend, this one person's going to be winning. Check this out: a Lenovo L340 laptop, a Thron Max Studio mic. Because if you are a streamer and you want to make sure your content is hot, or you just want to sound good when you're streaming with your friends, that's a microphone for you. Logitech G635 gaming headset and a Cooler Master MM711 gaming mouse. So that's a huge prize. And if you want to check those out, you can go to nag.co.za or type in !giveaway. We're celebrating rAge like we would be on the showroom floor. And even better, because more people are able to join us. We can be doing this later into the night than we usually would. We would be closed up at this point, but now we are like popping off, right? We have everybody's in the chat and participating. Before I ramble too long, because I will, this has been it's quite an emotional time for me to be able to host this for you guys, and quite meaningful because of what rAge means to me, and I don't want to harp on it because you guys have seen some of the stuff earlier, and I've been emotional, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are as well, about rAge and what rAge has meant to us. Before I harp on about that, we've got a whole weekend to get I was gonna say to cry on each other's shoulders. We're not going to be doing that. The next person that we're going to be interviewing, the next video that's coming up is actually really exciting. Roxy, the mascot for rAge, has evolved throughout the ages, and I'm no biased, but every year she just gets better and better, and I think this Roxy is the best Roxy. We're going to be chatting to Steve, who is the artist behind this year's Roxy, but catch this, he's also the winner of the L. Ron Hubbard Illustrator of the Futures competition, which is a really prolific illustrator, science fiction and fantasy illustration award, obviously from L. Ron Hubbard, which is hilarious, and I'm going to address the elephant in the room, but also really esteemed because it's just a whole bunch of fantasy and illustrators from around the world, thousands and thousands of them enter, and he won. And he's from us, and we have the privilege of him drawing Roxy, which is really great. He's going to be going to Hollywood next year in 2021. If COVID frees up. So I really do hope that he gets to go there for the prize giving. But if you want to see some incredible art, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to take you there right now.
You gotta get up and move. You gotta get up and move. Stop your feet, shake your hands, put your body to use. Get up and move.
Finding your feet as an artist is always tough, and I kind of been experimenting with different people's kind of style. I like to call it a little bit of organized chaos. It's usually very rough line work on top of very clean line work. So I work with a huge amount of lines to create shadow and light, and then only bring in color after. But I also work in a variety of different styles, from that kind of thing to more color-based, less line-based art, more just line-based comic book kind of artwork. So I like to play around. I've always wanted to be an illustrator. I remember telling my parents when I was younger in preschool that I wanted to work with companies like Marvel and DC. So I've been drawing for most of my life. I did college in animation, but I preferred illustration to animation. I decided to find my own feet, and that's when I found Twitch and started working as my own illustrator. And it's where I'm happiest, just creating things I enjoy. With my artwork, I'm always hiding things. I'm sure you can see the Roxy artwork up here, which by the time this comes out should be released. She should be out there. I like to hide things in my work, nothing naughty. Little things. There's a couple images. There's some Space Invaders reference. There's some Fifth Element reference. There's a bunch of Alien. There's a bit of other sci-fi classic tidbits in there. I don't really want to point things out because I want you guys to find them, but there's a couple little things hidden in there. Some of it shows my age. It's funny, my end goal with art has always been something I've joked about. It's kind of my fear of death is the reason I create art, which sounds weird, but I want to live forever. And that's something you can do through art, through music, through other creative means. But for me, it's my artwork, and I want to leave a lasting impression. And that's kind of my end goal, is to create something that people will speak about and remember me for many years to come. I want to be a Stan Lee, a Picasso, Van Gogh. I've always been a fan of horror, especially 80s, early 90s kind of horror, the Freddy Kruegers, Halloween, Hellraiser, that kind of thing. So it influenced me a lot when I was younger, in the artwork that I created. And the comic that I'm working on now, In This for Monsters, is kind of a throwback to those things that I enjoyed when I was younger. So I wanted to, dive a little deeper and bring back that feeling that you got watching something like Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street. Those cool, cheeky, cheesy, cliche kind of horror, but do it in a more modern scheme. Wanting that to be the kind of thing that I'm remembered for. I mean, perhaps. I think the fun thing with that kind of thing is that I don't think you get to choose what's going to leave a lasting impression, and that's why we sometimes have to be careful, but not too careful. In the world of art, you should be willing to be crazy, and yeah, I'm always willing. My name's Steven Spinus, and I'm an illustrator from Cape Town.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But they do know I'm not really the best mobile gamer, right? It was a joke. Have they seen my streams? You've probably tinkered with a few mobile games and even installed a few that you really enjoy. Names like PUBG Mobile and Fortnite should be familiar to gamers as well, but there are really a lot more to mobile games than what first meets the eye. Of course, smartphones can play games like Candy Crush Saga and Angry Birds, but the games I'm talking about appeal more to you, the dedicated gamer that's more familiar with PC and console titles. To show you just how impressive some of these games are that I've been enjoying, I want to share my top list with you. As a PC and console gamer of over 2 decades, I've played games on it all. But I must admit, the joy and fun that I get out of mobile gaming is still very much up there with some of the best memories I have in gaming. This device in your pocket has so much potential, and I'm really excited to see what the next few years have in store for us. Now, before I get into the list, the phones that I review my games on is the OnePlus 7T Pro and the Huawei Mate 20 Pro. Yes, both of these are older devices, roughly 2 years old at this point, but it just goes to show you don't need the latest and greatest smartphone to be able to enjoy these titles. Of course, always check your app store for game compatibility. I'd also like to give a shout out to OnePlus South Africa for their continued support in my endeavors in mobile gaming. As always, let me play on their devices, and if you want to get your hands on the OnePlus 7T Pro, please do check out Vodacom. This is not a paid for ad, but I do believe stocks are running low. For more information on these and other mobile games, please do check out mobilegamer.com. And if you'd like to join us for a few of these games, please check out battleroombrawls.com, where we have weekly games and live streams with some pretty cool prizes up for grabs. Now on to my recommended list of games to play. Now the first game we're kicking off on our list is Genshin Impact, a cross-platform RPG game that's been delivering some impressive numbers around its launch. Prior to its release, this game saw 21.3 million registrations. And during its first week of release, Genshin Impact saw over 17 million downloads. It grossed approximately $16 million. Then, during the week of its release, Genshin Impact saw over 17 million downloads and grossed approximately $16 million. Within 2 weeks, it was estimated that the game had grossed over $100 million, recouping its original budget. Its largest revenue came from China, Japan, South Korea, and the US. And within a month, that figure had risen to over $250 million on Android and iOS platforms alone, making it one of the largest mobile game launches in history. Genshin Impact is an open-world RPG game that takes place on Tivat, a world which is home to 7 distinct nations, each one tied to an element and worships a god associated with it. You play one of 2 twins, which you choose after the game's first cutscene. Long story short, you and your twin are caught and trapped, and this game follows the journey of you finding your twin. Throughout the game, you control one of 4 characters to complete missions and battle enemies. Each character is based on an element, and you unlock them as you progress throughout the game. Apart from beautiful visuals, a vast open world, and fun fighting mechanics, Genshin Impact offers a lot for gamers who love to solve puzzles, follow NPC storylines, and explore a massive open world. As to be expected, while Genshin Impact is free to play, there are microtransactions within the game. You can spend money to unlock characters, weapons, and resin, a valuable resource that is used in-game to upgrade characters and weapons. While you get given some of this precious resource every day, you do reach a point in the game where it becomes increasingly difficult to get enough of this resource by gaming alone. That is, unless you don't mind waiting a few hours between game sessions. Of course, this is where spending money comes in, and you are able to unlock weapons, characters, and other materials by buying wishes that'll drop random items. Naturally, the rare and valuable items have a smaller percentage chance, so gamers tend to spend a little bit more money to get exactly what they want. This is a topic for another video, but you'll be glad to know that unless you are a hardcore grinder, you won't need to spend money on this game, unless you really want to. If you love open world RPGs, you have to check out Genshin Impact. Even though it's available on other platforms, do check it out on Android and iOS. It just shows you what your phone is capable of. A Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 5 version is also planned in future. I've been searching for another game to play in between my intense PUBG mobile sessions, and I stumbled upon this gem recently. Battlelands is a battle royale shooter that lends many theme elements from games like Fortnite, PUBG Mobile, and Call of Duty, but it combines it with a top-down view and fun characters within a 32-player battle. Each game lasts around 5 minutes, and the idea is pretty simple. Pick a game mode, solo, duo, or squads, and press start. You'll instantly be placed in a lobby, and you'll need to select a landing spot before one is assigned to you. There are no long waiting times for planes or buses to fly over. The action starts as you drop in a parachute over your chosen landing spot. Then you need to find weapons and ammo as quickly as possible. Each player can carry one weapon, and the game uses an auto pickup system as you hover over items. There are also no backpacks to carry loot or medical supplies. Instead, you need to find medical packs and ammo when you need them. Considering the fast-paced action that Battlelands aim to achieve, this game mechanic is a fresh take on an old concept. There's only one playable map, but it consists of various themed areas. Of course, there is the dreaded shrinking zone that keeps players moving constantly. While the game is free to play, the developers make money by selling various in-game items. Most notably are character skins and special items. There are also various other things you can spend your money on, including loot boxes that obviously generate items for you based on random chance. As with most other Battle Royale games, this one has a Battle Pass feature too that works pretty much the same as any other game. Buying the pass will unlock various seasonal items as you progress through the game. The game is currently on Season 12, and if you're a sucker for cool in-game items like I am, you'll love what Battlelands has to offer. Please just spend your money cautiously. Remember, these are just virtual items. I love supporting game developers whose games I enjoy, so I did spend some money to unlock a cool PUBG-looking character. With really great cartoon-style graphics and hilarious sound effects, Battlelands is a great new addition to the Battle Royale genre, and its fast-paced action makes for really fun gaming sessions. Battlelands is available on iOS and Android now. Now, unless you've been living under a rock, you have definitely heard of Among Us. But did you know that that game was actually developed for mobile first and launched about 2 years ago in 2018? Now, somewhere around July this year, Among Us's player count started to skyrocket when it became popular on Twitch as a streaming game. According to its developers, Twitch streamer SodaPoppin is credited as one of the gamers who caused the game's sudden rise in popularity. To put the numbers into perspective, Among Us reached 1 million downloads by August 2019. 1 year later, in September 2020, the game hit 100 million downloads. In the same month, it also became the most streamed game on Twitch. Although it had a very slow rise to fame, Among Us's success and the player adoption rate is due to the fact that this game has very low PC and mobile device requirements. Virtually anyone can play, and its premise is pretty simple. Up to 10 players are stuck on a spaceship with tasks to complete to ensure their survival. As the game starts, up to 3 players will randomly be chosen to be imposters. Their goal is to kill crewmates and sabotage the ship, all without being discovered. When a body is discovered or a crew member suspects an imposter, an emergency meeting is held where players can discuss matters. This is where things get interesting. Whether the imposter accuses someone to deflect the heat away from themselves, or an innocent player has to defend their actions. There's always a few laughs when an innocent player gets booted from the ship. The game uses a text chat feature to allow players to communicate, but most gamers just join a voice room on Discord. It's a lot more fun this way. Of course, Among Us is most enjoyable when you play it with friends, but random games can be just as fun if you want to go at it alone. Just remember, no talking while the game is in progress. You should only use voice chat in emergency meetings. The game is gorgeous in its simplicity. Crudely drawn maps and characters keep your focus on the strategy required to outsmart your crewmates in order to survive. Your tasks are assigned to you and there are communal tasks to take care of. Completing these mini-games is easy and requires you to connect wires, flip switches, or enter codes. Imposters are also assigned various tasks, and in between completing those, they will be required to strategically kill off crew members without being caught. Imposters are also able to lock doors and trap players or escape in various hatches throughout the ship. Controlling your character is easily done with familiar thumb controls, and you can select one of 2 control options depending on your gameplay preference. Among Us is free to play but ad supported. You can remove the ads by paying 28 Rand, which is well worth the price. So go on, support some game developers. You can also buy skin and pets for your character, and the price ranges from 28 Rand to around 51 Rand for individual items in the store. Among Us is a great game, and I would highly recommend it to play it with your friends. It's available on Android and iOS right now. Fortnite, the game that seemingly divides so many friendship. You either love it or you hate it. Regardless of that fact, Fortnite is an incredibly popular game with some pretty impressive license deal to make the gaming experience even more fun. Even though it's not officially available on the Google Play Store, you can easily sideload it using the Epic Game Installer. Sadly, Apple gamers, you are out of luck. That is due to a lawsuit between Epic and Apple, but that's a conversation for another day. This Battle Royale shooter in many ways put the genre on the map. With added building functionality, Fortnite delivers a pretty unique gaming experience if you're into that sort of thing. Now, even though I don't usually build anything when I play Fortnite, I just play it as a shooter, and it's a pretty solid game for that. The game features a battle pass system, and there's a lot of outfits to collect and play with. And there's a good reason why this game has amassed such a huge following. Now, I don't think we need to talk any more about Fortnite, but it's great to know that it's a fantastic shooter on Android. Now, of course, no gaming list would be quite complete without Pac-Man thrown in the works. Yes, everyone's favorite arcade game is back, with a new version that makes the use of Google Maps to create your game mazes. Yep, Pac-Man has gone geo. Utilizing detailed maps of cities around the world, Pac-Man Geo brings classic Pac-Man gameplay to city maps where Pac-Man navigates the city maze of streets with Inky, Blinky, Pinky and Clyde in chase. The game also features power pellets that are placed on the map, enabling Pac-Man to turn the tables on those pesky ghosts. Best of all, the game uses the official sounds we fell in love with on the original arcade version. With this launch, there are a number of landmark-based mazes from around the world that you can play. But if you want to play on South African streets, you'll need to create your own maps. The game can geolocate your location, or you can manually scroll to any place in South Africa to create your maps. Sadly, the map square you can create is not very big and only spans 3 or 4 blocks, so city-based games play much better than those in the suburbs. It's all about the line grids on your roads. Places in Joburg and Cape Town, for example, in the city centre, create for some really fun interactive maps. Where the map cuts off the street, your Pac-Man will automatically pop out on the other end of the map. Pac-Man Geo is a fantastically fun twist on the arcade classic that we all love. I just wish they could make those city squares much bigger for us to play in. And that brings us to the end of the first episode of mobile games that you absolutely have to try. For more information on these and other mobile games, please do check out mblgmr.com, that's mobilegamer.com. To join us for some of these games, please check out battleroombrawls.com or check us out on Facebook and YouTube.
Yes, we are back, and I'm really excited to say that we've got some really awesome stuff happening. I actually want to have the chat open in front of me because I want to hear it all. Firstly, we do have a raffle going, and I just want to say thanks to Rachard for that amazing insight into the world of mobile gaming. But the raffle, all you need to do, guys, is type in !raffle in the chat, and you'll stand in line to win a Nag hamper. So which I know in the real world, this is the real world, but when we're at rAge, all those Nag hampers that are out there and we want to be a part of it, we can do it right now. So just type in !raffle and the amount of raffle points that you've got to enter. If you guys are watching this on Facebook or YouTube, you need to do this on Twitch, otherwise it doesn't count. You can't type in !raffle on Facebook. Your mom's gonna wonder what you were doing on that. It doesn't make any sense on Facebook. So come over to Twitch, twitch.tv/Rage Expo Live, and then type in !raffle and the amount of points you want to enter in. If you want to check your point count, type in !points. That will show how many points that you've earned by watching the stream and participating today. And I hope you have been watching, because it's been absolutely wild. We've gone through the history of rAge. We've shared some exciting things. We've learned a lot about how to stream and where to stream. We've learned about how to start a gaming career. It's been a busy day. It's been a really packed and exciting busy day, which I think is really special, and I'm glad that a lot of you guys were able to participate in it. We still got some stuff coming up, and this is one of the other benefits of being able to stream online as opposed to being inside a venue. The Coca-Cola Dome requires us to close the doors at a certain time. It says cool, you got to be in and out, and the doors have to be closed, and if you're in the LAN, you're stuck there for the rest of the weekend, and if you're not in the LAN, you got to come back and queue in the morning. But we don't have to do that now because we're doing this online, thanks to the team at rAge. And we've got some really cool stuff happening. We've got a DJ that's going to be playing some music a little bit later, and we've also got an interview. I want to find this out from the chat. We've got an interview with a really, really big game director coming up now. But I want to know, before we even go there, who do you think it is? I want some guesses from you guys. What game do you think we are interviewing? What game do you think? So Wild is not a game, Grayscale Llama. I want names. of games, of the game that you think we got. And just before we go there, actually, we've just been told we're going to take a short 10-minute break before that. But look, let's talk. Let's talk. Everyone's Sims 1. That's a very bad guess. Lemmy Wanks. It's a very Cyberpunk. That's a good guess. It's a good Destiny 2. PJ Gaming is always about Destiny. My timeline is just full from him for Destiny. No. Watch Dogs Legion. That's a very good guess, Falani. I like it. Naruto. Grayscale Lava. Why with the bad guesses? Why with the bad? Can you imagine, Pammy? I'd be so excited if it was Overwatch. It would be really, really good. Definitely not. I will tell you now, it's not Asphalt Nitro. Although it's a very popular game here. Definitely not League of Legends. Fall Guys would be pretty sweet. Maybe it's AC Valhalla. I can't say either way. I actually want to leave it as a little bit of a surprise. So I hope you guys don't mind. We leave it as a Dance Revolution. Lemmy, what are you doing? What are you just? You know what? Bobby's Fishing Adventure 2. I got a funny story. When I started in this industry, we had to review the games that we were given, and one of the games that I was given was Bobby's Pony House or something. I'm actually looking if I've got a copy behind me, and I just remember how upset I was to review it. And they think that games reviewing is fun. All right, we're gonna go for a quick 10-minute break. Remember that you can enter the giveaways by typing !giveaways. All the giveaways that we got throughout the whole weekend are available if you type that link. And if you, it's not a local game, it's not Put Fighter. That would be sweet, but it's not Put Fighter. And remember to type in !raffle and the amount of entries that you want, so 5 or 6 or whatever. And if you want to check the points that you've got, how many raffle tickets you have, type in !points. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a 10-minute break. Grab your steers or whatever you've got going at home and get back, because you're going to find out what that game is after this.
I see you hustle. I see you hustle hard. Not everyone is as motivated as you. Not everyone is so committed. Committed to going out and hustling hard for what you want. It lies deep within you and me to want more from life. It's okay to need something extra to get you there. When you and I need that boost, we choose Kick, the milk-based energy drink that helps you go out and get it. So, what are you waiting for? Kick or get it.
Friends, a nuclear conflict could well be mankind's last. We want to make this a more peaceful world.
5 days ago, we acquired intel. Soviet agent Perseus is in play. If he's active, something big is gonna happen. Something that could shift the balance of the Cold War.
Let's go find this shithead. Mr. President, is the threat real? Yes, sir, we believe it is. Give Mr. Adler whatever he wants. I know you won't fail us.
Pre-order a digital copy and get early access to the open beta and instant access to the Woods Operator Pack in Modern Warfare, including Warzone.
I can see your fate. It flows like a river, carved out before you. I can see your desires, taking you far from your home, to lands of power, of mystics and legends. But you are hiding something. You walk with shadows. What is it you seek? I see conquest. I see your enemies. Your struggles. Your doubts. Glory awaits you, Eivor. But it will cost you everything. I can see all of it. Blood and flame. Loyalty and family. Betrayal. Hunger. There is a war within you. And glory will not be enough.
Welcome to Riders Republic, Adrenaline Junkies.
the world crumbles, our divine powers sealed away, even the gods need a hero.
Hi, my name is Julien Laferrière, and I'm the producer of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So when we finished working on Origins, so the core team, so it's basically the same core team that worked on Origins. We were thinking about, okay, now that we're done with Egypt, what we would like to do next. And almost, very, very early in our discussions, Vikings came up. First of all, they were a fan favorite for a couple of times. We always do those surveys within the community, and we know that, our players would love to have a game of Assassin's Creed within the Viking world. And for us, we felt that being able to craft those big worlds now, combined with the new fight system, and the RPG mechanics that we have, we felt that could be just a great combo to make a game about Vikings. And Vikings themselves, were very inspired by that time period, by these people as well, just to deliver on that fantasy. And we saw very immediately a very clear fantasy. We like to joke that Assassin's Creed plus Vikings, our job is almost done. In terms of direction, you already have some ideas in your mind, and then our job is to refine and surprise. So we felt like right off the bat we had a pretty good an exciting mix. Obviously, to make a game about Vikings, we really wanted to deliver on that fantasy, and every mechanic and every quest and every storyline that we have is kind of driving towards that goal of delivering this ultimate Viking fantasy. And within that realm, I must say that I'm personally very excited about the settlement. So this village you have in middle of England that starts kind of run down with a few buildings, and then as you progress within your story, you're going to see that settlement improving. You're going to have new people from your clan joining, new services. So for me, the settlement is kind of a bit of your own, taste of your home country as a Viking that you get to see prosper in England. And I just love the way it ties in with all the systems and all the narrative we have in the game. I think it's a beautiful centerpiece that I'm personally very excited about. And it was also a technical challenge to deliver because everything is embedded together. So I think the payoff also is really incredible, and I'm really proud of this actually. Being on this, personally, I think it's my fifth Assassin's Creed game, and many people in the core team and in the team are in a similar situation. So obviously, we've seen the lore evolve throughout the years, and for this game, with Darby McDevitt as the narrative director, for example, Raphael Lacoste, so people that are used to the franchise and that the fans are used to, it was important for us to kind of pay tribute to that lore in a certain way. So there are many references to the lore in previous games for players to discover, and there are some mechanics that are directly coming from the roots of the franchise. So for example, the social stealth mechanics, so just the ability to blend with the crowd, to be able to kind of blend when you sit on a bench, put your hood on. For me, this is just a really cool tribute to Assassin's Creed 1. The fact that very early in the game, you will receive your own hidden blade. So to see the hidden blade back also for me is very iconic with the brand, and it reminds me when I joined the team on Assassin's Creed 2. You know, it was all about the hood, the hidden blade, and being able to blend in a crowd. So you have some of that within Valhalla, which I find pretty exciting, not only for us as developers, but also for fans of the franchise. On AC, we like to say that history is our playground, so we take history very seriously. So we had many experts on the Norse cultures and the Norse languages to help us craft a very believable world. So right off the bat, it was very important. We actually traveled to Norway and England to live what the Vikings lived, to see kind of the walk in their path and to kind of understand the world from their perspective. But also it's a time period that is not very much documented, and where the line of folklore and reality is kind of blurred a little bit. So for us as game devs, it's an amazing opportunity because it creates kind of gaps when we can fill in with our own lore, with our own stories, and it's pretty cool actually. So just for example, the demo that we're actually releasing now for journalists to play is all about Viking culture and those legendary warriors being Ubba and Ivar. So these are characters that come from the Norse sagas. So are they real? Were they historically accurate? Are they part of a legend? Every kind of Viking is, sometime a historical figure, sometime a myth, and we like to play on those fronts, like the sons of Ragnar Lodbrok, for example. These are historical characters, but that their tales and their legend were actually bigger than nature, So we like to play on those little details. So yeah, obviously we don't want any spoilers, but the way we crafted the game is as much as we could, we wanted the player to have as much agency as possible. So everything starts at the settlement. So you're at your war table with your lieutenants, and then you decide which will be the next territory you will explore, hopefully to gain some sort of an alliance or resources to gain something out of that adventure you will about to live. But every time we give a choice, so which territory you want to tackle first and so on. So we have a very much branching way of structuring the game, if you want, and for us it's cool because it feeds within that concept of freedom as much as we can. So obviously that leads to different possibilities for players, a different order to play things for players, and also there are a lot of side activities or characters that you will meet that have their own kind of little wrap up as well. So we try to kind of cater to players who would like to engage within a set of stories, kind of craft their own path if they can, but having a very strong overarching narrative that we're known for in Assassin's Creed. The core team traveled actually to Norway and England. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of the trip. My daughter was starting daycare at the same time, and I decided to be a good father and be there for her. And I don't regret that choice at all. But you're right. We try as much as we can to kind of to live the Viking culture. Whether it's through lectures of experts that we brought to the studio would tell, tales of Vikings, and we actually work with Jackson Crawford, who translated the Poetic Edda, or just like simple things like everyone on their team have their own glass with skull written on it, so it's kind of our own motto, which is cheers in Old Norse. We actually decorated a room full of Viking elements, so fur, swords, armor, helmets, and so on, just to be inspired while we were doing the conception of the game. A lot of anytime we find interesting references, so we have an historian working with us full time who writes those beautiful articles and creates all references that he sends to the whole team. It was important for us to understand where these people were coming from, so as we're not necessarily interested in the big historical facts that anybody can get. We were more interested on, okay, but how were they really living? Like how were they hunting? How were they brewing mead, for example? How the longboats were really constructed, that sort of stuff. Why were they invading? Why were they pillaging? To try to find the human motivations behind that and try to depict them as much as we can as normal people with motivations, and not mindless barbarians. Anyone should play Assassin's Creed Valhalla to live the ultimate Viking fantasy. So whether you're a fan of the franchise for a long time, or you're really interested about this time period that we're depicting, I think anyone playing this game will have an awesome experience, hopefully.
What a pleasure and a privilege to have, the game director of Assassin's Creed, make some content for us, like for rAge. And when you go to rAge every single year, you always find that there are developers or people involved in games that are there at the showroom floor that are willing to ask questions, and we have like pre-release copies, and we sit. If you're one of the lucky press or media, we do the interviews upstairs with all these people, and it was so cool, right? I see people in the chat. That was so cool. And in fact, we've been playing a little bit of Valhalla over the past 2 days, and it's an incredibly huge game. It's so massive and sprawling that I think I completely underestimated. Black Flag was a very good game. Actually, spam the chat with your favorite Assassin's Creed game that's come out. I want to hear what your favorite Assassin's. I would say mine was Assassin's Creed 2, but just before the Ezio stuff. AC3 was yours, Pam. What? Again, guys, if you're watching this on YouTube or Facebook, hope you guys are having a great time. We're busy reading the chat on Twitch. And if you guys want to help us make this trend, we're going to make this trend this weekend, I promise. Shawnee is one of the people behind the steering wheel on the Twitter page. So go follow the Twitter account @RageExpo. And then I want to see as many hashtag Rage Expo 2020s as we can. We need to get hashtag Rage Expo, Rage Expo 2020 just going crazy. That would be really appreciated from me. We're also running that raffle. We're going to be announcing the winner shortly. When getting comms from the director. When? In 8 minutes. We're going to be doing it 8 minutes, which is going to be very exciting. So if you want to enter, type in !raffle. If you want to see how many points you've got to raffle, type in !points, and you earn those points by watching the channel. So if you've been here for the whole day and having a good time with the content, and you've just woken up to this point, you've earned points as well. Life is so good. Rage is the show that keeps on giving back. You come to Rage and you walk out with 4 t-shirts, a cap, and a lanyard, and you didn't expect to leave with them. Same thing is going to happen today. So make sure that you type in !raffle in the chat. Before we get there, though, we have a very, very exciting virtual cosplay competition that's happening. Cosplay, as well as these freebies that we give away, are a huge part of Rage. And if you've ever been to Rage to celebrate the cosplay before or come to support your friends, you will know that it's such a great spectacle. It's people that love what they're doing. They're huge fans of the games. They know their craft. They're putting everything behind making some of the most amazing and spectacular outfits. And some of the cosplayers that have come out of our country, like Jinx cosplay, have made it internationally. So you can't frown on the talent that we've got here. So the virtual cosplay is going to be happening on Sunday. There are 8 finalists, and MC Zaid is going to be taking over the show. But just to give you a little bit of a taste, so that you have a little bit of a metric to go by, I'm just going to show you this.
Like that, homeboy?
Devil May Cry.
Michael! Michael,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think
I
Michael
can.
is basically in his pajamas. I think you sleep in that golf shirt. So that teaser that you just saw was Ludus and Baka, of course, staples, foundational in the cosplay scene in South Africa. And how sick was that Devil May Cry cosplay? They even got the lighting right. Did you see the lighting? It was perfect. Michael, you've been here the whole day. I know I didn't catch some of you in the chat, but you've been here the whole day. What has your favorite part of rAge 2020, rAge Expos 2020 day one so far?
In about 10 minutes when I can go to bed.
Michael is such a dad. You know what I mean? He's like, yo, these children and their video games late at night. They must go to bed.
I can't lie. I must tell you that the favorite part is some of the background chatter in the production room, which is a lot of fun. And the Minecraft's been great. I love that. And of course, like having all these cool people talking, and your thing on gaming is amazing. I feel I almost cheered up, but I'm too old. All my tears are gone now.
I don't think you are capable of crying, Michael. But I would love to see you cry one day. So
I did cry once. My mom said about 4 minutes after I was born, I cried then never again. So yeah, it's been an easy life for me.
I was a huge fan of the esports career day that was close to the beginning with Glenn and Kevin, just wrapping up what happens or how to get into the esports scene, how to get a job in it, like where can you fit in with your skills. I thought that was really valuable. And one of my favorite genes, I like to call it like genetic material that flows through the rAge Expo content that we've been producing so far, is that it is like in service of the community. So not only are we getting nostalgic and are we remembering the cool stuff that's happened, but we also are feeding information to help grow video games and esports in the country, which is just it's crazy. And it's all wrapped up in this really entertaining show that we got going. This is the rAge Expo, and it's rAge's 18th birthday in the middle of Corona. It's something really, really special. So, and I'm glad that we made a plan. Michael, you could have just not had rAge this year.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm actually not really, because everybody kept asking me, "What you doing? What you doing?" Which I say, "Well, there's a pandemic. You know, we've done this in video games before. We know what we're supposed to be doing with this type of stuff." But then it just kept on. Everybody kept on asking, and so I think we had to sort of stay, like keep our finger on the pulse almost, and not let a whole year go by without doing something or talking to someone about something. So, and I mean the content that we've, and then everybody came to the point, like Kevin and Glenn. I mean, it's such amazing content. That's how you do a gaming career in sports. They right, especially all the speakers. And the most important thing is we're ushering in a whole new range of young people now that might want to get into this business, and they can see all these aspirational people and inspirational people talking and so on. So yeah, I think it's yeah, I guess we could have just done nothing, but we didn't. So now we have this. Now we have a few sleepless days, but it's been awesome though.
rAge is finally legal. People in the chat going,
Yes.
rAge is finally legal. Look, I sense, like, having been behind the scenes a little bit, that this is a very important time for rAge. I think it's a turning point. And I think that it's a turning point in a way. The circumstances that have steered it into this really exciting space, and I think I'm hoping, judging by our conversations and the hope and the excitement that's been, like you were saying, but the stuff that we've been doing in Discord now has been some of the most exciting things, right? And I feel the same way about rAge. You go to rAge for an event, you go to play some games for some specials, but the things that people always talk about are the donuts around the table, or hanging out with friends, or meeting under the staircase, or booking that LAN an hour, like within that first hour that the tickets go live. Those are the things that people talk about when they refer to rAge, and I feel like the same thing is happening here. It's all these little moments. Like I haven't, you guys don't expect me to be in the Discord all the time, right? But we're all just hanging out in the Discord. And I hope that of you guys that are watching this at home, that you're in your own Discords and hanging out with your friends and enjoying rAge in the same way the spirit of rAge is usually being enjoyed.
Yeah, we should have turned that whole Discord chat into a podcast, because it's quite, well, not all of it, obviously. We've got to beep a couple of things out here and there, but it's been fascinating. Like we're talking about like the future of events and the future of shopping and so on. I mean, like a digital event like this is just the beginning. Eventually, one day we're going to be like Ready Player One. Everyone's strapped into some sort of VR suit, and everyone's in the virtual world creating and making things as they go along. So it's just sort of like almost a taste of the future. And something like this, the pandemic's brought it on, like somewhat prematurely, because everyone's been kind of circling around this, yeah. And this is like forced the issue. Now everyone's tried it out, and you'll have winners and losers in this whole battle. And I think it's going to teach a lot of people a lot of things, and it's going to prep the future for what events and online stuff looks like for the next sort of, well, forever basically. It's quite exciting.
So sorry to interrupt you. I agree with you. It's going to be super interesting where it's going. And I think we've got, the foundation of all the stuff is community. And rAge has got community. 18 years is nothing to frown upon, and 18 years of friendships doesn't go away overnight. Yeah, unless you don't bath tonight, Michael. But it's fine. So we've ended the competition. The raffle's closed for we're gonna announce the winner. So I hope you guys are in the chat, and we're gonna announce the winner. Remember, we're gonna be doing these throughout the whole weekend. This is day 1. Day 2 is tomorrow. Day 3 is the following day, Sunday. Please come through. The longer you watch, the more raffle tickets you win. They're called points. Type in ! points to see how many points you have, and then you can enter as many of those points in to win that particular raffle. And we've got tons of raffles throughout the whole weekend and giveaways. So type in ! giveaway if you want to see that link. But I'm just going to talk to the producer quick. Mr. Producer, can we select a winner? Are you guys going to select a winner? Are you ready? Okay, cool.
I heard it do it.
Do it. I heard it do it. Everyone's doing it. Everyone's putting the green code. Okay, cool. I need you, Mr. Director, to tell me who the winner is. Okay. And the winner is at the Dark Trinity Experience. Forget the ad. The Dark Trinity Experience. Are you there? Dark Trinity, are you in the chat? There we go. We're getting the tag. There we go. Are you in the chat? Are you out there? If they're not in the chat, do we redraw? So Dark Trinity, I need you to step up. I need you to step up into the chat. If you're friends with Dark Trinity, drag them to the stage. This is the same at rAge. I mean, Michael, you do this all the time. You love throwing t-shirts into the crowd.
Well, not anymore. We used to be able to do that, so then we started getting too many people who were jumping for t-shirts and so on, so we had to like kind of control it. So hey,
Oh,
you,
yes. Too many
you with a
shirts.
t-shirt, come up here, yeah.
It's basically Mr. Price in here. Okay, so Dark Trinity, I see you. You're in the chat. There we go. Somebody at rAge Expo will contact you, so don't go away. Stick around. Somebody will jump into your whispers and get your details, and you've won yourself a NAG hamper. We're going to be doing more of this. We're going to be there's NAG hampers throughout the weekend, and we've got other giveaways that you can enter when we're not even online. Type in ! giveaway. Go to nag.co.za, which also will host that. Well, shows you where all the big giveaways are as well. And then also check out rageexpo.co.za to see the running order for the things that are happening tomorrow. There's a whole lineup of super exciting stuff. Michael, tomorrow.
Don't ask me what's on tomorrow. There's a schedule.
I know. I said, what's your favorite thing? What you're looking forward to tomorrow? And you're going to be like, sleep. And I'll be like, that's not the truth. I'm actually really looking forward to.
It's I'll tell you now what I'm excited for most. It's the throwback. I look at the last 17 years. A video by that's just a colon. At 11 o'clock, yes. That's my favorite thing tomorrow.
Michael knows how to read, guys. This is great. Lucky he was the editor of the biggest gaming magazine in South Africa, NAG.
No, you see, I burnt out over those years with NAG. All
You
those
you
deadlines,
started
the stress,
writing.
like I'm finished. I've just done.
There's some really exciting stuff. We've got some speed running. There's an interview by a guy called Hazeblade. He's a really big international speedrunner, and he's going to be joining us, which is really cool. Check out his channel. Tendo is going to be doing the part 2 of his handbook to streaming in South Africa, which obviously I'm super interested in. There's going to be some cosplay. And then also like some college and tertiary learning interviews, which is going to be great. If you guys are thinking about getting into the gaming industry and you're at school and you don't know what to study and you need to know what to do, this is your way in. This is the door in. And then obviously throughout the day, we've got a whole bunch of prizes and giveaways, and we're gonna make a huge party out of tomorrow, which is gonna be really cool.
Well,
Those of you in chat.
Speedrun. Sorry, Cross.
Yeah.
Karen.
No, I'm gonna let you talk, Michael. I'm just gonna ask people in the chat quick. What are you looking forward the most to tomorrow? Guys, go to rageexpo.co.za, see day 2, and tell me what you're hyped about. Michael, you.
That speedrunning is something I just want to mention on as I started watching videos about that and reading up on it. And you know that people can finish the whole of Minecraft like in 3 or 4 minutes, the whole game. Like, that's how they could do it. It's like just
If you
crazy.
told me that 5 years ago, I'd be like, Minecraft has an end?
Yes, it very much does, and you can see it in 3 minutes and 1 second, I think.
Okay, we need to link that. Maybe there's a way to bring that into the stream tomorrow. That would be really cool. So people's Hazeblade interview. So Joel, you're looking forward to the Hazeblade interview. Oh, the soft reject is looking forward to their cosplay interviews. I like that. I'm also quite looking forward to it. Shani's saying the future of esports. Yes. I'm really excited for that as well. Emblem is looking forward to Tendo players, cosplay in esports, Feisty Scout. I like that. Oh, by the way, a follow account. I want to talk about this because we didn't actually talk about it. We are on, I'm going to just refresh the page so that I can actually get the accurate stats. But we are currently on 894 followers. We're nearly on 900 followers. That means we're just short of 100 followers to 1,000. So if you guys have friends and you want to bring them in there, we need like, I don't know. So 100. We need like 50 of you to bring in 2 friends. Oh wait, is that math? 903. Somebody's telling me how math works. So we got 9,000. Oh, I don't know. Okay, we got 100. We got to need to get 100 followers into the chat to get to like 1,000. So if you guys want to help out and be a part of that, please grab like 1 or 2 friends. If you've got any alt accounts, just slam them in there. Don't do that. Math is very hard, Shiny, especially for me because I did standard grade math at school. I don't think they even do that now. They call it something else. But at least the pass mark was higher when I was at school. So at least there's part of me that thinks that I'm a little bit more valuable than I was at school. And I did extra maths as well. And Math 24 was a very hard card game, but I like video games, so that's fine. I feel like I'm better at applied maths in real life. But trigonometry is something else. Let's see. Oh, guys, thank you so much. I see people are bringing their friends in. You did maths lit? Or is that the same thing, Johnny? I think that might be it. You know what? I'm a creative. I'm a proud creative, and I have put. It's like a skill tree, Michael. You put your points in the skill tree. You telling me to shush? It looks like you're telling me, turning off the camera, telling me to shush, Michael.
I've got someone playing Warzone next to me, and he's having a bad night. So.
Sounds like my stream every night. People don't tell me to shut up, but if my neighbors, luckily my neighbors don't really care. There's somebody that plays the drums down the hallway, so he's like, enemy
He's
numero uno. Me screaming every now and again because I play video games is low on the list of priorities. I can like basically storm around the house screaming and no one cares. Also, there were gunshots out the sub house.
Oh, that's lovely. So real Warzone then.
Yeah, Warzone. It's not a virtual experience; it's a real life experience. Welcome to some parts of South Africa in the chat. Anyway, let's move on, guys. Just before we wrap things up, we're going to be throwing forward to a huge party, and I hope this virtual experience makes its way to a real life experience at Rage next year. Seeing as though Rage will be 19, so Rage is old enough to have rAge, so it's kind of like Pet Rage, but it's rAge. We can have like a huge party at the end of Rage and have a huge jam after hours, and I hope this happens because we've got a DJ that's coming up. But before we go, Michael, how do people enter to get the giveaways?
They have to go to the website.
Yes, type in !giveaway. We've got some incredible giveaways. Yes, because it's our 18th birthday, we're not keeping presents, we're giving away presents. Very unlike me when I was 18. There's a Lenovo L340 laptop, a Thron Max Studio mic, a Logitech G635 gaming headset, Cooler Master MM711 mouse. This is all going to one person, which is such a huge hamper. If you want to enter that, it's on nag.co.za, or you can type in !giveaway. The longer you watch this stream, the more points you accumulate, and you can use those points, by the way, tomorrow and the day after while we give away raffles. We're going to be dropping Nag swag. So don't go away. Hang around because we've got some really cool prizes that are coming out through the weekend, and you will be rewarded for watching that. Mission tasks have 6 new winners tomorrow. Go do the tasks. Okay, listen to Shani, guys. Listen to Shani. And then we'll also make sure that we're going to be hitting this on Twitter with the hashtag RageExpo 2020. You know what? And if you are here on Twitch right now and you have followed us, what is the follow account? I want to update on the follow account. But if you are here on Twitch and if you have followed, please hit the bell so that tomorrow morning when we go live, you are here first and are earning those raffle points, and then you can obviously have more points to spend and have a higher chance of winning, which would be really cool. Thank you to everybody that joined us for the stream. Michael?
Yeah, great, man. It's been an awesome day, and I look forward to tomorrow. It's going to be more of the same fun stuff. But it is Saturday.
So maybe by the end of the night we'll have 1,000 followers. That would be great. Maybe in the next hour we can get like 1,000 followers. That would be super cool. If you guys have Twitch streams as well, please make sure to host us. If we can host this, we can just boost it up a little bit and get it out there, which would be really cool. Thank you, Lizard Fairy, for the follow, Archer. Michael, thank you so much. You, Lauren, and the rest of the team for setting up Rage and putting, just giving back to gaming in South Africa in a time when you didn't have to, and making this about the community and not about lining your wallets, and making this about the people and not about like just being a business decision. And the ripple effects of Rage live on today, and the ripple effects of the first live stream that Rage has ever had and probably will continue to have are going to ripple onwards. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, man.
Okay, I'm not gonna get sappy. Let's get into let's get into some music, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Make way for DJ Jason, J.Sin SIN. So I'm sure he's got some. So you can find him at JSINDJ.co.za. And we'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp. Hit that bell. We want to see you there as soon as we hit that live button. Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Cheers, everybody.
Echo starters across the room, trembling noises that come too soon. Spatial movement which seems too near, resonating a mask of fear. Hollow talking in hollow game. Thoughts that I fall in road of pain. Shadow